teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil de amor eterno, seja símbolo. O lábaro que ostentas estrelado, indigo verde louro desta flâmula. Mas no futuro e glória no passado, mais ergue da justiça clava forte. Verás que o filho teu não foge à luta, nem teme quem te adora a própria morte. Terra adorada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste sol és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
You remember that lady from last year, and she sang the national anthem here as well in the inaugural South American visit for the FIA WEC. It is round number 4, RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nissan. John Hindorf in the booth, Joe Bradley in the powered by Nissan pit lane, and Paul Truswell is in our Surrey data centre. Looking back at the qualifying, it was the number 1 Audi from the number 2. The 2 lap averages for 2 separate drivers, of course, bringing the field pretty close together. And there was actually a stoppage at the end of qualifying. You'll have heard that if you were listening to our replay of qualifying just before we started the live broadcast and the Nissan counted down to green. And but no one chose to go back out again for the last 3 or 4 minutes. If you are just joining us, a very, very warm welcome along to Brazil for round 4 of the FIA WEC. 21 degrees on the Michelin track temperature, 26.6. Let's head down to a very, very noisy track, and Joe Bradley is in, well, it's normally the powered by Nissan pit lane, but he's actually on the grid at the moment. Joseph?
Powered by Nissan Brazilian grid, and I've never been on a grid like this in my life. It is so vibrant, you can't help but get it's infectious. The fever is building. How these guys can actually focus and start thinking about racing, I'm going to find out from a man who shares the front row of the grid with his sister car, the sister Audi. Let's have a word with Alan. Alan, I believe
Hello, Collective.
You are starting the number 2 car, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
I hope so, because you're being sprayed with cold water there. Do you feel that the hot temperatures are going to play a part?
It's certainly hotter than it has been in the previous days, there's no question about it, just a few degrees. I don't think it'll necessarily play a big difference in the front of the field, but 6 hours is going to be quite a long way around here. There's lots of corners, not many straights.
During this 6-hour race, Alan, how much of the championship's going to be at the forefront of your mind?
Very little. It's at the end of the day, we're raced, I think 5 of an 8 round. 5?
5 left.
Yeah, 5 to go. So it's race 4 of an 8-round championship. In that side of things, the focus is trying to win this race. If we win this race, win the next one, the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, we've won the championship.
Now, I know your sister car has actually snatched the pole from you guys, but is that going to be a factor, do you think?
No, we'd easily, car quick enough, drivers quick enough to take the pole. Circumstances certainly didn't dictate in our favour, but that's the way it was. The one advantage they've got is they've got nothing to lose, and so they can take probably more risks than we can in some ways. But at the end of the day, we'll go out and try and see where we get to. Don't forget about that little car number 8 on 3rd position in the grid.
Yeah, good point, Alan. I'll let you get suited up and get ready to climb into the car. Things beginning to heat up down here in more than one way, John.
Thank you, Joe. For those of you watching on the FIA WEC stream, you might have got a quick glimpse of Louise Beckett there just talking around the front end of the Toyota, which has had an aero change here for this event. The changes were planned before Le Mans and put into effect here. If you heard our interview with Pascal Vasselin earlier in the week, it is up as a podcast now as well. Pascal confirming they will be going an all-wheel drive hybrid for the 2014 WEC season and for Le Mans. With Audi talked to Wolfgang Ullrich yesterday, he said exactly the same thing. They will be going dual motors as well, one on the front, which they already have, and one on the rear. And so still plenty of action to go through the season. Also hearing that it is pretty much a certainty we'll get the second Toyota back for Fuji later on in the season as well. Let's bring in Paul Trustwell before we go back to Bradley on the grid area. It's very tight at the top of the drivers' standings, Paul, in a number of the classes, but quite clearly here with the heat, with the 6 hours, once again, we're going to be talking a lot about strategy and tactics. Paul will be chipping in throughout the broadcast, just getting some news from Audi Sport. Not sure why this has had to happen, but Andrea Lottery is using a borrowed hands device here this weekend, and it's come from Rubens Barrichello. Not sure why Andrea's not using his own, or whether there was an issue with it. Let's just run down the starting order for you. Marcel Fessler will start the number 1 Audi on pole position, alongside him Alan McNish, who is not yet in the car. He's just wandering around and hydrating. Brad Kettler down on the grid there, the man who looks after Audi's customer program in the USA. I had a fascinating conversation with him last night over a steak sandwich and a few frites, and very exciting developments for 2014 and the IMSA series in the States, with a number of Audi customers wanting to go and join in with modified GT3 cars. In the P2 category, it's Mike Conway who'll start the pole sitting 26 car, and the G-Drive racing machine from, well, certainly championship contenders PCOM. Nick Manassian will take the start in the 49, Bertrand Baguette in the Morgan Oak 35, with Bjorn Verdheim drafted into the Zytek Greaves car, and he will start the number 41. Pedro Lami's at the wheel of the Aston that sits on pole in Pro, ahead of the 92 of Mark Lieb, the Porsche in second, and the second row is Darren Turner in the 97 Aston, and Kamui Kobayashi, who has had a lot of running this week in the 71 Ferrari. On pole for, in terms of the times yesterday, was the Ferrari, the Matt Griffin car. That car failed ride height afterwards with a very tiny bit of damage. Did overhear one of the FIA scrutineers this morning saying that if it had been at the end of the race, they probably wouldn't have had such a look at it, a close look at it, but after just 4 laps, they felt the car should have been, and I quote, a bit more robust. So it's Nicky Thiem on pole position in there's a certain sense of correctness there, isn't there? Because that's the car that Alan Simonson would have been in. It's a completely new vehicle, and Nicky Thiem drafted in not to replace Alan, because she can't, but to drive where the vacancy is. I know Nicky's had some long, hard thoughts about when he got that phone call about whether he would take that drive or not. Davide Rigon is on the second position in the Ferrari number 81. Stuart Hall will start the 96 Aston in third place, and Paolo Roberti for Porsche in the 88 Felbermeyer Proton car. There have been a number of cars other than Matt Griffin's machine, Paul, that have been moved for various reasons and don't sit where they qualified.
behind the last of the P2 cars, but ahead of the GTE. So the number 25 car will actually start from the 7th row, even though it should be starting right from the back. Apart from that, everybody made it through qualifying, and they all had a successful time through the rather unusual qualification rules, but everybody else got through safely. So that was the story of qualifying. That's how the grid, or why the grid comes to line up the way it is.
Thanks, Paul. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers take that first corner. Let's head back down onto the grid. Joe Bradley, what can you tell us from down there? Have we started to clear this off yet? Are the drivers hanging around, or is it still Samba party time?
Oh, yeah, the Samba party time is well and truly over, John, and we are now clearing the grid of all unnecessary personnel. Only the very few are being left to make sure and ensure that the cars will start. Pretty much everybody's leaving the grid. And my wire's being stretched ever more because I'm heading down towards that sweeping curve. Beautiful circuit here, and I can only say I'm very excited for the start of this race.
Number 95, Aston Martin, to the front of the grid. A positive start for the Danish team.
Louise Beckett there from our colleagues in TV. Propping up surprisingly for us. P2 battle, as ever, is going to be very, very close, and with a decent field here and potentially more cars for next season. The rumour and chat here is that the 14 calendar is set to be announced for the FIA WEC at their next meeting at the Circuit of the Americas, and that may be a joint announcement with the IMSA series as well. And the word from Baltimore paddock was that will be 11 race dates, with possibly Long Beach being a GT only race for the IMSA series next year. So the Lotus number 32 then, with Dom Kreheimer to start that car. Some thought that these cars might not turn up, but both of them are here. They've come a long way since Silverstone, haven't they, in the first round of the season. Pretty good yesterday, and we'll start in the 9th and 11th position on the grid. There is a thought that a P2 car might actually get on the overall podium this weekend if there's any kind of issues with the P1 cars ahead of them. The Rebellion Lola cars must try and get a word with Bart Hayden this weekend. Just the one, number 12 car, Nico Prost, starting this race. So we have Prost, Senna and Brundle in the race at Interlagos, and all could win their respective classes. They're working hard on next year's car, of course, as our Toyota, which is why there's only one of the TSO 30s here. I do think from the speed of the P2 cars, they weren't that far behind, as the Rebellions were a couple of seconds at least off the qualifying pace. The grid has been cleared. If you are just joining us, welcome along to the Nissan Countdown to Green, with the Michelin track temperature 21.1 degrees and an air temperature of 26.8 here, with the RadioLeMans.com commentary team. Also streaming live on FIAWEC.com, and our television partners around the world and around Europe joining us as well. There was a very heavy accident earlier on today in one of the Porsche GT3 Cup races, and I'm afraid I don't have, a lot of people were following that, don't have any information on the condition of the driver who was extracted with some care from the remains of a Porsche GT3. We'll try and get that for you through the race. There was a lot of debris and dirt on the tracks between turns 13 and 14, between turns 12 and 13, excuse me. I'm told that that has been cleared now. So the last few moments of reflection for the drivers, who have 6 hours ahead of them. And a quick word, I think, with both of our other voices before we go on. First of all, to Paul Truswell. Can the increased pace of the Toyota, which did break the pole sitting time from last year in the very first session of free practice under Anthony Davidson's tutelage earlier on, can they get among the Audis, and will they be able to challenge at the circuit where they took their first victory in the WEC last year?
$64,000 question, isn't it, John? I mean, I think this, more than ever before, is going to be an example where the sprint nature of endurance racing comes through, because if you can get in and get amongst, if he can get in and get amongst the Audis, then absolutely, yes, he's going to be able to hold them up. He's going to be able to mess their strategy up and stop them doing what they want to do. You know, even if they have to just modify their race line a little bit, it'll all go to make life that little bit more difficult for the Audis, and that's going to be the story for the whole of the 6 hours. I mean, focusing at the front of those three cars, they're going to be really at it hammer and tongs, but a lot of the action is going to be going on further down the field there as well. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very, very good, close, competitive race for 6 hours.
And Joe Bradley in the powered by Nissan pit lane. McNish and the two car don't have to win, but their colleagues took a point away from their lead in the qualifying session. Would you get the feeling that Audi will let these guys race properly?
Yeah, I think they will. That's in their nature and the very culture of Audi sport. I think what we're missing here, guys, is one thing that might play a big part in this event is the nature of this Interlagos circuit. It's very tight on the infield. We've got mixed classes. I cannot believe that this race will not go without incident, and whether that incident involves interfering with the World Championship, it could very well, and that'll throw the cat amongst.
Yep, don't disagree with any of that. We're about to wave the green flag for the formation lap. Just over 4 kilometres, and as Joe says, a very, very difficult circuit to set the car up for. A couple of three actually, very fast areas. And then the almost streaked circuit part of the infield. That is really requiring the cars to be set up with an immense amount of mechanical grip. Don't take my word for it, though. Earlier on in the week, we spoke to Ant Davidson, who will be starting oh no, it's not actually, it's Stefan Sarazan, my apologies, who's starting the number 8 car. Ant Davidson put the fastest lap in early in the week for the Toyota TSO 30, so he's perfectly qualified to take us for a run round this 4.3 kilometres of Sao Paulo.
The apex of the left-hander before flicking the car right into second, into turn 2, holding second gear, then up to third, a short shift because the curb on the inside bounces the car to the outside. You feel the boost kick in really strong at this point as the hybrid comes in. Flat out around the left-hander of turn 3, feeling the boost all the way onto the straight and up through the gears into 6 again. Eyes to the right-hand side on the straight before turn 4. There's a bump in the middle of the track as well where the car's bottom out. Use that as a reference on braking. The car goes a little bit light as you brake. The rear steps out to the right-hand side. Control the opposite lock slightly. Down through the gears into third. Then upshift as well into fourth just on the exit as the car's just struggling for traction, but as the downforce comes in you get a bit more grip, and then you're on your way around turn 5. A tricky corner this one to overtake cars inside or outside, you're never quite sure. It's a tough one for GT and the prototypes as well to know where to go. You sail up towards turn 6 as the track climbs and narrows as well at this point. Into 6th gear briefly before going back down into 4th for the brilliant right-hander of turn 6. You feel the G-force on your neck all the way through this corner. Feather the throttle, pump it a little bit just to feel where the grip is, feel the balance of the car at high speed, the only proper high-speed corner on the track, this one. And then you're almost bouncing off the limiter in 4th gear through there on the exit before slowing it down, still turning the car. Really tricky to not let the rear step out on you because of this into turn 8. All over the curb on the inside of turn 8 as much as you can in 2nd gear before flicking the car into the left of turn 9. control the understeer all the way through turn 9 as it tries to, as you go down the dip on the track, it tries to understeer away from you, and then right on the exit we get a small bit of boost which flicks the rear out, and you've got to control that as well. The TC not working great on that part of the track as the car's so heavily loaded. Up through the gears again into 4th before back down into 2nd or even 1st depending on the grip levels into turn 10. A really sharp right hand corner, but somewhere where the car feels great on the exits. You get another good boost from the HV, and the traction struggles a little bit on the exit there as well as you up and over the crest and then hold it flat out just about around turn 11. Again, another really difficult corner to judge when you're behind cars or in a traffic situation, but keep it flat when you're on your own all the way around the corner. Keep the car to the right hand side before braking yet again into the final proper corner on the track at turn 12. Now this one's really important to carry that momentum all the way up the hill. Don't forget you've got that long drive all the way up around turn 14 and 15. So second gear is what I've been using today. Maybe as the track rubbers in, you'll get extra grip. You might be able to hold third through there. But the HV again boosting phenomenal amount of power on the exit of there. You feel it more here, by the way, because of the high altitude. The engine struggles under the high altitude, but the boost stays the same. So that's where a lot of our advantage comes onto that straight. Once again, feeling the G-force build up on the neck all the way around the double left before coming back onto the start-finish straight.
By side, gentlemen. Side by side, gentlemen.
Eduardo Freitas following the track description by Anthony Davison. I've got goosebumps. The Audis are silver side by side, 1 and 2 as the clock starts, and we're racing at Sao Paulo down to the first corner. McNish goes straight around the outside.
6 Hours of Sao Paulo. We have the 6 Hours of Sao Paulo on the road.
And straight away the Audis fall into formation with Stefan Sarrazin in second place as the whole of the 28 car field gets going. But Alan McNish got a jump on his teammate at the start as they head down the short straight between the Curva de Sol and Curva de Largo, now dropping all the way downhill, and Alan McNish leads the motor race from Marcel Fessler in second place. Sarrazin Prost. Mike Conway holds on to the pole position that he earned in the 26 car with Nick Manassian in second, Baguette in the 35, Morgan in third in the P2 battle. Looks like one of the Lotuses has made up a little bit of room as well. Dominic Kreheimer there battling for position in the GT categories. Mark Lieb has got to the front of the field and jumped Pedro Lamy, so it seems like the outside row of the grids going across the line were the ones to be on. Jimmy Bruni in third position. Nicky Thiem has held on to the pole and the lead in the 95 Aston Martin from Paolo Roberti and Davide Rigon. McNish will lead the first lap of 4.3 kilometres here at Interlagos. Good start for the two Audis and a nice clean start as well for everybody down the field. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, it was a clean start, wasn't it? But McNish has certainly put the hammer down very early on indeed. He wants to extend that margin, and what we were talking about before seems to be okay for Audi in that they're going to be able to play to their strategy now. They of course have got the higher fuel consumption. That will mean they'll be coming in a little bit earlier. Expect them in on 31, 32 laps, something like that.
Just a couple of minutes gone of this race then, and Alan McNish has a second lead at the head of the field. The battle in the GT category between the Astons, the Porsches, the Ferraris. Really good start by the Porsche of Mark Lee, but he's been nipped back down into third position with Pedro Lamy and Jimmy Bruni getting past him. As you can see, the Aston, the Ferrari, the Porsche.
But also, as you say, a very good start indeed from the number 51 Ferrari, the AF Corsa car of Jimmy Bruni, and that got him up a position as well.
So on board the Aston Martin of Bruno Senna as he comes round the final corner, sitting in fifth position in class. 5 Astons here, of course. The guys at Aston Martin Racing doing a cracking job to build a brand new 95 car for Nicky Thiem, who still leads the AM class ahead of the 88 Porsche of Paolo Roberti. As you might imagine, the local TV wanting to see a lot of a Senna fighting his way through the field. Alan McNish leads the race in the Audi onto the infield section. The man from Dumfries originally. through that section where you really, really need to get the front end of the car turned in. Now, this is something we were expecting. The 57 Krone Racing Ferrari will come into the pits in a moment's time for a 3-minute stop and hold. And that was for changing the engine after the qualifying session. So that is the standard penalty for that. We're live from Interlagos, Sao Paulo, Autodromo Carlos Pache, with Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Joe Bradley, your commentary team, as we're watching the race unfold. The Michelin track temperature 21.7 at the start of the race, the air temperature rising to 27.2, and Alan McNish makes good his escape whilst in the classes. The Orica number 26 of Mike Conway, the G-Drive racing car, holds round about a 0.2 of a second lead back to Nick Manassian in second place in the PCOM car. South American connections on that machine, of course. Interesting to know what happened to Mark Lieb, who was briefly scored as leading the GTE Pro category, but then was knocked back down to third place, or dropped back down to third place, not suggesting there was any contact there. Mike Conway, who was beached on the side of the circuit yesterday, just around about the part of the circuit he's on right now, coming through this tricky infield section. So he dives into the horseshoe. He's gone on the power a little bit too early through this next left-hander, looped the car around, and there's a drainage ditch to the left-hand side that he got wheels either side of and couldn't move the car at all. Wolfgang Ulrich and the rest of the Audi team watching as Alan McNish, championship leading number 2 car, puts in the fastest lap of the race, which is a 1:21.6, I think. Purple on black doesn't work so well on the timing screens here. 1:21.6 indeed confirmed for McNish, who now has a 1.5 second lead. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Joseph, nice clean start, nobody having to come into the pit lane other than that stop go that we were expecting for the Krone Racing car. Everybody, I think, has exhaled after the run down to the first corner.
Yes, John, I'm going to get out of the way of the PA system here. That is very, very efficient and blasting out everything. But yeah, I think all calm and serenity down here. People just, the crew are all sitting about, conserving energy. Everybody just taking a little bit of a rest for the calm before the storm, no doubt. But we certainly had a clean start of the race. Nobody starting from pit lane, nobody entering the pits early on. So all good, all fingers crossed.
Hearing from our connections within the Jost Audi team that Marcel couldn't see the green light as he came to the starting line. Marcel Fessler, that is, from pole position, as the two Astons battle in GTE Pro. Nicky Team, by the way, has got the 95 Aston up ahead of Mark Lieb in the 92 Porsche. What has happened to Mark Lieb? He's dropped way down from being scored leading the motor race, and all of a sudden the 92 Porsche is dropping down the field. It must be, it hasn't come into the pits, it must be out on the circuit somewhere. And that's a real worry for Porsche early on. They've had good performance here this weekend, and there is the answer. There has been contact. Right-hand front suspension damage, or is that a wheel that's collapsed? Certainly a tyre off the rim on the right front, and manfully, now there's been contact, there's been wheel-to-wheel contact, and it's done damage to the rim there. And scrambling then down in the Porsche AG Manthey pit, as one of the favourites coming into the final few corners of the circuit has dropped down and out of contention of the GTE Pro lead. Now what we've got to be careful is here is if he's very slow going into the pit lane, in comes the Krone Racing Ferrari. We're expecting that because of his mandatory 3-minute stop and hold for an engine change after the qualifying sessions. If you're watching the pictures on FIAWEC.com, the very, very fast flash rate on the Audi LEDs, we've been seeing that all week, and we think that that is a function of the camera refresh rate rather than the guys having their fingers on a flash button. because it does seem to be all the way around the track at the moment. So we're waiting to see that Porsche come into the pit lane. Let's head down to the Powered by Nissan pit lane. Joe Bradley, they seem to be getting ready for Mark Lieb, and that looked like contact on the right front to me.
He certainly got a demolished right front corner. The car came in with the tyre completely deflated and hanging off the rim, sparks streaming from the underside of the car. It appears that it is just a wheel issue. They've replaced the wheel without actually looking at any of the suspension components on that car. We're having just a tyre change. And no doubt while we're in here we should take on fuel, but they're not concerned.
There's a bit of damage behind the wheel arch, Joe, but of course that may have been caused by the flailing rubber rather than any side-to-side contact. I did see some damage on the wheel rim as well.
It's hard to judge how that damage has been caused. The actual tyre was fully intact. It had just, as if it had popped off the rim. I'm sure it's had contact to make it do that. But there was no concern whatsoever about the, once they'd gotten the errant wheel away from the wheel arch, a visual inspection was enough for them. Maybe the damage that you saw, John, was probably just aesthetics with wheel covers and cover for the wheel arch. But right now that car's back out and back in the race.
Told that there was some close racing between the 51 Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni into turn 2 on the second lap. Maybe a bit of side-by-side action there. And as I say, I did see some marks on the wheel rim that might have suggested side-by-side contact. So that is now the start of a heck of a drive back by the 92 car. The 91 car didn't qualify very well, actually. Jörg Bergmeister pretty much at the back of the GTE Pro field and still sits there at the moment as the Krohn Racing Ferrari with Maurizio Mediani at the wheel sits there. This was expected, and although the gesticulation would suggest otherwise, the engine change between the qualifying and the race, bringing in a 3-minute stop and hold. And Maurizio, as with I think the majority of the drivers and pretty much all the cars as well, having at least one Danish flag in memory and an honour of Alan Simonsen, who we remembered at the start of this race and whose life we celebrated.
The biggest problem, John, for Mark Lieb is not so much the pit stop and the time lost through that, which was relatively short, only a minute, but was the lap coming into the pits. That was he lost a further 30 seconds on that. It was 2 minutes 10 his in lap, and then, as I say, the time spent in the pits will have added to that. So it will be a mighty drive up through the field if he can do it, but it's a tall order.
The voice of Paul Truswell, I'm John Hindhaugh up in the booth, and down in pit lane as part of the Nissan Powered by Nissan pit lane team, Joe Bradley, bringing us up to date with everything that goes on down there. And don't forget, you can get in touch with us here at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans on Twitter. Let's have a look at some of the P2 battles. That was 3rd and 4th position. Oh, 4th and 5th position it says there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, they're right. I'm wrong. I can't count. So that is a change of position there. We have Mike Conway leading in the 26G Drive Orica from Nick Manassian in the Pecom car. Bertrand Baguette 3rd place in the 35 Morgan Oak. There's Alex Brundle sitting in the pit lane ready to have his go. So Kraihammer and Verdheim battling for that 4th and 5th position ahead of Olivier Plan, the 24 Morgan Oak in 6th place. Christophe Bouchy started the 31 Lotus ahead of Jacques Nicolet in the 45 Morgan, and James Walker, surprisingly, still well down in the Delta ADR after that car didn't do the requisite number of laps in qualifying. Should actually have started at the back of the grid as per the letter of the law, but as Paul mentioned at the start of the race, or just before the start of the race, on safety grounds was put to the back of the P2 grid, so he didn't have to fight his way through all the GT cars. In GTE Pro, Jimmy Bruni leads in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. I did hear that there was a GT race at Donington today that didn't have AF Corsa competing in it, so clearly that didn't really happen. Pedro Lamy in the Aston number 98 in 2nd, and Kamui Kobayashi doing a sterling job after not much running in the early part of the week in the 71 Ferrari. That car spent a lot of time. In fact, the 71 and the 51 both spending lots of time on setup issues early on in the free practice time. Bruno Senna has been overtaken by Darren Turner, so it's 97 from 99 in 4th and 5th, and Jörg Bergmeister still sitting in 6th in Pro. In GTE AMP, Nicky Teen for the 95 Aston from pole position ahead of the Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, the 88, the blue car. And if you haven't already downloaded Andy Blackmore's excellent Spotters Guide at spotterguides.com, then you should do that immediately. Davide Rigon in Ferrari number 81 in 3rd position, as Matt Griffin has failed to make any impression either, and he still sits down in 7th place, having only passed Maurizio Mediani, who of course was in the pits for 3 minutes. And if again you weren't here right at the start, the 61 pole qualifying, sorry, 61 pole qualifying AF Corsa, got that in my head now, was pushed to the back after a ride, very minor ride height infringement, a couple of millimetres is what we're hearing. Good news, we've had 15 minutes now of green flag racing, and it's good news for the teams because they're getting some very important data, and it's good news for Paul Truswell, who gets sort of to start to have a look at the way the rhythm of the race is beginning to play out.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes out. There's 2 key numbers that you need to bear in mind. As far as the LMP1 cars are concerned, the works cars at the front of the field, it's 45 minutes, because if they can stay out for 45 minutes without coming in for refueling, then they're going to be able to do the race on 7 pit stops, and that will take them through to the finish. GT, the key number is an hour and 12 minutes, and that means that they're going to have to stay out for an hour and 12 minutes in order to get through and just do the race on 4 pit stops. If you're doing it at just under that, then you're going to be looking at a splash and dash, or keeping your fingers crossed that a safety car is going to come out. So at the moment, at least, we don't know how much fuel, of course, the Audis are using, but they're about a third of the way into their session, I reckon, and they're at, what, 16 minutes of the race gone. So interesting to see how that one pans itself out during the rest of the race.
Heck of a battle going on for 3rd between Darren Turner and Kamui Kobayashi in GT Pro. The AF Corsa driver, it has been pointed out that there's no AF Corsas in Grand Am or LMS. Not at the moment, you're right. 5 Astons in the race. It is really Aston World down there, as into the pit lane comes the Corvette number 50, Fernando Reis, one of I think 3 Brazilian drivers in the race this weekend, and that must be unscheduled. Comes to a halt, and there's no real urgency other than to get the fuel hose in, which is a matter of course. They've got the computer out as well. We'll get a word from Joe when he gets down there, as Darren Turner continues in the wheel tracks of Kamui Kobayashi, and begins to look like he wants to be by the Ferrari ahead of him, as the leader in class, Jimmy Bruni, is what, a couple of 100 metres up the road, 3 seconds if you like, and between them Pedro Lamy in the lead Aston Martin, the 98 car. It's quite remarkable down in the pit lane to see those 5 Aston garages together. And when they all rolled out for qualifying, and they did so in a very ordered way, it was pretty impressive.
You've also had a pit stop, John, from number 25, James Walker, in the Delta ADR Orica. Can't tell you from this distance what the problem was.
Yeah, he's dropped off the top 24 as Mark Lieb gets back onto the bottom of the scoring monitor that I have here. It only shows the top 24, but he is a lap away from the leaders in the Pro category, but that's not a massive issue. The Corvette has fired, I think. Joe Bradley is down in the powered by Nissan pit lane as the Corvette is about to disappear down pit lane. Any idea what that was, Joe?
I haven't, and I don't think the team have either. The number 50 Labra competition Corvette, as you said, John, came onto pit road, the car stopped, it took on fuel. It's always wise to take on fuel, even if you're coming into the pits unscheduled. Top up the fuel while you're rectifying whatever the issue was. they did download a lot of data on the car, and there was a visual inspection in the engine bay of the car. Scratching of heads, puzzled looks. They put the bonnet back on the car, and the car's resumed. Now, no doubt about the fact that they'll be now analysing whatever data they did download from the car. It seems to be some kind of engine issue on that car, so we'll keep an eye on that. But also a visitor to the pits is the number 31 Lotus, Christophe Bouchou, at the wheel of the Lotus. Brought that car into the pits. The team had been expecting it for about, I would say, 2 laps. There was crew members at the front of the pit garage with the little trolleys ready to accept the car, and when the trolleys come out, it means there's a big issue, because it means the cars had to go back into the garage. It's being wheeled in to the back of the garage. Christophe Bouchou's remaining in the car. It's definitely some kind of engine or gearbox issue. Let me sneak into the back of the pit.
Joe, as well.
I think it's a gearbox issue.
Okay.
They're actually topping up the gearbox fluid, so maybe it's some kind of drivetrain where they're topping the lubricant, the oil, the gear oil, is just above the diff, so it's probably transmission related from what I can gather there. And
Joe, you've also got the G-Drive 26 car in as well. That's gone back in its box, so you might want to have a sachet down there, as we've got side-by-side action for third place in GT Pro. Kamui Kobayashi defending stoutly from Darren Turner. This is allowing Bruno Senna to gain on his teammate and the AF Corsa Ferraris. They head through the horseshoe towards the back end of the lap, and Bruno Senna getting a fantastic view of that battle for third place. Third, fourth and fifth together now as they turn into the anti-penultimate left-hander and begin that steep climb up the hill. It's all flat out from here, and through is the leader now, lapping that battle. Alan McNish on his lap number 15, end of his lap number 15, is going to lap the GT Pro leaders. Now, can Darren Turner dive out to driver's left? He does so just across the start-finish line, sticks the nose of the Aston in there, but Kamui Kobayashi super late on the brakes. He's nowhere near the apex on the left-hander though, and will have to dive back across. He's drifting that car around. He's not come out of the Senna S's and through the curve of the Sol at anything like racing pace, and Darren Turner gets alongside. There's almost a touch, nothing between them. Senna is just in behind them as well, as here comes Marcel Fessler, but it looks like Darren Turner has got the pass made. He's got position on the inside, the left-hand side of the track, is they move into the next left-hander, and he does get that made as the Audi of Marcel Fessler comes through. Very close and stout defending from the Ferrari driver, but Darren Turner was not to be denied, and we have Ferrari Aston now in GTE Pro. Good racing room given by everybody. I've heard racing directors say before, you need to give a car's width and an inch, and I think Kamui Kobayashi gave a car's width in about a quarter of an inch, if I'm honest, on that one. Bruno Senna now having a little nibble around the back end of that bright red AF Corsa Ferrari, as through comes Stefan Sarazan in the Toyota, and for a moment the hostilities are held up, but fantastic driving by both of them. Darren Turner right on the dirty part of the left-hand side of the track, but Darren not to be denied. Strong driving by both, but absolutely clean, and great racing in the first 40 minutes of this 6-hour race. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it, for the GT drivers, because not only do they have to judge how they're going to play those overtaking moves, but they also just have to keep an eye on the mirror, because coming up behind them was that battle for the leader. Well, not really the battle, but the leading cars, as you were describing it, John. And of course, that does affect the lead battle, because Alan McNish has now been able to open up very nearly 6 seconds of an advantage back to Marcel Fessler in the number 1 Audi. And in the Toyota, Stefan Sarazan, well, yeah, he's dropped away as well. He's 11 seconds off the lead now. He's not dropping away at a second a lap, but it's very nearly a second a lap. And so Stefan Sarazan in the Toyota, as we expected, not being able to stay with the Audis. Their only advantage is going to be that the Toyota is going to go a little bit further on the fuel. Question is how much, but 11 seconds is the gap now between second placed Audi number 1 Marcel Fessler and Stefan Sarazan in the number 8 car in third.
That's the voice of Paul Truswell, RadioLeMans.com commentary team for FIAWEC.com and our broadcast partners around the world. And now it's Bruno Senna's turn to go wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, and wing mirror to wing mirror with Kamui Kobayashi, who somehow holds the Brazilian Charger off. but he just can't get the Ferrari into the apex of the corner, as well as the Astons. Now, they are both on exactly the same construction and compound of Michelin tyre. The Porsches have something made specifically for them, but the Astons and the Ferraris use the same tyre, obviously in a very different way. And Bruno Senna coming up through the final corner onto the start-finish straight now through the pit lane entrance. He's dropped 2 or 3 cars lengths behind as he had to give best to one of the prototypes that went through. Joe Bradley's in the pit lane, and I heard a wheel gun there, so somebody's getting serviced, Joe.
Yeah, I'm afraid the number 50 lap of competition Corvette is back in that problem. They've been able to find out exactly what it is. The car, and it's not good by the looks of things. The car's into the actual garage. The car is going up onto some high stands, which means that the team are trying to access the very underneath of the car. There's lots of inspection going on around the engine block, so whether they've got a leak or a temperature issue, we still remain to be seen. The car has just arrived back here.
I don't know if you've got managed to get up to the 26G drive car, Joe. I haven't seen that for a while, and it's dropped off the bottom of my timing screen, so I'm not sure if that car's still there, but that was in the pit lane as well, of course. Hopefully we'll get a report from the 26 pit in just a moment or two's time, as Bruno Senna is looking for what is 4th position in the GTE AM category. And again, a very wide entrance to the right-handed horseshoe corner in the middle of the lap from Kamui Kobayashi in that AF Corsa. Doesn't take anywhere near as much curb as the Astons through the left-handers as he begins that climb out of the amphitheatre up to the start-finish line. Joe and I were watching some old footage of the old circuit here, because we run part of that old track in the wrong direction now. You can pretty much see all of the old tarmac here. Indeed, when we came in on the shuttle bus the other day, we were on part of the old circuit. My goodness, what a challenge that was, and how long was it as well? Fantastic stuff. And there must have been as well an option to run just the very perimeter circuit of the old track, which can only have been ridiculously blindingly quick. So let's run down then with 5 hours and 34 minutes still to go. So I deceived you earlier on. I was doing the maths the wrong way around. We're just coming up to the first half an hour of racing completed, and Alan McNish leads on his lap number 19 by just over 5 seconds. We'll do that in a moment, because Joe Bradley in the Powered by Nissan pit lane has a report for us. Joe, where are you?
Yeah, I've been making some inquiries, mate, and I'm down at the number 26 pit. The G-Drive Nissan car has been in. It's back out onto the track. It's had a spark plug change, so issues around the engine area for that car, but it's back into the race, so should be appearing back on your timing screen shortly, I would imagine.
Thank you. And Paul reminds me it was the 25 that was the car in the pits, the Delta ADR, not the G-Drive racing car. Although having said that, where is the 26?
26 is leading.
He's leading.
LMP2 at the moment, John.
Thank you, Paul. See, I was looking
Mike
for
Conway at the wheel.
too many black racing cars. I do like black racing cars, thank you. The Lotus number 31 has a somewhat more fundamental problem in terms of timing and scoring. Its transponder's not working at the moment. So the fabulous people at Alcamel are having to score that one manually at the moment. Interesting to see, Paul, that Darren Turner, having got past Kamui Kobayashi, what, 2 or 3 laps ago now, has closed the gap, which was a couple of 3 seconds, to Pedro Lamy, and is beginning to put his Portuguese teammate under some pressure.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Just half a second behind, just over half a second behind, as they head into towards the end of the first half of the stint, I suppose it is. So the tyres were beginning to get worn, and it was interesting. I was looking at the front of the field just after we saw the Audis and the Toyota go past the GT battles, which you saw it on the screen, and you can see it out of the window. It looked to me as if the Audis and the Toyotas had some fairly clear track around them, but they weren't able to improve on the lap times. Fastest lap of the race still standing to Alan McNish that he set very early on in the race, that 1 minute what was it, a 1:21.621, fastest lap of the race, but that one hasn't been beaten yet. That is still the fastest lap from lap number 4, and I suspect that's as much due to the tyre wear that's beginning to affect the cars. Of course, temperatures are fairly high, and we saw it last year as well, didn't we, at this race, that tyre wear was fairly high compared to some of the lower tyre wear circuits, such as Le Mans, for example.
Paul Truswell, in his usual impeccable way, as this battle, adding to the spectacle of this battle for second and third, as through has gone Darren Turner now. And Bruno Senna not able to get back on terms with the Kamui Kobayashi AF Corsa. Ooh, big slide there by DT as he clears his teammate and begins to set off in pursuit of Jimmy Bruni, who's 6.5 seconds up the roads. The fabulous sight of the Aston side by side across the start-finish line, over that considerable brow and down into the braking for the Senna S, which is far steeper than television pictures ever can show. This circuit is much more undulating than TV pictures can convey, and that's not a fault of anything, it just is the case. Think of Paddock Hill Bend, and that is that drop down between the first two parts of the Senna S's, and again climbing up the hill at the end of the lap, same sort of thing. It is considerable. You would not want to cycle up it. Now Kamui Kobayashi is in full defence mode as Bruno Senna, I knew I would do that at least once this weekend, as Bruno Senna drops all 4 Michelins off the circuit for a moment in his attempt to get on terms and take the speed up to the start-finish line, unable to do it. And we'll have to wait another couple of corners. So let me do the rundown then. McNish leads from Fessler, 2 from 1 Audi. Sarrazin 6 seconds back from Fessler. Then Sarrazin in that Toyota, as I say, 6 seconds back from Fessler. Nico Prost holding on to 4th at the moment in the Lola Toyota, the Rebellion car. Mike Conway by 6.5 seconds at the head of the P2 field, at 26 G-Drive car ahead of the PCOM Orica of Nick Manassian, but get another couple of seconds behind them in the 3rd place Morgan Oak. He's got Bjorn Verdheim for company there, as Bjorn's doing a very good first stint indeed in the GT classes. Jimmy Bruni in the 51 AF Corsa. Ferrari leads Darren Turner in the 97 Aston and Pedro Lamy in the 98 Aston. Then that great battle between Kobayashi and Senna, 71 and 99 Ferrari and Aston. Nicky Team has led the AM class and continues to do so by the sharp end of 2 seconds from Davide Rigon in the Ferrari, the 81 car, in 2nd place, and Paolo Roberti, the best of the Porsches, in the AM category. And Mark Lieb still trying to fight his way back through the field. He's down in 24th position behind the bulk of the AM field. On board with Alan McNish, with Marcel Fessler, excuse me, as he comes across the line under my feet and turns hard left down into the Senna S's. He'll be pleased to see there's not much traffic ahead of him as he tries to bridge the 7.8 second gap between himself and his teammate. All quiet in the pit lane, Mr. Bradley?
I'm sorry, John, I didn't hear you at all there. It's a very loud pit lane down here.
Ironically, I said, is it all quiet in the pit lane?
No, it's all quiet insofar as there's no activity here. Everyone's out on the track, which is where they should be. Even though it's my job, I don't like to see cars coming into pit road. It only means one thing, unless it's a scheduled stop. Everything calm, everything A-OK. We've had a few visitors, as we know, and perhaps the most significant one being that Mark Lee Porsche that you mentioned, John. I noticed on the timing screens that car's now making good progress now that it's back in the race.
That is a very efficient PA system, isn't it? Down in the pit lane with Joe Bradley. So how long will it take Jimmy Bruni, or Darren Turner rather, to have Jimmy Bruni in his sights as Alan McNish imperiously knocks off his 24th lap? Probably just hear the flywheel spinning up there as he brakes down into second gear for the Senna S's. Third position at the moment for Stefan Sarazan, just coming up behind the AF Corsa Ferrari, which he, wow, disposes of around the outside of the Curve de Sol. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans on Twitter, the radiolemans.com listeners collective at radiolemans.com, the forum. Going great guns. Guys, sorry, I haven't got time to check in there at the moment. Too much going on here and too many things for me to watch as we're listening to the glorious sound of the Toyota V8. On board with Stefan Sarazan. And Paul Truswell was speculating about the issues of the Labra Competition Corvette, which is back in the pits again. And Joe Bradley is down there. Has that just come out of its box, Joe?
Yes, John, they've just wheeled that car out of its actual garage and onto the pit road. I'll get a word with the team and find out just what the problem was that they hopefully have now rectified.
Meantime, on the track, it is Bruno Senna and Kamui Kobayashi, round 4, ding ding, seconds out, as Bruno again has clawed his way back to the rear wing of the 458 Italia and tries to position himself for a run over the start-finish line. He's got good position here, right in the hole in the air that the Ferrari is making. They'll dive to the left-hand side. It looks like they're going in the pit lane, but of course they aren't. They'll stay out. And now can Senna dive to the left-hand side of the track under braking. He's put his car there nice and early, but Kobayashi is very good on the brakes, but he's overshot again. It's a super late apex he takes on that first part of the turn-in to the Senna S's. And just ahead of them, there's debris on the track. Someone has had an incident. And there's a car in there. It looks like the Toyota. It looks like the Toyota is in the wall. It is the Toyota. The Toyota is in the wall. Stefan Sarazan has crashed out after just 35 minutes of this race, and he was taken out by another car. It looks like one of the Lotus. It is one of the Lotus. Terrible driving by the Lotus driver.
Leader, slow down. We are going into safety car operation.
Safety car, John, safety car.
Pit entry is closed. Leader, slow down. Leader, please slow down. We have an accident at T3.
Eduardo Freitas on the radio there, being absolutely clear to get McNish to slow down. It was the 32 Lotus with Dom Kreheimer.
We have an accident at T3. Leader, slow down to safety car pace.
And he's getting McNish to pull the speed down straight away, even before the safety car is scrammed. Problem is it's on the outside of the circuit there, and I have a feeling that's going to be difficult to get to without the car being neutralised. There's nothing, there's no assistance yet to Stefan Sarazan. Dominic Kreheimer, not aware of the third place car going round the outside of him and just pushed him straight off the circuit at full speed, and still no assistance. The ambulance is arriving now. This was outside of the Curve de Sol, turn number 3. The door is open, the left-hand door is open on Stefan Sarazan's car. He's pushed that open. The onboard was still working. But that is a big impact, front 3 quarters for both on the right-hand side of the car. Both of the cars nosing in there. And that's a heavy impact for the Toyota. Bad enough to crack the windscreen on that car, and believe it or not, Sarazan has got the car in gear, and the remnants of that car, he's reversed it back. I don't think there's a part of the car that hasn't been damaged. There's carbon fibre everywhere. The right-hand side is scuffed, the left-hand side is demolished. In fact, it wasn't the door that I saw open. I think it's part of the front wheel arch extension. And bodywork is being readied in the Toyota hybrid pit. The medical car is arriving now. The front left wheel is deranged. The front right wheel of Sarazan's car is pulled back almost level with the door. He's out of the car, pulling off extraneous bodywork. Are we going to see a Romain Dumas like drive back to the pits with a damaged car. He's got 4 kilometres to drive around. Big impact that, Paul, but good to see Stefan Sarrazin out of the car.
Yeah, I mean, it's a demonstration, isn't it, of the way that these prototypes are built these days, that you are in a position, having had an impact like that, just to be able to get them going again. I mean, whether the drive shafts are going to be good enough and the steering is going to be good enough to get him back, I don't know. But of course, there are championship points at stake, and you don't get any points if you don't finish. So as far as the Toyota team are concerned, they want to make sure that they get their car to the finish. So it's worth Sarrazin doing it, even if it means that they don't have a chance of outright victory in the race. It's still worth it from the point of view of getting his championship points.
Has he got any way of steering that car at all? The right front wheel isn't moving with the left, and he's facing the wrong direction now. Can he use the power of the car to spin it around? He's still got the splitter underneath the front of the car, and that's going to be the issue. He might have to shuffle this backwards and forwards with the gearbox. He's got a headlight next to him on the left side door, which he has now opened. Something, not sure what happened there. Dominic Kreheimer, not that type of driver, either wasn't aware of the Toyota alongside him, which I can't believe, because he would have come up behind him through the center S's and possibly even on the start-finish straight, or the Toyota had a bit of an issue, or the Lotus rather had a bit of an issue and jumped sideways. Either way, the margins between success and failure in all types of motor racing. Let's have a listen to the Toyota team radio.
Restart, I keep try, okay? Yes, you can restart.
That was the voice of Mathieu Lenel, one of our regular contributors on our Toyota Tech Talk feature. There's Mathieu on the right-hand side of the picture with one headphone off. He is talking to Stefan Sarrazin. And the car's fired up. I can hear that in the background. He's trying to spin turn the car to get it facing the right direction, and he can't do it because the right front wheel isn't attached to the steering rack anymore. Looking back from one Audi, the safety car, to another, the leader of the race, Alan McNish. Wow, action-packed 41 minutes then, and Paul Truswell watching this. It's not the worst time to have a safety car, really, is it? We'll have the first 3 laps, of course, the pits will be closed, but at the end of that, we're going to have the prototypes coming right into their pit window. So the field goes past us. And Alan McNish has 1, 2, 3 cars between himself and the second place car of Marcel Fesler. Very odd accident there. As I said, Dominic Kreheimer, not the sort of driver to be unaware of his surroundings. So he either didn't see the car or there was an issue with his own car in the middle of that corner. We have seen cars going side by side through there all day, but that we have also seen cars getting loose there across the weekend. Paul Truswell in our Surrey data centre. I really like that. Oh, hang on a second.
Push the clutch. Don't push the clutch. Neutral, engage the neutral. Just a noise.
I think that's Mathieu Lenel telling Stefan how to get reverse. Pascal Vasselon is on the wall as well. The parts are being brought out. Paul, I'll bring you in there. We're getting close to the opening of the pit window for the P1 cars anyway, so it's now obviously they can't go in until the pits are opened after the first 3 laps of safety car. The issue now for McNish is, does he make the decision and come in, or does he expect that that incident to be cleared?
Well, I suspect that he'll have to come in any case, John, because the fuel will be getting a bit low. We've had 43 minutes of the race elapsed. Okay, we've had the last 5 minutes behind the safety car, which actually came out on lap 25. So this is the 3rd lap since the safety car came out. They will be able to come in at the end of this one, and I would be Hugely surprised if we don't see the two Audis coming in, possibly a lap apart, but they may well just come in together. Of course, from Audi's point of view, they can't really lose this race now, can they, as long as they don't do something similar or something similar happen to them. But it is important from the point of view of Stefan Sarrazin, if he can get it back, just to be able to score the championship points, because he's not going to get any points at all if he doesn't get the car to the finish.
So stand by in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Next time around, the pits will be open, and I suspect you will have a bit of business down there. Down at Toyota, of course, they're going to have to wait, Joe, a little bit longer to get the it car back. There's a couple of recovery vehicles there now. There's a lot of work to be done to the fencing as well, and the tyres in front of the Armco. Do we think? Does it look like Toyota think that car's coming back, Joe?
Well, I'm sure they haven't given up hope, and it was absolutely fantastic to see. True spirit of endurance racing, where we saw Stefan Sarrazin getting out of the car and ripping off bits of bodywork, and I loved how he didn't just rip the light cluster off, he actually unplugged it so that he didn't have extra work to do when he got back to the pits. I am wishing that and hoping that that car does make it back and he can continue, and we'll see a repair job from the Toyota team. They're ready, the team are ready to receive the car. They're getting an array of tools out of the toolboxes and lighting them up in readiness, so fingers crossed they can. As we saw on the TV screens, the engineer of that car in conversation with Sarrazin and instructing him how to use the systems in that situation, and hopefully they'll get the car back. But yes, we're ready for a very busy pit lane down here. I'll head up to Audi and just monitor the leaders' pit stops while we're waiting for them to come in.
Might have just heard Eduardo Freitas in the background there as Joe was talking. We are on lap 3 of the safety car, he said. So that means it will be open at the end of this pit lap that they're doing at the moment. And it looks like people are getting ready to pit. So let's keep an eye. The Audi mechanics are getting ready for the number 1 car for sure, and for the number 2 car as well. So let's go down into the pit lane with Louise Beckett, who has Anthony Davidson in the Toyota pit. Maybe he can shed some light on what's been going on.
And frustration on all of the team's face. Have you got any more understanding of what happened?
No, I mean, I've only seen the images that everyone else has, and from my understanding, I think Stefan was just doing a normal procedure around the outside of turn 3. We've overtaken cars all week so far around that corner, and I think you just could see the car on the inside move over to the right suddenly, and I'm not sure why. Maybe he felt that he was going to get out of the way and give Stefan the racing line, but Stefan was already committed, and it's just one of those things, you know, a misunderstanding probably. Maybe he lost control on the inside, but I'll be surprised because it's easily flat out in a car with downforce such as LMP2 or LMP1.
We saw Stefan trying as hard as he could to try and get the car back. The team are now packing away all the bits. That's it.
I know, it's heartbreaking to see because, you know, for all the team, you know, we came here believing this would be our strongest chance yet. And, you know, only 2/10 away in qualifying yesterday on average. And we really felt that we had a good race package. We could have gone much longer out there than the Audis could have as well in terms of fuel strategy. So we would have waited to the end of the race to see how that panned out. But the Audis were faster. We didn't expect them to be quite as quick as they were in the race compared to us. So that was already a bit of a disappointment. But yeah, obviously it can happen to anyone. It's just a shame it's us. I had a really strong feeling this would be a good race for us, and just shows you can't judge races on feelings.
Thank you.
Louise Beckett down in the pit lane. The very sad-looking remains of the Toyota pulled to the side of the circuit. It will take no further part, so it becomes an internecine battle then between Alan McNish's number 2 car, Marcel Fessler's number 1. They are battling for the championship, of course. The Swiss driver in the pit, in the driver's seat at the moment of that number 1 car, which started on pole position. You are just joining us some 48 minutes or so into the race. Alan McNish turns early into the pit lane entry. Ooh, did he go past the safety car there? That was touch and go. Eduardo Freitas told the guys that when you're on a fast lap and you're staying out, the blend line is invisible. When you're coming into the pit lane, it's a brick wall. So you must be across to the left-hand side of the track very early. Both Audis are now in the pit lane, first and second, heading down towards our Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter, Joe Bradley.
Well, the drivers have done their bit. Now it's up to the crew to get these cars serviced and out. We've got a driver change possible in the number 1 Audi. Number 2 Audi comes into pit lane first. Full tank of fuel going into both cars. Windscreens being cleaned and the windscreen rip-offs coming off of both cars. Now we've got a suited and booted Andrea Lotterer in readiness, but whether or not he takes the car, the number 1 car over, remains to be seen. Pressure's off a little bit under the yellow flag conditions, so both teams taking advantage of the caution period to not just take on fuel but also change onto a fresh set of tyres. Let's not forget that the tyres that the car started on are the tyres that the car's qualified on, so there's a lot of mileage already on those tyres. Already the number 2 Audi is down off its jacks and back into the race, and is quickly followed by the second place number 1. Audi pit stops done and dusted.
Yeah, both taking tyres, as Joe mentioned, new set of Michelins all round, so Paul will tick that off on his spreadsheet. The 26G drive Nissan's coming from the lead of P2. There's a whole gaggle of GT cars coming in as well, which includes most of the Amfield, although not the leader. The 2 Astons have stayed out there, and it's from third on down over that have come into the pit lane. And I don't believe, Paul, that the leading quartet of cars in the GT Pro field came into the pits either. Bruni, Turner, Kobayashi and Senna look like they've stayed out.
Yes, that's absolutely right, John. Just checking to see who came through. We had Bergmeister into the pits with the Porsche, and as far as the Astons came in, it was only Pedro Lamy coming in the number 98. The other one who stayed out was the Rebellion Lola number 12. So we do have a change of lead, in fact, because that means that as they head into lap 32 now, we've got Nicolas Prost leading the race in the Rebellion Lola. So there's a turn up for the books. You can tick that one off if you were ever betting that Rebellion would lead a race lap during the 2013 World Endurance Championship. They've done it.
They nearly did it before, actually, because they were going to stay out in one of the early races. They were going to stay out at Le Mans, weren't they? I remember Bart telling us. And then they got their pitch rather was queered by a safety car right at the wrong moment.
Exactly right, yeah, but it's happened this time, and in fairness, it theoretically could happen even without safety cars, because of the extra fuel consumption and the better fuel consumption that the privateer Lola Toyota has. So we've still got a Toyota engine in the race, in the hands of Nicolas Prost at the moment in the number 12 Rebellion car, which, as I say, actually leads the race, although it's tucked up fairly well down behind the safety car at the moment. In fact, it's just about at the back of the pack.
Just getting another look at the incident that took the Toyota and the Lotus out, and while I look at that, Joe Bradley is down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, guys, but I've walked to the pit exit, and I can see that the Toyota, the number 8 Toyota, has been dragged up the hill onto the old circuit, effectively off the racing track, and it looks like it's perhaps going nowhere. And I can also see that there is extensive repairs being made to the barrier on the outside of the turn where that incident took place.
What you're saying is that you've taken the opportunity to go and spectate instead of report from the pit lane. That's what you're saying.
You know me so well, my friend.
No,
he's on to me.
The Toyota is out of the race. The guys are packing up now in the number 8 garage. It is Nico Prost. So Prost leads at Interlagos. That might have been said before. McNish is in second place. He's only a couple of seconds behind him in the safety car train, and Fessler is in third, 12, 2 and 1. The P2 battle has Conway Perez Companc now in the 49 Pecom racing car ahead of Jacques Nicolet in third in the Morgan Oak, with Bjorn Vergheim rather in the 41 Zytek in fourth position. 95 Aston about to come in. Now that's Nicky Team in the pit lane, so Stuart Hall will now lead in the 96 car. Now that I don't understand, why they waited an extra lap to come in, unless they got split up from the rest of the GT field. I was trying to work that out before. The Pro field certainly didn't get split by the safety car, but I think the head of the AM field got split away from the rest of the field, Paul. That's how I'm reading that at the moment. So this effectively is a free stop for the 95 car. They shouldn't drop a lap just to come in and do a standard pit stop.
Yes, I'm not sure actually. I think they may just have chosen to come in a lap later, but yeah, they'll get out again before the safety car comes round, won't they? By my reckoning, but they will lose places in the class. Safety car just coming into the twisty bit in the back of the circuit, if my data is up to date.
That is the unmistakable sound of an Aston. Let's have a listen to the Audi radio.
Stay at 100 Ks. Stay at 100 Ks.
And the calm, cool and collected tones of Lena Gates. Speaking to Marcel Fessler. It's Lena on the one car, Kyle on the two, and Howden Haynes overseeing both this weekend as far as the Audis are concerned. Your leader is Nicola Prost. And we're going down to the Rebellion pits now, and Nick Heidfeld is with Louise Beckett.
Well, Nick's taken a photo of that memorable moment. Look at that, leading Nicola Prost. How interesting decision not to take the pit stop.
Yeah, that's the decision we took now. We were a bit surprised about the Audis pitting, but we cannot find them anyway. It's cool to be in the lead. For sure we'll not keep it till the end, but we just have to play it safe and hopefully get a podium.
Is that the tactic? Because you had said you'd hoped for a podium position anyway here in Sao Paulo. Now you're going to play it safe?
Yeah, definitely, we have to. We saw that it was not really a mistake of the Toyota driver, but Kreiheimer had a problem going a bit wide over the curb. So that's what we have to avoid.
Thanks.
So those of you that were speculating on the cause of that, Dominic making the mistake and screwing sideways, that's the way also that Nick Heidfeld reads that. There's the confirmation, Nico Prost on top of the timing screens. Meantime, a little bit further down the pits, and thanks to Louise for that interview, Joe Bradley has Davide Rigon, the former Super League champion, in the sports car ranks again, and he's talking to Joe Bradley. Joe.
And he is out of the 81 8-star Motorsports Ferrari. Let's see how the first stint and the start of this race has gone for this team. David, how was that first stint? Hard work it looked.
Yes, it was very nice. Unfortunately, I didn't do a good start just because I don't see the light. So, but in the end, we are happy because the car is going very well. So the race is long. So for sure, we go for it. We are good.
How tricky is the back end of the circuit in the twisty bits? You must be having to watch your mirrors constantly.
Yes, it's quite difficult when the Audi or the LMP1 and P2 overtake you outside of the line. And we are always in the limit with the car, so it's not so easy. For me, it's the first time when I let him pass LMP1 or LMP2. It's quite difficult. You need to understand and try to lose less time as possible.
Thanks, David. Best of luck for the rest of the race. I can see you've been working hard. Very hot and sweaty, David Rigon here.
I think I said earlier in the week, Paul, that I thought he would make a good GT and endurance driver. Had the pleasure of working with him in interviewing when he was doing Super League, when I did a couple of fill-ins for Ben Edwards and did some commentary there for him and met him there. And he was out at Spa, of course, and he's clearly a good addition to the 8-star team and could have a bit of a future in this. That might be a factory driver in the making right there.
Could be, yeah. You never quite know what's going to happen with. I mean, the advantage that team has, of course, is that in these somewhat financially straitened times, there is money available. It would seem in the 8-star team. We had an interview on RadioLeMans.com yesterday with Enzo Potolicchio, didn't we? And very keen on what's going to happen with that team and the progress that can be made there. So yes, I mean it's interesting looking at some singles. I mean, obviously there's so many more single-seater drivers in the junior formula coming up through the ranks than there are seats available in Formula One. So you wonder, you kind of pick out some of them and say, oh, no, he'd be a good sports car driver and he'd be a good sports car driver, and you can kind of, when you're on a long road journey, you can kind of pick them out and say, those would be the guys who you'd want to get into your sports car team. And I think Nick Heidfeld is another of those who's, rather than kind of seeing out his latter days without a Formula One drive, sees himself very much as a sports car driver. Yeah. If you see the difference. No, I see that. That's a perfect way of looking at it. I'm hearing from back in the UK that we have a budding commentator talent with Erin Haynes, who was watching the television with Laurie. That's Howden Haynes' little girl and his wife. Been watching the TV, shouted up the stairs. The Toyota's had a huge shunt, there's carbon fibre everywhere. Laurie down now watching Motors TV on Sky Channel 447, she tells us. May have to get Erin in to do a stint or two. Let me go and watch a bit of racing. I'm reminded as well that Davide Rigon is battling for the Blancpain Endurance Series title with Ferrari, so his sports car credentials are undoubted. I do think, as I said to Paul, that somebody might be having a little look at him as a factory driver or as a works driver. Now we're getting Christophe Bourret is being asked to speed up in the 76 Porsche and get up the track a little bit to close up. Let's go down to Louise. She's got Dom Kreheimer out of the Lotus, which is back in the pits, by the way, and they are trying to repair it. Well, Louise back at...
Dominic, can't believe what happened there. Can you tell us?
Yeah, actually I went into the corner, into the corner 3, and I've lost the car in the back a bit. So I had to catch it and went like straight for... It wasn't much. As soon as I got it straight, the Toyota was... I didn't know that the Toyota wanted to try to overtake me on the outside. And he like cut in a bit. And that's when we crashed together and went into the barrier. It's yeah, it's a pity because I know the car was oversteering and it wasn't easy to drive, and I could have, yeah, normally it shouldn't have been a problem. It's a pity, like it's unlucky that he's just there and he's on the like next to me.
Thanks for telling us. Just to make it clear, you already had that injury on your face, didn't you, this week? It's not from that.
Yeah, it's not from that. I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's got a... Dom Kreheimer, for those of you that can't see the picture, he's got a nasty gash underneath his left eye, which has story strips over the top of it, holding that together. That not happening in that incident, as Louise pointed out. Well done. Was Dom's side of things. Did sound a bit down. I'm pretty certain that car is back in the pits though, and whether they can get it fixed, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I saw a note. Sorry, Paul. I'm pretty sure I saw a picture with that car actually back in the pit lane. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to pick up on that one, I've got data coming through, assuming that its transponder is still attached, because we did have that problem with the other Lotus earlier on, where we didn't have a transponder. But if the transponders are working, then I haven't had either of those two cars back into the pits, either the Lotus or the Toyota. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Joe Bradley has confirmed that the 31 car has... the 32 car has not made it back to the pits. The 31 car is back in the pits, is what Joe's telling me. Thank you. Start of the race then, somewhat 1 hour ago, with the Alan McNish number 2 Audi jumping his teammate off pole position. Marcel Fester, seeing one of a number of drivers now who've said that they couldn't see the green lights
as they came to the start line just over an hour ago. Good battling all the way down the field, and particularly in the P2 category, with the number 32 Lotus initially under making places up. First big casualty, the number 92 Porsche of Mark Lieb, having to come into the pit lane with right front wheel and tyre damage. Possible contact with the 51 Jimmy Bruni Ferrari, still waiting to get that confirmed. McNish was driving away from Marcel Fessler in the early stages of the race. Very quickly got up to the GT battle, which was raging. Absolutely raging behind him, as into the pit lane comes the leader of the race, Nicola Prost, in the Rebellion. The early battles in GT Pro centred around the 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. Pedro Lamy getting a little bit of a runaway. Darren Turner first, and then Bruno Senna dealing with Kamui Kobayashi to make it Aston's 2, 3 and 4 in the class behind. I'm just getting the replay of the highlights there. Jimmy Bruni out ahead of the field. And then the big accident that took out Toyota's hopes here. Dominic Kreheimer being lapped by Stefan Sarazan. And the car, both cars ending up with heavy contact on the right-hand side wall at the exit of turn number 3. Kreheimer saying he was getting on the curbs. The car was already a bit loose and got on the curbs. Couldn't get it back. And Kreheimer and the Lotus, well, he got out of the Lotus, so that was retired on the spot then. I hadn't quite seen that. Stefan Sarazan tried to pull various parts off the car manfully and get it back to the pit lane. But unfortunately, that effort was in vain because the right front wheel was not connected to the steering rack and he couldn't get it turned around and facing in the right direction. The car's been pulled off onto the old part of the circuit. Nicola Prost has just come in to the pit lane, and that means the number 12 is now being piloted by Nick Heidfeld, which has dropped down into 3rd place. Joe Bradley is in the Rebellion pits, the Toyota Rebellion pits, the Lotus Coupe, the Lola Coupe back out on the circuit. Joseph.
Nicola, you actually led that race, I know, but tell me, what are the reasons why we stretched the fuel window of your car?
I don't know, the team, we were talking about it and they took the decision to come back in the pits. I don't know, but obviously we also want to be safe on strategy because now we have a good opportunity of a podium. So that's what they decided. If you're honest, we're not going to be able to fight the Audis. So yeah, the point is to stay in the same lap and then we'll see. So that was the strategy. And then we will see. I think might still be a bit of time for the safety car, but we'll see.
And how difficult is it at the back of the circuit in the twisty sections getting past the GT cars?
Well, obviously with the situation we are in, I was very careful in traffic because I knew the only way for us to get a podium is to finish the race with no problem. But yeah, I think if you have to fight, it's not easy. They have to do their own race, so you have to respect that also. And in the first stint, obviously they're all packed up together, so they're fighting. But yeah, I mean, the accident proved you cannot try anything stupid, so you have to be a bit patient, I think.
Thank you, Nicola. There you go. We heard the GT perspective of how difficult it is in traffic from David Rigon earlier, and there we get a LMP perspective of how tricky it is here at Interlagos when you're getting through traffic.
Powered by Nissan Pit Lane, and an Ismo Nissan athlete listening in today. Hello to Jan Mardenborough, who is feet up back in the UK, tuned in to Sky Channel 447 Motors TV. Don't forget you can also watch full live interrupted streaming video on FIAWEC.com, FIAWEC.com, and of course all sessions covered in audio at radiolemans.com of the FIA World Endurance Championships this year. Coming up, we've got the next round of the ELMS later on this month, and then of course the massive weekend at the Circuit of the Americas with radiolemans.com and the FIA WEC paired up with the ELMS. That's a very busy weekend for me, working for about 16 different people that weekend. Not sure actually how many hours of broadcasting I'm doing on that, but I may have to add that up. That might be a record for a non-24-hour race. IMSA GT3 Cup by Yokohama, the 2 Porsche races. Then the ALMS sessions, of course, for the American Network TV, and then back here on RadioLeMans.com and FIAWEC.com for all of the sessions of the FIA race as well. So that should keep me
John,
busy.
you see, because it will be happening in the States, presumably you're not covered by the European work directive, so that'll be okay.
I think the responsible adult has managed to negotiate some kind of immunity from that. I'm definitely, she's giving me a look at the moment that says that might well be the case. I'm not going to try and play that card, Paul. I like the idea.
So just making the point there, of the leading group, having heard from Nicolas Prost, we now have Nick Heidfeld at the wheel of the Rebellion Lola. He's in the same safety car train as the leaders, but he is a lap behind the 2 leading Audis. Although, as we were hearing from Nicolas there, he is still in with a big chance of getting a podium. So those are the first 3 places. Other drivers, teams who made driver changes, the Oak, Morgan, Bertrand Baguette changed to Ricardo Gonzalez, Minassian changed to Compact, you mentioned that one, Olivier Pla in the number 24 Oak, that changed to David Heinemeier Hansen. Bjorn Wertheim in the Greaves Zytek, he stayed behind the wheel, he stayed out through that safety car pit stop, as did Mike Conway in the number 26 LMP2 car, and that car, the number 26 car, is the one that still leads the LMP2 class.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out as well as they go by me and with the pictures that I can see what's happening with the GT battle and who is where, because immediately behind the safety car, the RS5, is the Corvette, which is the last car in GT AM, having completed 10 fewer laps than the leader in category. Number 12 car being asked to pick up the pace to get onto the back of the safety car line. That is Nick Heidfeld, so we must be thinking about going green shortly. But
I suspect what's happening there is that Nick Heidfeld's in fuel-saving mode, and by staying back, he's saving even more fuel. But Eduardo de Freitas wise to that trick.
Just seeing a new bale of tyres being put over the barrier to go in front of the triple layer Armco at one part of the double crash site, or the impact site, on driver's right at turn number 3. That is a crane equipped truck that's had to go around to the outside of the circuit and drive in from, I would think he may have to have gone outside of the track there. Literally did have to pay to get back in. The old circuit, of course, up on the high banking at that point, having just continued with a long, fast left-hander from where the centre S's are now. It sort of goes straight on just a little bit and then hooks round to the left. And I urge you, if you're watching us now and are so equipped, go on to any well-known video sites and have a look at some of the early footage from there where the circuit, the old circuit, was being used. Some of the track we use now being used in the opposite direction as it used to be in those days. And the scene, as we were discussing, in the mid-70s of Carlos Pache's Formula One victory in the Brabham. And we're trying to remember whose engine it was that blew up that gave him that emotional victory here. I think it was it Jabouille? I don't know, the collective will know. We haven't looked that up actually, possibly should have. So the tyres going onto the outside of the circuit, so the safety car period will be coming to an end shortly. The safety workers have had to enter down the pit, down the normally the access road But that looks like that is nearing completion now, with the guys working very hard with the overhead crane on the back of the flatbed. The banding in front of the tyres, the sort of conveyor belt material, seemingly did its job as well in terms of absorbing the impact. I know it looks terribly old-fashioned, but I'm yet to be convinced that there's any better way of dissipating energy in front of an arm core or a steel barrier than bundled tyres banded with a big, effectively what is a big rubber band. The tyres here at Sao Paulo are 7 high, banded in 3 bales in a triangle and then wrapped around with a thick netting substance. I think what's happened is, to just complicate this for the safety workers, is that the netting on 1 or 2 of those triple bundles has come apart, and that's what they're replacing at the moment.
We've also had a message, John, from the race control messaging system that incident between the Toyota and Lotus is under investigation. Quite what good it's going to do now, I don't know, but they are going to have a look at it. So they can't really apply any sanctions to either driver, but I suppose it will offer some recompense to somebody.
File this in the category of make your mind up, please. The car number 12, Nick Heidfeld, is now being told to only go at 120 kilometres an hour, which is the speed of the safety car, having been told, what, a lap or so ago he had to speed up. So we are now, what, an hour and a quarter into this race. How long have we been on a safety car now, Paul? This is the sort of thing that you log.
I can indeed. The safety car came out at 35, so we've had 40 minutes, haven't we, under the safety car. 25, 35, 40 minutes, yes, behind the safety car. And that was on lap 26, or it was the end of lap 26. They were on lap 25 when the safety car came out. And so... yeah, the problem is, of course, you're using up laps, you're using up time without really getting any benefit in the race, and so it really is neutralised.
Well done to anybody who put, particularly in the in the Pro-Am classes, P2 and GTE Am, who put their amateur driver in at the pit stop, because they're using up his time and not losing any ground on the people around them. As into the pit lane comes the Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni and the Aston Martin of Bruno Senna. So, having not stopped at the start of this, they're now going to give up an inordinate amount of ground and position as the Ferrari comes to... This is the leader in GTE Pro. Joe Bradley is down in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Joe?
I am, and I'm camped outside of the number 45 Oak Racing pit, because they have also come in and they will be changing drivers. Kiko Ihara, she will be taking over that car in a moment. And just up the pit lane, I'm just looking at the Ferrari and Aston pit stops as they take hold, John. I can see that the cars have already had their fuel put into the car. Now they're changing tyres. I presume they've changed drivers. You probably had a better view.
Yes, they did.
I think you're overlooking them. And just as I'm trapped down at Oak Racing, I'll let you finish off the Ferrari and Aston stops.
New set of Michelin's going on to the Ferrari. That's about to come down and does. And that's down and away. The Aston number 99, Bruno Senna, gets... Now, did Bruno Senna get out of that? I was watching the Ferrari and they definitely had a pit stop. No, the very, very distinctive helmet of Bruno Senna staying in the 99 car, but there was a change in the Ferrari, and Giancarlo Fisichella has taken that car over. I think Jacques Nicolae... That was a bit loud from Joe. Standing in the background there, resplendent in his powered by Nissan overalls. I think that was a stint by Jacques Nicolae, Joe, entirely behind the safety car, was it? Because I'm not sure he started that car.
I'm not sure. We'll find out. I'll go back to the behind the screens at Oak Racing. I think that's more of a service area than their actual pit garage. Let's see who just popped out of that car. I'm looking for someone all very sweaty. and they've disappeared as they do behind the scenes. So I'm going into the depths of the pitch, John, for the time being.
Eagle-eyed viewers, including Nick Holland, have spotted slight signs of rubbing on the left-hand side front of the 51 car, which may be a bit of CSI Sao Paulo. I wonder if there was any Porsche paint on there as well. Remember that incident with the 92 car early on? We did think that might have been down at turn 2 or 3 on lap 2. Jacques Nicolet did start the car, says Paul Trustwell, so he's done the bulk of that time then behind his safety car, and Kiko Ihara is in. Jimmy Bruni already been debriefed, doing his best Rob Bell impression there in the pit lane. So with still the safety car out, and having been out for over 40 minutes now, Alan McNish leads, with Marcel Fessler in second place, the two Audis 2 and 1. No Toyota Works car to worry about now, with the 8 car abandonné at the side of the circuit. Nick Heidfeld now taking over driving duties in the number 12 Lola Rebellion Toyota in 3rd position, somewhere down the pace car line now, after having led the field, stayed out at the start of that safety car period. This means that they can go further into the race, of course. I wonder if the Audis will splash before we go back green. Mike Conway still leads the P2 field, and he's been in that car since the start, that car being the G-Drive racing car with Luis Perez Compact. Now, he did get in when those cars pitted. Nick Manassian started that car, so Luis has not seen a green flag lap yet. 3rd place is Bjorn Verdheim, been in the 41 Zytek Nissan since the start. Ricardo Gonzalez in the 35 Oak Racing car. I don't think he started that car, so he's not seen a green flag yet either. David Hennemeyer Hansen is 5th in the 35. In fact, the 3 Morgans, 25, 24 and 45, are 4th, 5th and 6th in the P2 category. Darren Turner leads in GTE Pro now, having not yet stopped. Neither is Kamui Kobayashi, and as I say that, Kobayashi comes into the pit lane. Darren Turner has not yet stopped in the 97 car. Also coming in is Stuart Hall in the leading AM Aston Martin. So let's stick me head out over the top. I can see Aston Martin and I can see Ferrari as they go to work. New tyres out for both of those cars. And there's a driver change at AF Corsa. Kobayashi out, Vilander in. And Darren Turner, I didn't see whether he got the car. So, waiting for these cars to drop back down and fire up. Talking to a number of the teams actually about how difficult it was to make the transition from pit lane on the left to pit lane on the right. Or vice versa actually, normally pit lane on the right and this is pit lane on the left, the car going in the opposite direction here. It's an anti-clockwise circuit, left-hand circuit. And the Toyota team in particular were doing extra practice because the choreography of what they're used to doing in the pit lane is substantially different. And I have noticed 1 or 2 people just having fumbles. Maybe hadn't thought of that as much, would affect them as much as the guys at Toyota and Audi obviously did. Now we're hearing from the pit lane that we're expecting to get the Audis in. For driver changes.
Well, they have been out, John, for very nearly half an hour, having made their pit stop just 3 laps into, or 4 laps into the safety car period. So, and of course they didn't do driver changes before. So, interesting way that they're having to do this now, but they are battling against one another, and that's all.
Okay. At Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans on Twitter, into the pit lane comes the leading Audi, Alan McNish, who has not been followed in by Marcel Fesler. Joe?
Yes, indeed, John, that is correct. The number 2 Audi just floating past me. Before I can get to it, I'll try not to get run down by the 61 Ferrari, who pulls in just in front of me. I can tell you that McNish is out of the car, and I think it was Luc Duval who got into the car. The car's another set of tyres that lot of fuel splashback on that 61 Ferrari there as he pulled the fuel nozzle off. The number 2 Audi has gone. It's already gone out of there. We'll get a word with Alan, no doubt, in a moment when he pulls himself together. Right now, though, we're ready to receive the number 1 Audi. So what was significant there was that I thought, John, was the tyres. Those tyres have never done a stint at Anger yet, and they've changed to a fresh set.
Well, we saw the team working hard on the car early on in the race. What were the issues?
It's an electric problem. The new we had a new engine. We changed the engine yesterday, and it's a piece. Normally, it's a piece. It's impossible to break this piece. So we lose 5 laps. We hope we can have points at the end, but we have to push. But for the podium today, it's finished.
Thank you.
Julian Canal from the 50 Labra competition machine, which is actually in behind the safety car at the moment, but is many laps down. Talking to Louise Becker down in the pit lane. An hour and 25 minutes gone of the 6 hours of Sao Paulo.
The FIA World Endurance Championship, exclusively live on radiolemans.com.
Powered by Nissan coverage coming to you from Sao Paulo, with Marcel Fesler having led the motor race, so that's another lead change that Paul has to log. But now into the pit lane and down towards our Nissan pit lane reporter Joe Bradley.
It is indeed the number 1 Audi coming to a stop there. Marcel Fesler getting out, jumping out of the car and allowing Andre Lotterer, I think, by the looks of the helmet colour, gets in the car. You can hear the wheel changing going on. It's already took on fuel. The fuel's done. Of course, it won't have taken a full stint of fuel there. We have been under yellow since it was refueled at the last stop. We are taking on tyres. Looking at the tyres that have come off. Yep, we'll have them. We'll keep them back just in case we need to use them again. Off the jacks. And the number 1 Audi is back out and on its way.
I find that very interesting, Paul, that they should choose to change tyres when they've only been on behind the safety car. Whether they're exactly the same, of course, is something that we don't know. They may have changed compound, I suppose, but...
Well, in effect, it's a free tyre change, isn't it? Because even though you're spending a little bit longer in the pit lane, once you get out of the pits, you just join the queue behind the safety car. So there's no benefit in not changing the tyres, because normally that is the benefit of not changing the tyres, is that you spend less time in the pits. But even though you're spending that little bit of extra time in the pits, all you're going to do when you get back onto the track is catch up with the safety car queue a little bit earlier. So you might as well change them.
I'm just going to check this when I say it visually, but I think Lotterer might have got out ahead of Tom Christensen there. So in that pit stop cycle, the number 1 crew have turned around that car quicker than the number 2. I'll check that out in a moment, but let's go down to Joe. In fact, no, let's go down to Louise with Alan McNish just out of the number 2 Audi.
Well, there's been a driver change for the number 2 Audi. Alan, how was that first stint?
Yeah, it was good. The car was very good, better than expected, to be honest with you. I was able to get into a rhythm quite quickly, and also in traffic, and stretch the lead to Marcel and also to the Toyota. Okay, the safety car null and void that completely, but that's the way the endurance racing is. But right now, I think we've got a strong car for the rest of the race.
Great, thank you.
has lost the lead in the Audi battle, and Nick Heidfeld now leads. Let's go down to Joe Bradley. Joe?
John, I'm just lurking. We're going to have a word with Marcel Fessler. Our friend Martin Pass has just gone off to get him, so listen out. I'll tell you when he's in front of me.
Okay, no problem. I have read that right, Paul, haven't I? That the 1 car and the 2 car have changed positions by splitting that strategy.
Yes, that's right, and also by having the extra pit stop, and that has allowed the Rebellion Lola back into the lead again. So yet another change of leader, which means we've had 5 changes of lead in the race thus far, although all of them have happened under safety car conditions. We had the number 2 car leading up until that point, but all of the leader changes happened under the safety car.
So do you not count then the fact that the pole man didn't lead a lap as a change of lead? Because
yes. Yeah, that's not a change of lead, no.
Okay, fine. Okay, people would have asked if I hadn't have asked that question. You know that, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can make up various rules. My rule is that if the pole man doesn't lead the first lap, then he hasn't led the race.
Yeah, understood. Let's go back down to Audi, to Joe Bradley and to Marcel Fessler.
Marcel, that little trick that we pulled off in the pits has put your car in the lead.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but yeah, maybe we were a bit more lucky in the time when we came in, maybe with this stop later, 1 lap later. Yeah, obviously I was a bit disappointed about the start because there was not any red light and I didn't see any green light, so I was waiting until the point I couldn't see, and then Alan was maybe a little bit early on throttle and yeah, out accelerate me a little bit. This was a bit disappointing. Yeah, all the rest, yeah, it was quite tricky in traffic, as we could see, and yeah, the race still long and we have to push.
Yes, we've spoken to a couple of drivers actually who said they couldn't see the lights also, so maybe it was the sunlight that destroyed that.
Yeah, it's a shame. Normally, you know, it's a World Championship and at least everything should be checked before and it should work at least. I don't know what was the reason, but yeah, I lost definitely a place and was not made me so happy at that time, and you know, yeah, it should not happen actually.
Marcel, give us a little insight into the world of an Audi Sport racing driver. What happens now? You've just gotten out of the car, you've been working hard. What will your preparation be for your next stint?
Yeah, honestly, it was not so tough at the moment. Yeah, the first few laps when it was green, it was quite hard work because I was fighting a bit with too much understeer. And yeah, now I go back to my little massage room and have maybe a massage, get changed, get the things done. Yeah.
Thanks, Marcel.
Joe Bradley down the pit lane. Pit stops aplenty, including the 88 AM Felbermeyer Proton Porsche, the number 50 Corvette, well down the order now with laps down after that problem that we heard described earlier on in the interview with Louise. An electrical issue that was causing problems with the car.
Car 88, pick up the pace. We are bringing the safety car in at the end of this lap. Car 88 and car 50, pick up the pace. Join the line of cars. We are bringing the safety car in at the end of this lap.
And that's the 2 cars that have just pitted, so they're not getting any grace at all to rejoin. That's very good officiating, I think, from...
On track are now free for the cars to catch the crocodile. Safety car has turned the lights off and we are ending the safety car procedure at the end of this lap.
So, an hour and 32 minutes into the race, the better part of a full hour under the safety car, all bar a couple or 3 minutes. And the significance of the pictures that you are seeing at the moment on FIAWEC.com and our syndicated TV partners around the world is that Jörg Bergmeister is leading the Pro category for the Porsche. Was last, is first, and leads Paul Dalla in the 98 Aston Martin. It's all being shuffled around. Nick Heidfeld leads in the 12 Rebellion Lola from Andre Lotterer and Tom Christensen, who are some cars behind. Mike Conway in the 26 Orica leads the 49 Pecom car with Perez Compang at the wheel and the 41 Zytek Nissan. Christoph Nygaard is actually the Aston, who is the leading GT car, and that's an amateur car. He's ahead of Bergmeister and Lana, and we go back to green flag racing with Andre Lotterer desperately to make up ground, desperately trying to make up ground through the GT traffic. And there is the number 2 car of Tom Christensen. It was not like Devallo got into there, and right down the middle, threading the needle on the first straight. That was a pass for the lead, and for a very short moment Andre Lotterer was ahead of Nick Heidfeld, but Heidfeld got the better of the traffic there and pulls to the inside. So down the inside now, drivers right. Lotterer goes very, very late on the brakes indeed, but there's not enough room there as the leader goes down the inside of the Krohn Racing Ferrari, with Maurizio Mediani at the lead, at the wheel at the moment, and now into the midfield of the GTs. These guys are all battling for position at the moment. Danger time for the 2 leading prototypes. There's a P2 car in there as well, which I think is Ricardo Gonzalez in the Morgan. So Nick Heidfeld with his mirrors full of Audi LED lights that belong to Andre Lotterer. Tom Christensen is working his way through, some 2 seconds behind this battle at the moment, but he's only got 1 more car to clear. Now surely the hybrid power of the Audi will take him past. Oh, 3 wide coming onto the start-finish straight. P2 and 2 P1 cars. And Lotterer goes around the outside, but Heidfeld's fighting, but cannot resist the might of the silver Ingolstadt Bullet as it goes through it and retakes the lead. The 6th change of leader in the hour and 34 minutes of racing that we have had. And now can Tom Christensen do the same thing? Great restart, leaders way down the field, fighting through GT traffic, everybody doing the right thing as Christensen now goes round the Gonzalez Oak racing car. And now the next car ahead of him is a battle for 2nd position. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, I mean, this just goes to illustrate the dangers of restarting the race behind the safety car when you've got very fast prototypes in amongst the pack. I mean, we survived that, but it was desperately close on a few occasions, and it requires good awareness from all concerned. I mean, it's not just the drivers of the prototypes, the fast cars, who have to be on their toes, but the cars that are being overtaken have to be on their toes as well. So breathed a bit of a sigh of relief there as we watch those pictures. But great driving from all concerned, and a great race still in prospect. I mean, we only had an hour and a half of it, so still got 4.5 still to go. And of course, everybody pretty much fully fueled will be in a position to have some proper racing now.
As Christensen goes round the outside of Heidfeld heading into the final corner and retakes 2nd position. So it's 1, 2 and 12 are the top 3. The 3 P1 cars are shuffled back into the positions that we might have expected. Meantime, the big change, of course, is that in the pit stops, the 1 car has got ahead of the 2. In the meantime, Jörg Bergmeister is leading GTE Pro in the Porsche in 10th position with Giancarlo Fisichella 2.5 seconds behind him in the 51 Ferrari. Bergmeister must be out of kilter on pit stops there. I think he's done 1 fewer as the Bruno Senna car comes up alongside the 81 8-star Ferrari, and for a moment that got very unnecessarily close as well. So the Pro field is 91, 51, 97 and 71, and they're separated by 4 seconds at the moment, all on lap 48. The leading AM car is Nygaard in the 95 Aston, now the 5th GT car in the field, and just ahead by about half a second of Enzo Potolicchio and that 81 bright orange Ferrari. And there is Bruno Senna.
What happened, John,
Sorry,
just to explain, Bergmeister made his pit stop in the Ferrari. They've both done 1 pit stop, in the Porsche. Bergmeister made his pit stop right at the beginning of the safety car period, and that's how he was able to get to the front of the queue behind the safety car, whereas the others who made their pit stops later on, when they were beginning to run out of fuel, they then had to join the queue further back behind the safety car. But of course what's going to happen is that Bergmeister is going to have to make his next stop for fuel before either the Ferraris or the Aston Martins.
And Nygaard leads by that half a second from Potolicchio. in fact it's less than that, it's about 2/10. The orange 8-star car, easy to pick out in the background of the shot of the cars now coming down the pit exit straight, and the Aston ahead of that orange Ferrari is the car that he's battling. And then it's Jamie Campbell-Walter, so the Aston behind the orange Ferrari is the car that he's battling. Oh, and has Campbell-Walter gone through there? A very good restart from Campbell-Walter. Took 2 seconds out of the car ahead, and I think he might have just sneaked through into second place ahead of Enzo Portaliccio in the 81 car. Wait till we get another shot there. They were certainly very close. Just having to look in the background to see where Jamie's Aston is. 95, 81 and 96 if they went across the line anyway, with the 88 Porsche of Gianluca Roda in 4th position. Mark Lee, by the way, after that early incident, still 1 lap off the lead GT Pro lap, as is the number 98 Aston of Richie Stanaway, which has just come out of the pits. And those 2 guys are behind the bulk of the GT Am field. There is the leader in category, with Fisichella now right up his tailpipes. Jörg Bergmeister comes across the start-finish line and will have to defend, surely, as Fisichella looks down the inside into the braking area for turn 1. The Cenareses, they're going to go round side by side, you know, and Bergmeister's not giving it up. He's got the advantage on the second part, the right-handed part, and uses all the exit, as he's absolutely entitled to. I don't think Bergmeister's going to be very happy with Mediani, because he has held him up. And I'm hearing from the pit lane that Stanaway's car is back in the pit lane after just 1 lap out, Joe.
Yeah, much to the shock and surprise of the team, because the car came, he's gone out of the pits and he's come straight back in. He hasn't gone past the pits at all. The car pulled up outside the garage and there was no crew there to receive it. They'd obviously resumed their position back in the garage, and only now has he received some kind of attention. They're in the cockpit of the car, so it's something to do with inside of the car. Whether it's a driver issue, or his belt's not done up, or something like that, or his drinks bottles come loose, something like that, is my assumption. Once the car clears, we'll dive in there and get the inside story as to why that car has come straight back. In fact, it looks like a car problem. What we're seeing now is the car being jacked up by the air jacks. The car goes back down. Seems to be absolute confusion here in the 98 Aston pit. The car being held, there's invariably radio communication going on between the driver and the crew chief at the front of the car. Now the jack goes back on, so complete confusion. The car is now jacked up, it's being put onto its little dolly trays, which is always an indication that the car has got a problem and has got to go back into its garage. So that car is now going into its pit garage for work to be done somewhere. I'll check on that, John, and get back to you.
1 of 5 Aston Martins then, and it's the 98 that goes into the pit box first. Meantime, the battle at the head of the GT Pro field is bottled up behind Mediani, who needs to pull over Bergmeister, Fisichella, Mucker and Wielander's not too far back. What a cast of characters that is in this drama, with Porsche, Ferrari and Aston Martin, the top 3 marks in the World Endurance Championship, the top 3 in those positions in GTE Pro, and Bergmeister is driving impeccably. He is confident enough not to have to cover the inside here, but now Mediani in that bright chrome aviation green Ferrari ahead of him is becoming somewhat of an issue. He is being shown the blue flags, and Bergmeister will not be happy. Got to go down the inside here, and does. Mediani pulls into him though and cuts him off. Oh, Maurizio, what are you doing? Oh, big fire! Ferrari on fire. Now that is ahead of Bruno Senna's car. That's Wielander. Wielander's car is on fire. The back of the car is massively ablaze, and he needs to get that pulled over to the side of the road. This is the 71 car that is in a massive conflagration at the end of the lap. Now what happened there? Oh, and this fuel or oil just burst out of the back of the car, and the car's going up. Wielander is out of the car. He dives over the 3-layer Armco and runs away from the car. That is not coming back. That is a well done Ferrari. Within not even half a lap, 2 or 3 corners, I saw fluid come out of the back of the car. It went onto the hot exhaust, and the back of the car is up and in flames. The driver is out. Wielander is out of the car. Safety car's being scrambled. This is right at the end of the lap. Right in front of Bruno Senna's car. Great pickup by the TV guys, by the way. The safety car is out and the fire truck is already there. And not even the best of onboard systems is going to quell those flames. That is a big, big fire. The rear, the carbon now has caught fire, the underneath part of the engine bay, that's going to burn to the ground. That Ferrari is going to burn back to the firewall, thick pall of black smoke over to my left behind the pit lane. And everything behind the firewall of that Ferrari is going to go. It was just coming around the middle part of the circuit and there's fluid pouring out the back of that car. Started at the left-hand rear and then spread quickly across the back of the car. Bruno Senna clearly could see that. The onboard pictures scary as Wielander's car is out of the race in the biggest way possible. Good news is, and I'm going to say this again in case you didn't hear, Wielander is out, and Jimmy Bruni, watching the same pictures as we saw, identifying sadly his teammate's car as it continues to burn despite the best efforts of the fire marshals. I don't think they're going to be able to put that out. That will just have to burn. Paul Truswell. Watching that is very scary indeed.
Yeah, yes, it is, and particularly if you're actually there. I mean, I've been at a couple of racetracks where you see that plume of smoke, and with the benefit of TV pictures, we can see and be assured that Wielander was out of the car, and you could kind of sense from his body language that even when he was out of the car and behind the barrier, there was still an element of fear in his body language. You know, he wanted to be away as far as possible away from that car as he possibly could. I just wonder whether it could have been just a massive fuel tank failure. I mean, the split, I mean, there'll be bag tanks within there, but I just wonder what, I mean, it's clearly fuel causing the problem there, but, you know, it seemed as though the whole fuel tank must have ruptured, and that was what then caused the massive conflagration. So
he was quickly out of the car.
Very scary moment for everybody, because you know you don't want to have burning cars on a racetrack, and it's a sight you don't see very often these days.
Very interesting to see Wielander at the side of the track with his thumbs up to his other Ferrari teammates. That fire's still not out, and it was raging so much that by the time that Wielander was pulling it off to the side of the track, it was melting the rear tyres. There was actually rubber being left on the track where it was melting away from the Michelins. The mechanics shaking their head. Jimmy Bruni's walked off to the back, but good to see Tony Wielander at the side of the track and giving the thumbs up to his colleagues as they went by. I think he must have felt the heat within the cockpit as well, Paul. I mean, the back of it's a rear engine car, the Ferrari. There is a solid firewall between them, but with the flames of that ferocity, there's no way that wasn't coming through into, in fact, I just saw his body language there. I think he was feeling the heat on the back of his neck and decided to bail out wisely very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it is, as I say, it's not a thing you see very often these days, but when it does happen, it's even more shocking. And yeah, you will feel the heat. I mean, it's a hot day anyway, and you know, even though you've got fireproof clothing on, you still say it's still a dangerous situation.
Back of the Ferrari is now a charred mess. Carbon fibre, once it gets going as well, is very, very difficult to put out. This is the area of the track where David Brabham a couple of years ago in the prototype couldn't get the car quite up the hill and had to roll backwards into what is effectively the old track there and off the circuit within sight of the end of the pit lane. Remember that. And this car is going to take a while to be recovered. Wielander by the side of the track and absolutely fine, although I'm not sure he's very happy. They've got the tow rope on that car already. Water now being used rather than foam to get the temperature of the back of that car down to try and get the potential of the car bursting back into flames and take that potential away. Joe Bradley's down in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Any signs of people want to take advantage of this? It seems like we've only just gone green, of course.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Paul's more of a tactician than I am. However, with times like this, we can deliberate. If I was in charge, if I was on the wall, I'd be coming in. I would be taking advantage of the yellow, taking a pit stop without the pressure of a green, topping up the fuel, maybe even putting on some tyres. Paul, would you agree?
No, I don't think I would actually, Joe. The problem is that you'll lose track position. Yeah. And we've only had, what was it, 15, 17 minutes of green flag running. So I think I'll just stay out there. There'll be no barrier repair, so as soon as they've got the car removed, they'll be back on their way again. So no, my take would be to stay out there. We're on the third lap since the safety car was deployed. Actually, we're second lap. This will be the completion of its second lap when it comes through. They seem to only start counting it when it's done a complete lap. So I would say stay out there, I think it depends, Paul, very much when you pitted in that 40-minute previous safety car. I think if I'd pitted very, very early on and hadn't had the second pit stop, I might consider it, because 40 minutes of going slowly is still 40 minutes of burning fuel.
Plus, my thinking
I'll go along
is...
with that, particularly if you're Jörg Bergmeister, for example, because he was one of the ones who did stop early in that session, early in the first safety car period, and so, yeah, possibly somebody like Jörg Bergmeister might stop, but I don't think we'll see any of the prototype stopping.
Sure. My thinking would be that, fingers crossed, the next stint will be fully green, and my opponents would have to pit under green, and then I'd regain that track position that I'd lost. Albeit I'm going to come out under a caution behind the safety car, so I'm just going to be a little bit behind them in the crocodile, so it's not much to make up.
And what you're doing is you're extending your fuel window as well.
That's what I've been sort of taught to do, and take advantage of extending that fuel window every single time you can, right up until you can fuel to the finish.
Well, I like this. We've got the tactics and the statistics of Paul, and the gut feeling of ex-team manager Joe Bradley. I like it. I like the way this is playing off.
Yeah, it's a good job we're not on the team together, Lord. One day we should be.
Imagine if you put me in as the driver.
Imagine our debriefs.
Yeah, then put me in as the driver and I wouldn't listen to either of you.
Oh, there we go. That is something that we need to tick a box for.
We've had an hour and 50 minutes of this 6-hour motor race, and now something over an hour of yellow flag, full course caution, safety car running. Andre Lotterer leads for Audi, as the safety car will come in at the end of this lap. Tom Christensen is 3.5 seconds behind him in the crocodile.
Opening now the pit entry. We are opening now the pit entry. Safety car has been instructed to speed up. Safety car has been instructed to speed up. We are bringing the safety car in at the end of this lap. We are bringing the safety car in at the end of this lap.
You cannot fault Eduardo Freitas for being clear with his instructions to those on the pit wall and in the cars. Nick Heidfeld still hanging on in there in third position and still on the lead lap, which is lap 59 at the moment, of the two Audis. And of course, he pitted after the Audis, so again, he's extended his pit wind in P2, 26, 49 and 41. Conway, Perez, Kumpang and Verdheim. Sorry, he didn't, of course, because the Audis did a splash and a change, didn't he? And in the pro category, Giancarlo Fisichella for Ferrari ahead of Stefan Mucker and Jörg Bergmeister now down into third. Right, how did that happen? Because that's not how it was when we went yellow. Or at least so I thought. Bruno Senna now in fourth position. It was Bergmeister leading from Fisichella and Mucker. That we need to go back and review. Nygaard, Campbell, Walter and Portolicio, or 95, 98 and 81 as we go back to green flag racing. It's the RadioLeMans.com team for FIA WEC racing here at Interlagos, Sao Paulo. And everybody streams across the line from my left to my right and down towards the Senna S's as we go back to full speed racing. And the GT battle has Bruno Senna fighting his way up alongside Bergmeister for a moment out of the first S's into Curva de Sol, and he's got a great run, putting 2 wheels onto the curbing there, right up in behind the Porsche now. In fact, you can barely see the Aston Martin as Bruno dodges out to driver's right, coming to the downhill left-hander. The 97 ahead of him is Stefan Mucker, who is in second place. Second, third and fourth absolutely together. I think that's Christoph Nygaard just in behind them in the 95 car, the first of the AM cars. Yes, it is. So he's hanging on to the coattails of the pro drivers. Problems for the 98. Problems for the 98 Aston with Richie Stanaway. That car still in the pits. And the 57 of Maurizio Mediani, who I'm sure Bergmeister was cursing. The Krone Racing Ferrari really held him up for far too many laps and almost had him off the track at one stage just before the conflagration that befell Tony Wielander in the Ferrari, the big fire. That car in the pits as well now. So Fisichella, Mucker and Bergmeister. Fisichella about 1.5 seconds up the road, and then this battle for second on down. In GT Nygaard has a big lead over Campbell Walter, who's got about 3 seconds over Enzo Portolicio, 95, 96 and 81, Aston Ferrari. But it is the GT battles, as so often in longer races, that is providing the action, street fighting from the street car class. And Senna this time doesn't get the better run out of the S's that bears his uncle's name, his name as well of course, but named after his uncle, as Mediani rejoins thankfully behind this fabulous scrap for second, third and fourth in GTE Pro. Oh, side by side, and there's a touch, and round goes the Ferrari, and there's two Astons have come together as well. No, it's the Porsche and the Aston, and that was the 51 car, that was Fisichella, and that, I'm afraid, at turn number 4 was entirely down to Patrick Bornhauser in the Corvette, who seemed to be navigating by Labrador there. What was he thinking? That is an awful decision by Bornhauser, who is over 10 laps down, got right in the way. The Ferrari then lost it in the middle of the corner, and there's definite contact between the 51 and the Porsche number 91, and I think the Aston just about got round. Senna had to go a long way off track. So this is going to leave now then. This could have Christian Nygaard leading the GTs again in the AM car. The 61 car was right in the middle of that as well. That's Jack Gerber, and he's got a right rear puncture. Was it the 61 and not the 51? I will apologise if that's the case. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, untroubled by this, Andre Lotterer continues to lead the motor race by 5.8 seconds from Tom Christensen.
Yes, and just before we had the Ferrari conflagration moment, which brought out the last safety car, I noticed that both the Audis managed to set new fastest laps in the race, John. We first of all had a lap of a 120. No, let me just find out what it was, because I've got onto something else. We had a fastest lap at a 121.213 for Andre Lotterer, and then a 121.177 from Tom Christensen. So the Audi is certainly not hanging around, going faster than at any other point during the race. And
I'm going to put something right there. Patrick Bornhauser was in the middle of that, but it was the Jack Gerber car that he was side by side with, and not the leader in class. So Fisichella continues to lead in the 51 car. It was the South African stripes on the side of that car that has now got a right rear puncture, and will come into the pits in just a moment. In fact, it is in the pits now. So Fisichella was out ahead of that. Mucker somehow avoided it, but Bergmeister and Senna had to take avoiding action that took them off the track, and I'm pretty certain that Bergmeister in the Porsche hit, not of his own volition of course, Jack Gerber as he was spinning, and I'm not sure that there wasn't a little tap between the Porsche, or a little rub between the Porsche number 91 and Senna's Aston as well. Again, that was all down to the cars spinning. And is there any lasting legacy of damage between the 99 and the 91. So the GTE Pro then has been shaken up. 51 now, leads by 1.8 seconds. Fisichella by Mucker. That's about where it was before that little shufty behind them. Mucker is in second place. Then Nygaard in the AM car, right up there. But he's about 3.5 seconds further back. And then Senna in third place in the GTE Pro in the 99 car, 13th overall, has now got a huge lead, something like 18 seconds on Jörg Bergmeister, who has dropped right back out. He was, remember, leading that category before the Ferrari went up in flames. Phew. So just coming up to complete another hour, only the second. We've packed quite a lot in, Paul, haven't we, into this first 120 minutes?
Yeah, even though I'm 5,000 miles away, I still feel that I'm right on top of this somehow. But yes, I mean, it has been action-packed. And bear in mind that of that 2 hours, we lost 57 minutes of it behind the first safety car. Second safety car period was far shorter than that. It was a mere 10 minutes long. It does mean that overall, although we're coming up for 2 hours completed, we've had less than an hour of proper racing, but it's been all action. And as I said at the beginning of the show, it's been about sprint-type racing over long periods.
And such is the way of the world now, I think. Let's go back into LMP2. The 26 Oreca, the G-Drive racing car. Mike Conway's been at the wheel for the whole of the 2 hours. Has 7.4 seconds on Luis Perez Companc. He's hanging on well there. The 49 Picon car in second. Bjorn Verdheim in the Zytek Nissan, the 41 car in third position, is under pressure from Ricardo Gonzalez in the Morgan number 35. And he's only, what, a second, 3/4 of a second from David Hansen, his teammate in the 24 Morgan car. And those guys all battling for third position in the P2 category. Now, a change in position in GTE. There is the Enzo Portaliccio Ferrari. He's gone into second place ahead of Gianluca Roda's Porsche. Is what I'm seeing there. Yes, it is. For third position, excuse me, because Nygaard's up the road, isn't he? He's battling with the pros. And here's Roda having a look down the inside as the leader goes in there as well. Could he get a little bit of a tour from the Audi? Maybe. They're side by side as they crest the rise at the start finish line. Oh, off has gone the 99 Aston. That's Bruno Senna's car. This is third. This is right at the end of the lap again, turn number 13. And right rear, down, gone.
Puncture.
A puncture at least. He's been off the track. The black marks around the back of the car tell us that. He's been off the car to driver's right and got back on again. A lurid moment then for the car that was third in GTE Pro. And Bruno Senna, darling of the Paulista, here at Interlagos with the Mitsubishi Snatch vehicle, comes up towards him. Now they should be able to pull that out of the way without the need for a full course caution. But I don't think that's getting back to the pits, and Senna's out of the car, slams the door in disgust and pulls his ratio lead out at the same time. He's walking out at around the front of the car. I thought he was going to walk out in the middle of the track there. Now he's on his own in the picture that I've just seen, and it looked as though the tyre was already down.
There was a message on the screen that came up, John, which said that he'd already been off at turn 8.
You're absolutely right, well remembered. Well, there, the right rear is still out. Its suspension's gone. The suspension's gone, and Paul is absolutely right. He was off much further down the track. He's broken the suspension, and then the suspension has given way. And the very sad sight of a stricken Aston Martin with right rear dangling at a jaunty angle, not as ProDrive designed that rear suspension. So he lost it earlier on in the corner and then drove on. I think the suspension's already broken at that point, if I'm honest. But as Paul reminds me, further round the lap, much further round the lap, because that's at turn 11 and 12, he'd already been off the track. So 5 Aston started, and we appear to have... And as I say that, in fact, Richie Stanaway's car's just come out the pits, the number 98 car. But there will be no renaissance for the 99 of Bruno Senna and Rob Bell. Rob Bell not even getting into the car then in the first 2 hours of this race. Christensen leads by 5 seconds as we've gone through another hour of racing. The Audis are 1 and 2. Excuse me, Lotterer leads, thank you, Paul, by 5 seconds from Christensen, with Heidfeld for Rebellion Lola, the Toyota powered car, in third. 26, 49 and 41, separated by all of about half a minute or so, maybe a little bit more than that. Just waiting for the 41 car to come across the line. And then the big shake-up in the GT categories, with Fisichella leading and just having put in the fastest first sector of the race for him by a second and a half from Mucker, who's closed up, and they're just 5 seconds ahead of Nygaard. But he's an AM car, so Jörg Bergmeister in the Porsche, after all of that, half a minute back on the leaders in his class, but back into third in the category. Campbell Walter with a 15-second gap between himself in second in the AM class. Roda Potolicio battling together, a couple of seconds between them now. And that's how it stands as we go into the third hour of the 6 hours of Sao Paulo here at Interlagos, live on FIAWEC.com, radiolemans.com, providing the audio descriptions for you. So how long have we been going green now, Paul?
Richie Stanaway, John, just to finish off that one, the number 98 Aston back in the race, as you said. 22 minutes he lost in the pits, so not completely out of it, but it's a long time to have to pick up again, 22 minutes.
Yeah. So Aston not having the best of days. How long have we been green now? And so what we have to think about is now start thinking ahead. That's what we do in endurance racing. If you're new to this, we have to start planning ahead as Christensen closes down just a tiny bit, 4.5 seconds now between Lotterer and him. And
about
next
another
pit stops.
8 laps,
right.
I reckon,
there you go.
until the Audis come into the pits, John.
Yes. That's very interesting. Got to say kudos to the number 1 team, Paul, because that last pit stop, as Joe was describing them, they came in a lap apart, and Joe sort of said, you know, they're not under that much pressure because the safety car is out, but still the number 1 car managed to snatch the Audi lead Audi position, which became the lead of the race.
Yes, I'm a bit puzzled about quite how it happened as well, because I think Marcel was a bit puzzled about how it happened, but I think it was purely the pace of the safety car on the lap on which Festler came in was slightly quicker than the lap on which Alan McNish came in, and that was why they did the change. It was all to do with the speed of the lap that they ran behind the safety car.
Now, Ayrton Senna's incident,
Bruno.
That's 2 today. Bruno Senna's incident as he walks back in across the infield. When you see the pictures, Paul, you'll understand why the A word came into my mind. I just wonder, and a few of our listeners are wondering the same, whether that was a legacy, that suspension issue, of the incident with Jack Gerber's car a few laps earlier, when we had him and Bergmeister and Jack Gerber's spinning Ferrari. I did think there was a touch, and it was right-hand side of the Aston that would have touched the spinning Porsche. So that may be the answer there to that incident. It is.
I think that's entirely possible, John. Yes, I mean these cars built incredibly strongly, and the bizarre thing is that you can belt them over a curve at 150 miles an hour and the suspension will survive, but if you belt them at the wrong angle, sideways or slightly from the back, then all manner of damage can happen.
Down to the pits now with Mark Lee, Paul.
What was the problem?
I had contact with the 71 Ferrari in turn 1. He tried to pass me, but he was so late on the brake, so I opened the door for him. Then he was really wide for turn 2, so I was going in, and then he was again too quick in going into turn 2, got understeer and hit me on the wheel, and then the wheel broke, and then I had to pit in like after 4 or 5 laps.
It seemed to be over for you so early on. However, now, looking at what's happening out there with all the Aston Martins and the Ferraris, still in with a chance.
Yeah, but we are one lap down, so it's not so good at the moment, but we try to fight back. Richard is doing fantastic times. The car felt very good. It's a shame that we had this problem at the beginning.
Thank you.
So Louise Beckett eliciting the answer that we'd been speculating about earlier on there from Mark Lieb. He was leading the GT category. In fact, we've had both Porsches leading the GT category and both falling foul of incidents out on the circuit. Issue with the Ferrari, as we had surmised, that caused that right front problem. And that's what brought that car in. Bergmeister suffering with spinning cars around him. The two Porsches now are 3rd and 4th in the GTM, but Ricard Leitz, as his teammates mentioned, a lap off the lead. But a lap off the lead, 34. Let me just see how far he is back in actual time-wise. I think he's only just a lap off the lead, 55, 30, 59. So he is just a lap off the lead. He's about 1 minute and 30. Must be a little bit more than that because they're lapping slower than that, but he must just be ahead, excuse me, just behind Fisichella on the track. See when they come round, he might be in danger of going 2 laps down actually, now that I've seen that. Don't get the gaps other than which laps they're on the timing screen, so I've got to kind of work it out by where they are on the track and what sector times I've got from them. But you get the idea anyway that they're not out of it for sure. Also fighting back the 61 car of South African Jack Gerber. 5th position for that car, but he's dropped off the lead lap in the arm category as well. In fact, he might be a lap and a half, nearly 2 laps back, because Nygaard is going so well right in among the pro cars. Tom Christensen's got a bit of a hurry up. In fact, Lotterer had a very slow lap last time around, a 25 flat against 24, and now a 22 from Christensen, although the gap had gone out anyway. So traffic playing its part. It was well over 9 seconds, and it had just been 4, and Tom Christensen pulls it back to 7. So the gap between the two Audis going up and down. The ebb and flow of traffic. So we're looking at David Ennemeyer Hansen now, just 0.8 of a second behind the leader behind his prey rather. The 3rd place car, Ricardo Gonzalez, as into the pits has come Bjorn Verdheim in the Zytek Nissan, the Greaves Motorsport car. Bjorn getting out of the car. Joe Bradley, are you back in that part of the pit lane?
I am. I'm just walking towards it. Nissan pit lane for Zytek Nissan. Sounds like pretty nice synergy. Looking like a scheduled stop. The car is being fueled. They've got tyres ready. The driver's been changed. I saw Gunnar Jeanette in the pit just earlier, so I don't know if you can see from your lofty perch, John, as to who the driver is that's replaced him. When I approach the car, you'll hear the...
Hang on a second, Joe. Tor Graves coming into the pits very slowly in the 25 Delta ADR car. That has not had a good run today. I just saw the G-Drive livery there, and I was wondering if that was the leader in category, but he has made it into his pit. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's Christian Zugel who's taking over, John. The rear tyre's just going on the left-hand side. The car now off the jacks. That's the engine fired you can hear in the background, and he stalls just as he begins to pull away.
The Delta ADR car, Joe, down at pit in, is on its dollies and is about to be wheeled into its pits. Oh, and there's a bit of smoke coming out of the left rear, and there was a bit of panic there by one of the team members who squirted something on it that he wasn't meant to. He gets pushed away by one of his teammates, and they're taking the bodywork out. The driver, Tor Graves, out of that car. Clearly something not quite right as the fire extinguisher comes into play again on the left-hand side of the rear 3/4 of that 25 Delta ADR. It's been a horrible day for that car. Horrible day. And as soon as there was any extinguishing, Tor thought, I'm out of here. I've seen what's happened to Vilander earlier on. quarter past. So that's another hour of racing gone. 2:15 here in Brazil as Bruno Senna jogs back into pit lane. Sure, he's going to be on the Christmas card list of Eduardo Freitas for that. He's on the track as he goes into pit lane now, showing his fitness, mind, keeping up a steady jog at this kind of heat, which is 29.4 in the air, and the Michelin track temperature 31.1 now with 25% humidity, and the wind still coming pretty much from the west. So we're coming round to the leaders pitting, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, that's right, John. About another minimum of 2 laps, and possibly about 3 or 4. Reason I'm not quite sure, of course, is A, we haven't actually had that much running of green flag, and also I'm not quite sure how much fuel would have been saved whilst they were in that last safety car period, because the safety car period, the second safety car period for the fiery Ferrari, neither of the Audis made stops. So we've got ammunition having handed over to Tom Christensen.
Yeah, it was
and
unavoidable. Unfortunately, the Ferrari spun in front.
The car,
crashed to the Porsche, and the Ferrari hit me again, and so he broke the suspension. That's it.
Bruno Senna there confirming to Louise what we had suspected. The suspension damage was a legacy of the Porsche hit. And Louise Beckett grabbing him as he walked up the pit lane. Let's go down to a little bit further back up the pit lane. Joe Bradley's made his way down to the Delta ADR pit, Joe.
Yeah, a very dusty Delta ADR car 25 in the pits and getting a lot of attention. The most work going on in the car, would you believe, as you would imagine I should say, is getting rid of that fire extinguisher. And it really is, they really do kill car. I hate to see fire extinguishing when it's not needed, and it was arguable whether it was needed. Then the system went off of the car's own system. I'm going to try and get a word with somebody when the hectic activity has calmed down somewhat, and we'll find out just what it was initially that brought the car onto pit road with a problem. But right now they're very busy trying to get this car back out.
So 3 hours and 44 minutes still to go. Joe Bradley down there in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Bruno's made his way back to the pits.
Yeah. But it was okay until the suspension completely collapsed. And then in turn, what is it?
Yeah, so with just some 4 or 5 laps, 3 or 4 laps to go before we start expecting to see the Audis coming into the pits then. And by rights, we will probably be getting Tom Christensen coming in first in the second place car, and then Andre Lotterer coming in second in the leading car, because that is the order that they stopped, remember, during the safety car period.
Makes perfect sense to me, Paul. Now out on the circuit, we have got this intriguing battle between Giancarlo Fisichella, who leads the GT Pro category, and the AF Corsa Ferrari, by the massive and princely sum of 0.077 seconds across the line. And behind him, tracking him down, is Stefan Mucker, the best pace of the remaining Aston Martins. We've lost Senna's, and Richie Stanaway's has lost a few laps. Lost now 58, 60, 72, so 14 laps he's lost on the battle at the head of the pro field. And Stefan Mucker has done well to claw back to the rear end of the leader, but has yet not been able to get himself into a position to make any kind of overtaking manoeuvre up, indeed put pressure on Giancarlo ahead of him.
On the other hand, though, John, it may well be that he gets the lead handed to him by Fisichella when Fisichella makes his pit stop, although GT cars running quite a bit longer than the prototypes. That'll take him probably another 20 minutes or so before Fisichella needs to refuel, but Fisichella, I suspect, is going to be in the pits for fuel before Stefan Mucker will be having to make a fuel stop in the Aston Martin. So for my money, I think Mucker will be keen to get past Fisichella on the track. And looks from the kind of body language at the car that he is going to be in a position to do that, but it may take a little mistake from the Italian before that's going to be possible, and maybe just a little slip up in traffic or something like that. But you do need to be able to get a significant advantage somewhere around the circuit in order to make an overtaking move stick.
The interesting thing for me in the GT categories, I mean, we talk about fuel obviously in the top classes as well, but when the cars go significantly further, as they do in the GT classes, the difference between, in percentage terms of your pits, the difference between saving a stop and not saving a stop is you know, obviously commensurately a bigger portion of your race. And these guys were talking the difference between 4 or 5 stops. Now, we've had a lot of safety car, and it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out now, because we've seen in the past the GT battle, which is hotting up very much now as Mucker gets on the inside, and there's a little brush between the Ferrari and the Aston Martin. Mucker dutifully drops in behind Fisichella, who looks not to have the most stable of platforms underneath him there as he comes through the fast sweepers before climbing up towards the start-finish line. And Mucker for a moment was alongside, couldn't make it stick and get that one to get the car fully alongside, and then in front they'll come across the start-finish line astern, and Fisichella right in the middle of the hash marks for the grid, making it very difficult indeed for Mucker to go down the inside as the road curves to the left slightly before the full left-hander of the first of the Senaresas complex, and Fisichella is sliding that car around. But just going back to the point, Paul, about the difference between saving a pit stop in the GTs and saving a pit stop in the prototypes, it's a bigger percentage if you stop ratio. So in terms of time you spend in the pits, that's really important. Oh, Jack Gerber has spun it, and it's not 61. Yes, it is Jack Gerber's car. Why have I got a mental block about that today? And there's some damage to the right front of that car, and that is right on the far side of the circuit at turn 7. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? No, he did it himself, but then he's caught an Aston Martin, believe it or not. And it's the 98 car of Richie Stanaway, and I think he's wiped out the left rear wheel. Well, if Stanaway gets away with that, I'll be very surprised. Jack's got the car off the racing line, very well done to him. And he may save a full course caution. He has, and he pulls away. Paul, I'll come back to you for pit stop strategy in GTs in a moment, but we'll get an update from Joe Bradley down in the Powered by Nissan pit lane, who's down at the Delta ADR pit. Joe? Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, we're down in the Delta ADR. We heard that the cars had a problem that brought them onto pit road, and then we had an extinguisher go off. I'll see if I can talk to some of the team on the pit wall. We're speculating that the car had a problem that initially brought it into the pits, and then the extinguisher went off. Would that be right?
No, we were struggling with an engine problem earlier on in the race, and it's just steadily got worse, and so we had a bit of an oil fire that we needed to put out. So, but basically, we're out for the day.
All right, and do we think we're gonna? Is the car out or is the car repairable?
Car's out.
It's finished. All right, that's bad news then. Bad news for the 25 car. The car's out with the engine problem, as we heard there, which caused a bit of an oil fire. So bad news there.
It's been a horrible day for them. Paul, before anything else happens, GTE pit stops, saving a GTE pit stop is almost more important than, you see now, Lotterers come into the pits.
Exactly so, at a sort of time that I would have expected, but ahead of Tom Christensen. So that's a slight surprise. So Lotterer, maybe as a virtue of having been going a little bit more quickly, I don't know, than Tom Christensen, but he has used more fuel. They're refueling that car and sending him on his way again. Your point about the GT pit stops, yes, I mean, if you're only going to make 4 pit stops, and that's pretty much a certainty now for the GT cars, unless you've got to come in and get repairs done. then yes, I mean each pit stop is 25% rather than being only some 20% or 17%. So no, that is a significant part of it. So yeah, Lotterer then coming into the pits, and he has stayed in the car, hasn't he? They've just refueled that car and sent him on his way. No change of tyres for Andre Lotterer in the car that was leading the race, but is now back in second place, car number Audi number 1.
Tony Wielander has made his way back to the pits after his fiery Ferrari moment, and Louise Beckett is down there with him.
Back to the garage. You're looking fairly calm, but they were really worrying pictures.
Yeah, I mean, I was reporting to the team 3 laps earlier that the car is quite funky, is all over the place. I cannot get hold of the rear of the car. And yeah, they basically just said there's nothing, we cannot see anything on the data. So I kept pushing. I tried to stay with Giancarlo and Stefan Müke. And in the corners, car was relatively good, but then suddenly I started losing the rear more and more. So probably I was losing either fuel or oil to the rear tires, and was quite a struggle to keep the car on the track. And then suddenly going to last turn, the team came on the radio, fire, 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 and stop the car. And I actually tried to look for the orange spot where normally the fire marshals were, but unfortunately they were not there. So it was quite scary. I mean, when I opened the door, I had the flames coming to the helmet. So I mean, there was not a lot of time to come out, and I tried to run because the flames were so aggressive. I thought actually that it's going to explode. So, but anyway, it's one of those things that has not happened to me in the past, and when they happen to you, you just do what the instinct tell you to do, and there's not much other things to do. So I just tried to get out of the car, turn it off, leave on the gear, and that's it. The damage of the race car looks quite bad. After the race, we need to investigate how to proceed to Texas. If it's a car that we can rebuild or not. At the moment, I cannot tell you, but happy to be okay. Sad for the team. We had a good pace. And I mean, I feel like today we were again on the podium. I don't know if for the win. 51 is looking strong, but anyway, sad always to retire from the race, and hopefully, I mean, happy that there was no bigger drama today.
Thank you.
Longest answer to a single question ever competition. At the moment, leader Tony Wielander. I'm just looking at the screen here. Bruno Senna and the team manager of the Aston Martin has been called up immediately to the stewards. That's interesting.
Yeah, the other message on that screen, John, was that before that collision which Jack Gerber had with Richie Stanaway, he was also under investigation for causing the previous collision. So Jack Gerber will be next in line outside the headmaster's office, I suspect, after he's finished with Bruno Senna.
Well, let's go down to the Aston pit and to Richie Stanaway as the lead. Andre Lotterer taking chances through traffic. Joe Bradley has caught up with the number 98 car driver. The car's back in the pits, Joe. It's not been a good day all in all for them.
No, Richie's smiling though, you know, which is a good thing. Richie, you can't help but smile after that one. That had nothing to do with you. So unlucky.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know. First of all, we lost a lot of time in the garage here after the car got stuck in 6th gear, so just at the start of my stint. So he came back in, got it repaired, and then just went out and was just sort of, you know, running as, you know, see what I could do. And then unfortunately, one of the Ferraris just spun as I was coming past, and there was nowhere I could go. But, you know, that's racing sometimes.
How did the car feel as you were bringing it in? Does it have suspension damage?
It didn't feel too great, to be honest. The biggest thing I noticed was just the side of the bodywork was dragging on the ground, and we've obviously got a damaged exhaust. But I think if they can fix that, the suspension might be okay. But I did get launched up in the air a bit, so perhaps there is maybe some left rear suspension damage. But we'll get it fixed up and send out and see how it goes.
You can't press escape and ask for a tow in the real world, can you, mate?
What's that, sorry?
You can't press escape and ask for a tow in the real world.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Thanks, Richie.
Reference there to Richie's online racing career. The car that caused his grief is also in the pit lane with right front damage. It was trailing some fluid as well. Jack Gerber has got the Ferrari back. And it was speeding in the pit lane as well as it came in to compound the disaster that has been this afternoon for a number of competitors, including that number 61 AF Corsa Am Ferrari. Day started bad for them and got worse. They should have started on pole position. They failed post-scrutineering, post-qualifying scrutineering, pushed to the back of the grid, and from then on, hasn't got any better, frankly. Lotterer leads now by 11.3 seconds after their last set of pit stops. He did not cede the lead to Tom Christensen. It's great news for the defending FIA World Endurance Champions, the #1 car, because they need to keep winning and getting the point for pole position, which they have done this weekend, to close the gap on the #2 team, courtesy of their win at Le Mans. Nick Heidfeld is now he has gone a lap down now, I think. See as they come through the next sector, sector #2. He was holding on grimly to the... Yeah, he's lost the lead lap. Yeah, just by meters by the look of that update there, Paul. P2 still with Conway dominating that in the 26 Oreca Nissan. Pierre Caffer in second place now, having taken over the PCOM car at the last pit stop. He's 1 minute and 10 seconds in arrears. So we have to look down to the GT Pro cars for the battle. It's still Fisichella and Mucker who are barely a second apart. And whilst we're talking about GTs, well done Christoph Nygaard, who is still leading GT Am and is the third GT car. He's right in among the pros there, ahead of Campbell, Walter and Roder, 96 and 88, who are further back down the road. Let's go down to GTE Am and that problematical Ferrari, the number 61 car. Jack Gerber has made it back to the pitch, Joe, but that looks like heavy damage on the right front.
Well, I was in the right place at the right time. Right there is when they've called the car to a finish. The gesticulation was, you know, the slash across the neck to the WEC official from the crew chief. The car's got extensive damage to the right front corner, which is where it came into contact with, as we heard earlier, Richie Stanaway, the Aston driver, was just describing it from his end of things. Well, this car is now out, and I can see why. It's got extensive damage to the chassis, and more importantly, it's lost all of its coolant. The last remnants of its coolant now leaking out of the car as it sits forlornly in its pit, and it's a shame to lose any car at all, John. It's becoming a bit of a race of attrition.
Thanks, Joe. Down there in the powered by Nissan pit lane. In P2, the fourth place car is in the P2 category, the number 24 Morgan, with just 10 seconds between it and Martin Plowman, its teammate. Now has Alex Brundle on board, Paul, and the young Brundle is doing very nicely as he's just jumped into that car.
Yes, he has. He's got himself 2 laps to settle in, and then on his 4th flying lap, he's done the fastest lap of the race for that car. And I haven't actually done the research yet to see if it's the fastest lap in P2, but if you give me a little while, then I'll work that out. But certainly Alex Brundle, slap face, getting down and getting to grips with matters very good in the Oak Racing Morgan number 24 there. P2 up at the front, the Mike Conway number 26 car has kind of got itself into the lead and has settled there. It's despite your best efforts, John, had a pretty trouble-free race up until now.
Yeah, I panicked them earlier on when I misidentified one of the other cars. Sorry about that.
So in P2, that car number 26 leads by the best part of a lap from the number 49 car, which Nick Manassian started. Luis Perez Companc took over. That now has Pierre Caffer at the wheel as a result of its latest pit stop. That's in second place. Yeah, he's 1 minute and 4 seconds behind when the lap times are 1 minute and 24. So, yeah, very nearly a full lap ahead. Is Mike Conway then, but that car number 26 still has to have Roman Rusinov driving it. In fact, it was Mike Conway who started it, and he's been at the wheel for the whole of the race so far.
Correct. That was 1 minute and more than that. Conway lapping in the high 30s, low 31s. Kaffer down in the 29s and 30s. In fact, commented at 32, I think, last time, or a couple of laps ago. That was well over a minute and 10 seconds, about 3 or 4 laps ago. So Pierre Kaffer getting down to business very quickly indeed. And while we're talking about pit stops and driver changes, Jörg Bergmeister brought the 91 Porsche in, and Patrick Pilet has just left the pit lane in it, still in 3rd place in the GTE Pro category. Ricard Leitz, his teammate, up into 4th now, but laps down, a lap down on the cars ahead of him. I'm just trying to work out if that 95 car being so far ahead. Well, they've just had a pit stop, haven't they? In fact, Chris Nygaard is in the pits now. If I'd only looked out of the window instead of the timing screen, I could see that that is going on. Taking a wee while to get the... In fact, he was held for the number 50 Corvette coming through. As through has gone... Yeah, well, a little confused there by seeing another Aston Martin being held up behind the 57 Ferrari of Tracy Krohn. But Stefan Mucker has got through, but he's lost an awful lot of ground, some 3 seconds to Stefan Mucker has lost to Giancarlo Fisichella, whose tailpipes he was staring at just a lap or so ago. I think the 2 Porsches are going to be pretty close to getting their lap back if they can keep up this pace and the longevity of stints that they're doing. A little bit of, and then in fact, as I say that, there is the 91 car, Pilet, just coming out of the pits behind Mucker. So he hasn't managed to nip that back on the 2nd place car. Nicky Thiem is just come out of the pits in the 95 Aston. So that car now, having been miles ahead of the field, is now only 17.5 seconds, but I'm fairly certain that Jamie Campbell-Walker in the 98, the 2nd place car in GTE, owes us a pit stop shortly as well.
He does indeed, John. That's absolutely right. Nicky Thiem, actually, we don't know if Joe can perhaps catch up on that one, but the pit stop for the number 95 Aston, just 51 seconds, and I don't see how they can have done the tyres as well in that stop. So they've done a fueling and driver change, but I have a feeling they may have actually left him on the same set of tyres, but Joe Bradley will be able to confirm that for us, I'm sure.
Meanwhile, out on the track, Patrick Pilet is the next car to be dealing with the Krohn Racing Ferrari, and Tracy Krohn not looking in his mirrors, I'm afraid, and that's very poor driving. Tracy, you are better than that, mate. Maurizio Mediani had the same issue earlier on. Whether that is a Ferrari issue or a driver issue, it's really not acceptable to be chopping in front of the leader of class when you're so many laps down and you're not even in that same category. Blue flags were waving, and this time Tracy Krohn does see the Porsche behind him, but Mediani was woeful earlier on. As the 98 Aston is about to fire, and we will hear the V8. Now, why is he being held? Well, he can't have been getting a penalty because they've been doing work on it. So something must have been being checked there on Stanaway's cars. It's gone back out. Interesting. It's Paul Dall'Anna, I think, at the wheel of that now as it went out. Richie brought it in, but he was talking to Joe, so he can't be in the car. It should be Dall'Anna on the rotation. At the moment, Andre Lotterer at the head of the field is the man on the move, having put in a 22.8 last time around and pulled his lead out to almost 14 seconds on Tom Christensen. 3 hours, just over 3 hours and 20 minutes still to run here in the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. Weather not an issue, unless you don't like the heat. Track temperature by Michelin at 31.7 degrees Celsius and 29.4 in the air. The wind speed, the wind has turned around completely. It was coming from the west earlier on, now coming from the southeast. So almost into the windscreen of the car as they come down the main straight towards the Senna S.
John, I've just been looking back at the pit stops for Patrick Pilet, number 91, and according to the data here, he made 2 pit stops on successive laps. That's why he's dropped down the field a little bit, because he was actually in twice. He came in once 1 minute 25, and then was in on the very next lap for a 1 minute 13 pit stop. So whether there was something else going on there, I don't know. But Patrick Pilet then in the pits twice.
Well, that's a question of Olaf Manthey. He of the magnificent facial hair down in the Porsche AG Manthey pit. We'll task Bradders to that one. Trying very hard to look for a battle at the moment, and since the Fisichella Mucke one has petered out a little bit to the tune of about 5 seconds gap between those two after Mucke was held up in traffic, there's not anything that's catching my eye at the moment, Paul. We're in this middle portion of the race, which often gets to be, that looks like often a little bit of a consolidation. Plenty of racing still going on individually, so I think we're going to get a Ferrari pit stop this time around. And in fact, we're getting an Aston and a Ferrari pit stop this time around. So, oh, which of the Astons was that? It's Jamie Campbell-Walter, who's in front of the GT Pro leader, and Jamie braked a little bit earlier than the Ferrari behind him, and Fisichella, who of course is battling with an Aston Martin at the head of the GT Pro field, got very, very squirrely behind Jamie's car. Jamie's out, and Stewie Hall gets into that one. So Fisichella has given up the lead in the GTE Pro category. Full service with Michelin tyres out for that. And it's Jimmy Bruni, of course, who gets back into the 51 car. You down there, Joe?
Yes, I am. I'm right at the back of the car. The fuel is going to splash my toes when he pulls that nozzle out.
I hope not.
And, well, it did, but that's all part of the game, mate. You know me. Jimmy Bruni it was that's been ready now in that pit for some time. I saw him about 10-15 minutes ago already with his helmet suited and booted and ready to take over from his teammate Fisichella. The tyres are coming off, you can hear in the background. Now the pit stop is...
Oh, fantastic.
That's why I like standing at the back of a Ferrari during a pit stop.
Of course you do.
Yeah, now we're going to try and get a word with Fisichella. He's at the back of the AF pit and he will be popping his head out, no doubt. So we'll lurk here for the time being, John, and try and get a word with him.
Well, keep your eye out, because coming past you in a moment will be the, or coming towards you in a moment will be the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucke. He's in the lane now, out of the lead of the GT Pro race. Now, he gets a clean run in to the pits. It was 5.3 seconds, remember, when those cars came through. Jimmy Bruni will probably retake the lead of the race. There's a driver change going on here, as well as Mucke gets out, and Darren Turner will get in. I do like only 2 driver cars. Is that you standing behind the Aston there, Joe?
No, I'm up with Ferrari, mate.
All right. So that looks clean. New set of Michelins there as well. They look like they might be scrubbed tyres. Meantime, the number 2 Audi almost getting picked up by a spinning Ferrari of, guess who? Answers on a postcard. Oh yes, you all guessed it was the 57 car. Spinning at the same point there. It's quite clear that grip isn't an optimum here for all of the cars, and it's catching out some of the less experienced drivers. Joe, is that the Aston going by you?
Yes, you know your engines well. That was the 97 car just rolling past us and out of the pit lane.
At Stig's fat cousin, which is possibly the best Twitter handle ever, has tweeted at Radio Le Mans and at Specutainment and said it's the little Stig's 8th birthday today, and all he wants to do is listen and watch the FIA WEC 6 hours of Sao Paulo. I think that was just a gratuitous way of getting a mention for the little one, and it worked. Down to Giancarlo Fisichella with Joe Bradley.
And he's walking away to the back of the pit.
Grab him, grab
quickly.
him.
I know you're well-earned rest for Giancarlo. Tell me, you brought the car in there in the lead. Tell me the race is going well, I take it.
Well, everything is going well. The car balance is good. We are so close compared to Aston Martin. It's going to be a tough race, but let's say if everything goes well, we can score a good podium.
We've had a lot of incident with traffic and the faster cars. Is it the nature of the Interlagos circuit that's bringing that out?
Yeah, there are lots of problems around the circuit, lots of debris, but this is, you know, motor racing, and it could happen.
Absolutely. Leave Giancarlo there to... he looks like he has just jumped in a swimming pool in his race suit and just stepped out. He is wringing wet, working very hard. It's very hot out there, guys.
Thanks, Joe Bradley. Interesting there, Paul, that Giancarlo Fisichella seems to think they're at a disadvantage to the Astons. He may be playing the psychological game, of course. You can never count that out. But he seems to think that despite being in the lead at the moment, they still have a disadvantage on fuel and power.
Well, certainly when he was being closed upon by by Stefan Mucker, it did seem very clear that the Aston was the faster car. Now, it could well be that Stefan Mucker is the faster driver, but certainly when that battle was taking place, it was clear that Mucker had the faster package all round, and so it may well be that was what Fisichella was referring to, whether there's a slight problem with the Ferrari or whether the balance of performance has kind of finally handed something over to Aston, and that's what Fisichella is referring to. I'm not really sure. As far as the refueling is concerned, well, the reason that Fisichella had to come in for fuel earlier than the Aston Martin was not because of any necessarily fuel economy. It was purely because they had stopped earlier during the previous safety car period than the Ferrari, than the Aston Martin had. So that's the explanation there. But you know, when you're a racing driver in the heat of the moment, you say things as you feel them without necessarily doing the full analysis of it.
Yeah, no, I'll buy that. The Christian Zugel-driven Greaves Zytek Nissan coming through that Aston battle at the moment. Bruni and Turner now separated by just 4.9 seconds, so the pit stop's pretty much played out as Jimmy Bruni's just put in that car's fastest lap of the race, 34.2. There was 3 seconds difference. The Aston quicker in the pits by 3 seconds on that last stop over the 51 Ferrari. We have seen Aston's suffering in the past with fuel flow. Particularly, I think Sebring was an issue, wasn't it, for those guys that they were very badly hampered by the fuel flow that they were allowed. Also in the pits, Gianluca Roda with the Proton Felbermeyer car. And that car has come in out of 3rd position in GT, and Joe Bradley has spotted the driver change. Joe?
Yeah, Christian Reed is taking over that car. Roda has stepped out. Pardon me, I've got a mouthful of carbon dust there as they removed the front wheels, making their life very difficult down here in the pit. You can see probably from your vantage point how close they've stopped the car next to the fuel rig. Has given them pretty much a wheel's width to get the wheel off and then put the new wheel back on, making their life a lot harder there. But pretty routine down here for the 88 car. We'll see if Gianluca Roda is about he is, and like Fisichella, looks like he's put in a pretty tough shift there. Let's see what it's like out there. His physio's talking to him now, probably looking at how he's going to recover him. Gianluca, how was that there?
Oh, I think well, because I made a double stint with the same tires, and was very difficult because it's too much hot. And last 30 minutes was like a rally man, because every corner was I don't know in English, but in Italian is pendolo, and very funny, but not good for time. But there is a problem also for all the rest of the drivers, I think.
It's a very physical track here in Brazil also.
Yes, because there is no straight on, there is only corners, but that is Interlagos.
I'll leave you to a well-earned rest, Gianluca. Thanks for talking to us.
Stay with us, Joe, because I won't ask you a question at the moment. Just watching for the moment, though, a little battle out on the circuit, which is the 97 of Aston Martin of Darren Turner, trying to put another lap on Ricard Leeds. And he's desperately trying not to go a lap down, sorry, a full lap down. He's about not even a car's length away from that happening. And as you can imagine, the Porsche driver is not overly keen on having that happen at the moment. Well, this is second place Darren Turner, who's trying to chase Jimmy Bruni, who's further down the road. Now, I have no issue with fighting the leader in your class, but this is second place in class. I mean, it's second and third, but separated by a lap, and well, Ricard he's not weaving around, I'll give him that. But Darren just finding it, he can't get past the Porsche on power, that's for sure. As Ricard gets up on the curb, and this is Darren's chance. He's having to force the issue, though, far more than he would have liked as they plunge down to the bottom of the amphitheatre, and he's still not got that done. As Leeds fights on, and now just drifts away from the apex, goes off the circuit, and something might have happened, because unfortunately we cut away to the 25 car because we've got an interview coming in the pits with John Martin and Louise Beckett. I'll come back to you in a minute, Joe.
Just catching up on the LMP2. John, it's been hectic out there, but for you, pretty event-free.
Yeah, I mean, Mike's been in the car for a long time now. But he's doing a triple at the start, and then Roman's to get in next, and then I'll get in towards the end. But so far, so good. We got a bit lucky with the safety car early on, so fingers crossed we can hold that all the way to the line. So we're trying a few different strategies, but yeah, we're just seeing how it pans out at the moment.
So you're pretty much feet up for most of today. He's doing all the work. I
wouldn't exactly call it feet up, but yeah, quite nervous watching the car go around. I think it's worse when you're out of the car than when you're in it, but no, Mike's doing a top job, so hopefully, I'm sure Roman will as well. He's been quick all week, so then I just got to bring it home, hopefully.
How do you keep your focus when you've got quite a few hours to wait until you're in the car?
It's quite easy, really, because you're so involved with everything that's going on, so you just, the eyes are glued to the timing screen and the monitors just to make sure nothing happens. And anytime you hear something over the radio, something's happened, you think it's you, and then you look at the screen and it's not you, so breathe a sigh of relief. But I don't know, it's just one of them things, I guess.
The Pecom are the only car that's taken an extra pit stop in your category. Yeah. What do you think about that strategy?
I'm not sure as well. It's a bit different for them as well because they're obviously on the Michelin and we're on the Dunlop. So it's, yeah, I don't know. I think hopefully as it gets cooler, our car will get a bit quicker than theirs. But yeah, we'll see.
Thank you.
I think that might have been my fault that they got worried earlier on because I saw the wrong G drive car. Just want
fifth lap. Fuel only.
And that is the distinctive radio traffic from the Audi pit wall of Lena Gade, the engineer to Andre Lotterer's car. Andre will be staying in the car and using the same set of Michelin tyres he's on. And he comes in. He doesn't come in. He's gone straight through. Well, I thought I had boxed this lap there.
Yes, you did.
Very quickly, Joe, while we're waiting for that to resolve itself then, as he's got the two Astons ahead of him. We were talking about that pit stop there in the for the 88 Felbermeyer Proton. Enzo Potalicio went through to third in the 8-star bright orange Ferrari. You had a very interesting chat with Enzo the other day about his plans for 2000. There you go, Lena just reminding Andre about his plans for 8-star for 2014, and it's quite a significant conversation you had with him, and so far unique way of going about his motor racing, both here in the WEC, where he'll continue, so we believe, with P2, but more especially with what he's going to do in the IMSA series, the USCR, next year.
Yes, and as we know, the American series is going to be, I don't think anything's finalised with regards to regulations for cars. So what Enzo is, as indeed that car comes underneath me, what Enzo is considering doing is using a Daytona prototype for a particular type of track and an LMP2 prototype for another kind of track where the LMP2 is going to be more competitive over the Daytona prototype. Now, logistically and operationally, that's quite an effort. Financially, well, do the maths. That's running two completely different types of car. What we have speculated, and what he wouldn't tell us the answer to, was whether or not he was going to take both cars to each track and then evaluate which one he was going to actually use after a couple of runs. What Enzo did tell us, though, is that over the past couple of years they've accrued enough data on both types of cars in the Grand Am series and the American Le Mans series with the prototype, that they're pretty much as satisfied that they can make that decision before they leave their race shop. So interesting, though, that people are going to be going to those lengths to win a championship.
As the 88-star car leaves. Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley. Now we're hearing radio traffic from Lena Gade to her driver Andrea Lotterer to come into the pits, and twice he's gone by now after hearing box this lap, box is clear. Paul Truswell, far be it from me to countermand Lena's orders, but have you got a line to Andrea? Can you tell me what's happening?
Well, you know, I mean, we've got a lot of power here in Woking. You know, there's other teams who base themselves in Woking for good reasons. No, I mean, as far as fuel is concerned, Lotterer doesn't need to come in just yet, unless the Audi is using even more fuel than I'm expecting it to. I mean, we know that Audi does use more fuel, or is using more fuel this year than it did last year. I think he can still get up to about a lap 112 on his current tank full. He's currently on 105, so I think he's still got a little bit to go yet on fuel. Now, whether there's something else that's wrong with the car that they want to look at, I don't know. I mean, Lotterer is on his second stint at the moment. His last pit stop was for fuel only, so maybe the tyres are beginning to go past their best, and that's why Lena wants him in.
Well, the mechanics have started to get ready. Meantime, in the GTE Pro category, Porsche number 92 of Ricard Leitz is in the pit lane. Plastic tear-off from the windscreen is removed. Eduardo Freitas is about to talk into the radio. In fact, he was talking into the radio there, but not for us to listen down in the race control area. I should just mention earlier on that we mentioned we reported Bruno Senna and his team manager needing to go down to speak to the race director. He was caught on camera running on track, of course, and he did have his race suit rolled down as well at that. I suspect that might have been the slap on the wrist for that. The responsible adult reminded me of that. That noise there is the sound of the Manthey Porsche 991 going out. Ricard Leitz brought it in. Mark Lieb will take it out, and now Tom Christensen's onboard sound as he goes past the start-finish line to finish his lap number 105. And still no Lotterer, despite the fact that his mechanics are ready and waiting for him down in the pit lane. And Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, they're also expecting the number 2 Audi as well, John. They're expecting both crews, both 1 and 2 crews, are ready and waiting.
And Paul, just as an addition to what you were talking about, Lena said fuel only on that radio traffic that we heard, provided that was contemporaneous and wasn't recorded from some time ago. Fuel only for the number 1 car, so that would be triple stinting the tyres?
I would very much doubt it, to be honest, and especially because they've got Benoit Treluet still standing by for that car. It's not as if they're trying to make the drivers do longer stints because there's only 2 of them. My guess is that it was a bit of recorded traffic from before his first stop, because Lotterer did come in for a fuel-only stop at 1:20 so, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? But at the moment, both Andre Lotterer... no, let's go to Joe in the powered by Nissan pit lane. Lotterer has joined you, Joseph.
He has indeed, and Trullier getting into the car now. Lotterer just jumping aside. Trullier inserts his seat insert into the car and slips down into the snug confines of the #1 Audi. While he's doing that, the fuel is going in. He's getting assistance from an Audi mechanic to do his belts up and sort out his drinks bottle, no doubt. It's when the fueling stops, which is now, that's when we're going to change tyres. We're not triple stinting these tyres as we speculated. They've only done 2 stints, and Paul was quite correct in his assumption that they would indeed change tyres, because that's what's happening now. They're well ahead, no sign of the #2 quite yet. The #2 crew clear off from in front of the #1 Audi. The last wheel going on now, that's the left rear. The jack comes off, a blast of diesel exhaust, and the car is now back in the race with a new driver inserted, Benoit Trullier at the wheel of the #1 Audi.
Exactly as Paul anticipated, and as the #1 comes out of the pit lane, Tom Christensen will be just turning left-handed through the last couple of corners as he climbs towards the pit lane entrance. He did have a bit of traffic there. 25.5 for Christensen last time around, his lap number 105. And let's see, does he come into the pit lane this time, or does he stay out waiting for the Sector 3 time to click up? We've just gone over half distance in the race, or just about to go over half distance in the race. We've still got an hour, 3 hours and 1 minute to go, and Christensen does not pit.
No, I would be surprised in a way if he does, because just looking back at the Lotterer pit stop, it was a 25-lap stint for Andre Lotterer, and that admittedly was full green, but I would be expecting them to be more around the 30 laps rather than 25 laps. So either I would say Lotterer had a slow puncture or something like that, and so they had to get him off those tyres, or the tyre performance was actually beginning to go off, and the team felt that he would be wasting time by continuing to lap on a set of tyres that weren't providing full performance. That's my reading of it, and I think Christensen could stay out for at least another 4 or 5 laps.
Well, the mechanics seem to have wandered out, so they've got no pressure, of course, from Toyota, since their car was involved in that incident with the Lotus early on, 35-40 minutes into the race. Brought out our first, very nearly an hour, 57 minutes of safety car running. As Ben Trellier comes around, Christensen's gone through. Now, will he come in this lap? Is there some gamesmanship going on between the two Audi teams? Because you know for a fine fact they'll be listening to each other. They may not be racing anybody behind them. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I've just had the finger of Brad Kettler, who is the man.
Well, that's not very nice of him.
No, it was the right finger though. That finger indicated to me, he's telling me the car's coming in now, definitely. Brad's at the front of the car. He's the man with the board who will step out and take his life into his hands and stop the car. So we are expecting the car in. Lloyd Duval is getting ready. He's just in front of me now. So they are due in. I can see Brad talking to someone on his radio.
Well, just coming through the last section of the track now, whilst we wait for Christensen to come in, Joe, and I'll leave your mic up there. Quick bit of Twitterage here from @WereRabbit to @Specutainment and @Radio Le Mans. Will the 991 Porsche be available next year for customer teams? You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Now I'm hearing rumours that that might not be the case, and that more development might need to be done on that car by Manthey, and so that car may not yet be ready to go to customers. They won't certainly be allowed to go there without the guys at Weissach being absolutely clear. And now I think we've just had a spinning car. Yes, we have. It's the 57 of Krone Racing again. Video feed, just seeing that quite scary accident that befell the Toyota and the Lotus earlier on. Tom Christensen's in the pits. Joe Bradley. Joseph? Hello, Joe. Well, not able to pick Joe up for that leading pit stop at the moment, as we see the replay of Wielander's barbecue. We can say that now because he's fine. Jimmy Bruni watching on down there in the pit lane. Been good GT battles all the way through. Oh, do you know, now that I've seen that, oh, and there's where Senna's car got tanged by the spinning Ferrari. I'm very surprised that the 97 Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker didn't get called for spinning Jack Gerber around in that melee that caused the Porsche and the Porsche and the Aston to be involved. Joe Bradley down the pits.
Yeah, I'm back, and in complete synergy. I needed a pit stop also. My battery lasting the 3 hours, so that should see me through to the end of the race. The number 2 Audi, though, I can report, was quite uneventful. Tom Christensen handing the car over to Loic Duval for his first go at the race. That pit stop, as you would expect from Audi, very efficient, very quick. Let's have a word with Tom. He's just having a word with Mr. Ulrich, so we'll give him a few seconds to finish that conversation, and let's have a word with Mr. Christensen. And Dr. Ulrich is giving him some idea what to say. I'm not sure if you can hear what Tom's saying.
So we're just waiting for the guys to finish their debrief before we go back down there. And Joe, do you have Tom there? Oh, hang on, Joe. Oh, we've got Andre Lotterer on the TV as well. If you can wait just one second with Tom, if you don't mind. So I can't influence that coming up, I'm afraid. There's Andre, and here's Louise.
Splitting pit stops, do you think you're going to get the advantage or keep the advantage?
Well, the number 2 came in now too, so it looks like we're on a similar strategy. Yeah, I managed to get some gap, which is always good, you know, in case something happens. And now apparently the gap increased to almost 30 seconds. So it's looking good so far, but as you can see, anything can happen. You know, we just have to be careful now and control the race, control the gap. You know, as you saw yesterday, my teammates did a really good job in qualifying, so I can really rely on them too now.
And one other question, how's that hands device of yours?
Yeah, because the last race I did was 24 Hours of Spa, so it's a different hands, and I just packed everything and realized here was the wrong one. So I have Rubens Barrichello's hands, so it's some local luck for me.
Not a bad friend to borrow from. Not a bad friend to borrow from.
No, exactly. I think that hands was on very popular shoulders.
Thank you.
So Louise Beckett's with Andre Lotterer. I think Tom Christensen's had to step away, Joe, has he?
Yes, he has. More important conversation going on the pit wall now. He's talking with his engineer, Kyle. We'll try and grab Tom when he heads back towards the pit garage.
I didn't want to eavesdrop too much on what was being said there, but he wasn't happy about his in-lap there for some reason.
I mean, great. Radio Le Mans taking you right into the depths of and giving you such an insight there, and maybe we were a bit sneaky there and just holding. I was standing next to them when they were having that conversation. But yeah, Tom certainly wasn't happy. I heard him mention something about safety car and what happened under the safety car, and maybe he was referring to when the number 2 lost the lead to the number 1 during that pit stop safety car period.
Okay, Joe, you might want to ask him that when you see him next time around. So Trellier from Duval, waiting for Loic Duval to cross the line in the number 2. I'll give you the gap, but a good 2 seconds added to the lead by Trellier last time around. And Nick Heidfeld still hanging on in there in 3rd place. Picom in from 2nd in the P2 class. Pierre Caffer's just gone back out again. So the two Morgans have gone up ahead of him. They've had one more pit stop than the cars around him. As we mentioned earlier on, they're on the Michelins. The leading car with Roman Rusinov now having taken that car over on Dunlop in P2. That's the 26 car. In GT, Jimmy Bruni leads by 6.3 seconds over Darren Turner, 51 Ferrari from 97 Aston. In AM, the leader is coming into the pits, and that is the 95, Nygaard at the wheel. Stewie Hall is in second place in the 98 car, and the two Porsches are still trying to fight their way back after their trials and tribulations earlier on. Paul Truswell is in our walking data centre and is keeping up with what's going on as we've just gone through half distance and it moved into the second half of the race. Are the Audis, I mean, it's, who knows, we'll have to ask somebody the question, but do you get the feeling, Paul, that the Audis are have changed their strategies now that they are actually fighting each other and not the Toyota that was there early on in the race, and they're not sort of pushing their fuel?
I don't think they'll have changed their strategies much. I think it's changed the context of the race for them a little bit, because they are now only interested in one piece of opposition, and that's the other car, whereas when they're racing and there's still a Toyota in the race, yes, you do have to have a look at the Toyota and see where you are with regard to the Toyota. But I mean, we know from previous experience that there's no battle going on between the two Audis. There is a battle going on between the two Audis. There's no team orders between them. So they'll both be working out how they can get themselves into the lead of the race. So I'm pretty convinced that we're seeing a genuine race here up at the front between the two of them. And at the moment, it does seem that the number one car just seems to have a little bit of an advantage, as we've seen in other races as well. It did get into the lead, and I think that was a slight bit of good fortune, as possibly Tom Christensen was alluding to, because of the way that the safety car was running. And I think it was purely because the safety car, let's say, running a little bit more quickly whilst Tom Christensen was in the pits, and that was why he lost a little bit more time. Meanwhile, P2, we've got a great battle, and now I think the battle is really going to start developing, because now you've got Roman Rusinov has taken over that car. Mike Conway drove for practically half the race, in fact a little bit over half the race. He was in the car from the start, and he's now handed it over. So that car has had its third pit stop, and allowed Roman to get in. But of course, Roman has to do his minimum driving time, which is a little bit over an hour, and then it has to be, or will be, handed over to John Martin to bring it through to the flag. So that's going to be interesting to see how the other cars in LMP2 can now kind of make hay with the two Oak Racing cars, numbers 35 and 24. Number 35, Martin Plowman behind the wheel of that one, and 24, Alex Brundle. Those two cars, second and third, the two Oak cars, separated by just 20 seconds. So there's plenty of interesting battles going on there in P2. So as always, lots going on, even though we're in the middle, halfway through a 6-hour sports car race.
Bruno Senna out of the race director's office, but still doing work, albeit not in the car. And it's been a PR rampage for him this week, as you might imagine. And, must find it difficult to concentrate on the job of driving the car. It's been massively in demand this week, as you might imagine. Tom Christensen still discussing with Alan McNish on the pit wall what happened, and there's a furrowed brow from the Scotsman as he's listening to his teammate. And McNish listening intently to what Tom's telling him, and whether he's describing an issue with the car or cars 8 and 32, which was the Toyota and the Lotus. We heard it was going to be investigated after the race. However, it now says incident involving those two cars, no further action after the race. Oh, and in fact that pops up on the other screen in front of me as well, which graphically needs to be attended to, so we do get it a little bit quicker sometimes. Matthias Besch has now got into the number 12 Lola Rebellion Toyota, still sitting in 3rd position, but now has dropped a couple of laps to the lead Audis. Roman Rusinov has possibly, we might have suggested, gently been caught by Martin Plowman in the 35 car in 2nd place, although that time around Rusinov takes time out of the chasing machine. Somebody's just gone deep at turn number 1 and had a big lock up. I didn't see who that was. There was a yellow flag for a moment. I think it might have been the Greaves car with Christian Zugel at the wheel, and if it isn't, I apologise. He was the next one to pop back into sight. Darren Turner, try as he might, can't really make any impression on Jimmy Bruni's 6-second lead. A 10th here, a couple of tenths there, but then it drops back again when traffic intervenes. Pierre Caffer at the moment in the 49 Orica Picon prototype is looking to catch Alex Brundle. So it's 26, 35, 21, 49 in the P2 category. And the fastest man that time by some distance, a 1:28.9 as opposed to 31.3 from Brundle, 30.7 from Plowman and 30.2 from Rusinov. Pierre Caffer, quickest man in that top 4. Jean-Marc Merlin defending his 5th position from Christian Zugel, who drags back up towards that multicoloured street sign car. Duval's just gone by him and now heads across the start-finish line, and there's traffic now for the 5th place P2 car. Christian Zugel within half a second, goes off the track at turn number 1, right at the bottom of the centre S's, all 4 wheels off, over the curb on the driver's left, bounces back onto the circuit and loses all the ground that he'd made up. I wonder if he did something similar to that the lap before, and that's why the yellow flag came out. He just didn't make the centre part of that turn at all, the right-hander. And he's lucky not to do damage there, if I'm honest. Incident involving car 61. That is no further action as well. Let's go back down to the pit lane to Joe Bradley, our Nissan pit reporter, and Tom Christensen has come away from talking to Alan McNish and can have a quick word. Joe?
Yeah, we can grab a word with Tom, just stepping out of the noise. Tom, you appear to be unhappy about something, some aspect of that stint, is that correct?
No, not really. I mean, not unhappy. The car was fine, but I think we very much got caught out at the safety car as I came out behind a red car which drove incredibly slow. It didn't catch up to the safety car, and that of course cost us the lead big time. Then the car was good. We tried to go very long on the tires, and that means that we will have better tires towards the end. But that was for sure let's say the tough conditions for me was the last 10 and 15 laps on the tires, as you you lose some performance in that sense, but then it will give us better tires towards the end.
Tom, can I ask you your thoughts on the track here at Interlagos? Is the track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's the circuit is lovely. It's old school. I mean, on the radio or even on TV, you won't see the elevation changes. But when you're here, when you're driving, coming over the crest into the Senna S and going up the hill up to 5 to 6, 7, and then you have the fantastic 11, long 11 downhill, and then you have to make sure that 12 going uphill into the straight, that you have a very good exit. A lot of blind corners, different camber changes, and it's a real thrill.
Thanks for talking to us, Tom, and let you get back to your preparation. So I think that's answered our questions, guys. We were speculating as to why that number 2 car dropped behind the number 1 car. I think that's just answered that, yes?
Yeah, and you've got your assistant waiting for you on the other side of the bridge with a new set of batteries, Joe.
All right, cool.
Thank you. So wherever you told him to wait for you, sorry. And so we into the second half of the race, 2 hours and 45 minutes or thereabouts to run. That's a standard American Le Mans Series race from this year. Interesting to find out what the race distances are going to be for the IMSA race. That's something else that we are waiting for with bated breath. Into the pit lane as Martin Plowman has rejoined in the 35 Morgan. into the pit lane comes Alex Brundle out of 3rd place in P2, as Pierre Caffer, having made his pit stop earlier on, of course, has leapfrogged those 2 Morgans, and now is 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Rusinov, so he must just be hanging on to the lead lap. As Ben Trellier completes lap number 120 with a 121.9. Well, he's got the hurry up there, Paul. He's clearly not hanging about.
No, that's right. I think Benoit Trellier is one of those drivers who certainly can pedal along when he needs to, and perhaps Benoit and Marcel Fessler, the unsung heroes of that team. Often Andre Lotterer is regarded as the hot shoe, but both Trellier and Fessler, both very, very quick indeed when they want to be, and they're at the moment just extending that margin a little bit. It's up to a little over 30 seconds now between the number 1 and the number 2 Audis, and that's really just quick lap times, consistent lap times from the number 1 driving crew. Loic Duval, interestingly, 3 or 4 laps ago, I noticed he put the fastest lap of that car in sector 1 only, but he wasn't able to convert it into a full lap time, so possibly Loic taking a little bit more care in the traffic, and that of course is important, because you don't want to lose everything just for the sake of getting around one corner a little bit more quickly.
So the battles then, we're reduced to looking at the gaps in the field. There's still 5.5 seconds between Jimmy Bruni and Darren Turner at the head of the pro field, 51 from 97. 6 seconds now between Christian Zugel and Jean-Marc Merlin.
Just one question, John. I'm not quite sure if you're in a position where you are to actually get any further on it, but we had the message saying that incident involving car 61, no further action, but there were about 3 incidents, weren't there? Because
didn't say which one, no.
The 2 Cummings together, and then he was also reported for pit lane speeding, wasn't he? So whether all of those are covered by that no further action, or whether he will get some kind of sanction for the pit lane speeding, I don't know, but it does seem it's a slightly ambiguous message saying no further action after investigation for number 61.
I do wonder, yeah, well, they won't be going out, so they can't apply a penalty to a car that's retired. They may still get a fine, of course, but I think that it was referring to incident rather than anything else. Just in the highlights package there, seeing the one that involved all 3 of the leaders, or the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the GTE Pro category, it seems to me very likely that Stefan Mucker tapped Jack into that spin in the first place. Saw it from a different angle that we haven't seen before, and I think if that is the case, that Mucker was very lucky not to have been called for that, for avoidable contact, but we'll have another little look at that when it comes around in half an hour's time. Also, let me run down the timing and scoring for you whilst we have the opportunity. Trellier leads by 30 seconds all of a sudden, and Matthias Besch is in 3rd place in the number 12. Let's go down to GTE AM and leader for such a long time, Christian Nygaard.
Track is keeping up the good work for the 95 Aston.
Yeah, I must say he's been struggling a lot under the pre-practice, but it's looking good, so we're just crossing our fingers for now.
We've had a question from Christian Rose on Twitter, who's asked, on an anti-clockwise track, do you have to do any extra neck training?
No, I'm saying our car is really, really gentle on the neck. I could imagine the LMPs is much stronger than us, but I'll say we do our fitness as we used to, and it's no change in that.
Thank you.
And you can get in touch with us as well here at Specutainment.
Tweet us at FIA WEC.
Or at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Thanks, Louise. And this from at DJ Billy Z, perhaps Billy Z, from William. Can you please expand on the Manthey Porsche 991? Why weren't there more teams participating in the development? Manthey are effectively the works team. Porsche themselves appointed Manthey to do the development of the new 991 GT RSR specification. Just watching the number 98 Aston Martin get a very smoky entry into one of the infield hairpins. I think it was just a lot up and nothing more sinister. Paul Dall'Anna at the wheel of that car. Yeah, William, the Manthey cars are effectively the worst cars, so think of them as a Porsche entry. They're run by the Manthey team. They're actually entered as Porsche AG, as it's in Germany, Team Manthey. Olaf Manthey and his team, most recently associated with the Nürburgring 24 Hours, but have a rich history of ACO and Le Mans style racing with Porsche, and were chosen by Weissach, the motorsport arm of Porsche, to develop that car while they were doing the development on the P1 car. Of course, they've brought in an awful lot of talent from BMW Formula 1 team that was closed down a couple of years ago, including the team leader, and those are the guys at the moment who are testing and developing that what sounds to be, unless they're dubbing the soundtrack on, an inline 4-cylinder turbo engine and some kind of hybrid for the new LMP1 Porsche. Mike Conway down there on the pit wall watching on, as Darren Turner has not been able to close the gap on Jimmy Bruni. Hope that's answered the question. He's got it down to 4 seconds, but that's about as close as he's been. Hope that's answered the question there, William. So we are at 24 minutes past 3 in the afternoon here in Brazil. It's the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, round 4 of the 2013 FIA World Endurance Championship. Commentary brought to you live on FIAWEC.com and RadioLeMans.com, as well as our syndicated TV partners around the world. And the run to the flag is next here on RadioLeMans.com.
The World Endurance Championship on RadioLeMans.com. The world's greatest sports car events connected.
We're already getting the first part of the race up and podcast if you want to catch up with everything at the weekend. At the week, rather, the early events are already there to download, including that very interesting interview with Pascal Vasselon about next year's plans for the Toyota, the new Toyota LMP1 car, presumably to be called the TSO40. Makes sense, wouldn't it? So in comes the 45, Jean-Marc Marlin, then gives up that 5th position to Christian Zugel. He's already out of the car. A new insert goes in. And into the 45 is about to get Jacques Nicolet. In fact, he's already in there. Seems to be taking rather a longer time than it needs to be. Ian Bolton at Wolf1042 says, did Mike Conway still lose his 3rd place at Le Mans? This was for the oversized fuel tank, of course, which promoted the Nissan guys onto the podium. I believe that is still under appeal, and I've got to be honest and say I apologise. I don't know when the appeal's being heard. Certainly as of last Wednesday at Midweek Motorsport it hadn't been. We were talking to Graham Goodwin, you might have heard in our preview for this event on RadioLeMans.com, and I'm not sure whether that has been heard yet. I'm trying to get across that. And 8 o'clock UK time, this week's Midweek Motorsports, Wednesday evening, 2 hours of chat about motorsport in all shapes, forms and sizes. Join us then as we'll look back on this race as well as the rest of the weekend's motorsport action, and including that extraordinary LMS race at Baltimore yesterday. shortest ALMS race on record in actual time and in racing. So we started the rundown. Treluet, Duval and Besch 1, 2 and 12, 24, 25 seconds between the first two. In P2 it's the 26 Oreca Nissan, the G-Drive racing car with Roman Rusanov going great guns there at the moment, holding off Pierre Caffer in second place in the 49 Picon car. That's a battle for the championship as well. Martin Plowman seems to have been in that 35 Morgan forever. He's in third position, and Alex Brundle has stayed in the 24 car in fourth. In GT Pro, 10th place overall is Jimmy Bruni, and Darren Turner lapping on the same 10th as him last time around, but still some 5 seconds in arrears of the 51 Ferrari and that 97 Aston Martin. By the way, in third place, but off the lead lap, is the 91 Porsche of Patrick Pilet. In GTE AM, it's the 95 Christian Poulsen still leading that for Aston Martin ahead of Stuart Hall. And now let's go down and have a chat with Giancarlo Fisichella and Luis.
Giancarlo, it's been a very eventful and tough race so far.
Yes, it is. We have a good pace, good balance. The Aston Martin is very strong, still there. It's gonna be tough, but we can fight for the podium, even to win the race. Hopefully, we try to stay away from any trouble. It's very a shame what happened to our teammates with the car. So the car is destroyed. This is really disappointing. But now we need to focus on our race, and we are looking forward for it.
As a driver, when you step out of the car, you're obviously exhausted. What do you do? What's your process when you get out of the car and you have your relax time?
And now for me, yeah, I follow the race. I just be concentrate and I listen what happened between the engineers and the driver.
Thank you.
Luis Beckett down there in the pit lane. September the 10th is the hearing date for that appeal for Le Mans. Thank you to Fiona Miller. Fragrant as ever, brilliant on the case. And thanks for tweeting that at Specutainment at Radio Le Mans. Paul Truswell is in our Surrey data centre, and that's just why we're having a look at an Aston Martin stop, but it's the pro car that's out of contention. Paul Dall'Anna has got out of that car, and Pedro Lamy has got in. Paul, at the front of the field, how are we going in terms of pit stops for the Audis? Have you revised when you expect them in now?
Well, I'm still a little bit puzzled about why they were in a little bit earlier than I expected last time. But no, I'm looking at for number one to be due in on about lap 136. Now, he's currently on his 130th lap. So another 6 laps, which at these kind of rates will only take him less than 10 minutes. So expect to see the Audis beginning to come out again to do what will probably be a fuel-only stop for Benoit Treluet. Similarly, Loic Duval, of course, they came in a little bit later, didn't they? So Loic Duval will stay out for another 4 laps, I would think, in the number 2 Audi. But the gap first to second, although it's come down a little bit, Loic Duval has managed to take 5 or 6 seconds out of Ben Treluet's lead, which is over 30 seconds. It's now down to 24 seconds. Loic will take the lead when Benoit Treluet comes in, but then of course he'll lose it again once they make their pit stop. If they both do fuel-only stops, then we'll end up with the same situation after the stops as we've got before. But if one of them decides they're going to do a fuel stop, a tyre change, then of course that will change the pattern of the race just a little bit. So whilst that is going on at the front of the field, so we've still got the Lonely Rebellion Lola charging along in third place. That goes a little bit longer on its fuel. That'll be able to stay out until at least lap 145, I would think. And then the leading P2 cars you say, Roman Rusinov in the number 26 car, still leading the way as far as P2 is concerned, but he hasn't been lapping quite as quickly on average as has Pierre Caffer, Martin Plowman and Alex Brundle behind. But such was the gap that Mike Conway managed to open up when he was driving the 26 car, that at the moment at least Roman looks in good order to be able to maintain the lead in P2.
Just getting a look, thanks Paul Trustwell here talking us through the vagaries of what's going on out there. Just having a look at the very beautiful IMSA Matmut Porsche in the tricolour, the pearlescent tricolour colours on that car, which really pop in the late afternoon sunshine. The shadows beginning to lengthen, sun's down behind the grandstand that we have our commentary booth in, and start-finish straight beginning to be covered in shadow. At the moment, I think Joe Bradley down in the Powered by Nissan pit lane will still be in sunshine, not quite in shadow yet, Joe?
Oh no, not at all. I don't think we're going to be in shadow until the sun really does go down. We started the race in the shade in the pit lane. Now the whole pit lane and part of the pit garage indeed is in the sun. So it's perhaps for the crews and everyone in the pit lanes, perhaps the most grueling part of the day, because the sun is gorgeous. I'm not complaining, don't worry. I'll soon be back in England. It's absolutely glorious. But it makes things tough. The temperature rising all the time, very, very hot and sticky.
This coming in on Twitter from Brendan Elliott. He says, I understood mid and rear engine cars are more effectively balanced. How do the Vets and Astons compensate that difference? It's a really interesting question, because we heard from John Gore, the managing director of Aston Martin Racing, early in the week when Joe was talking to him on the pit wall, that the Ferraris and the Astons actually use exactly the same tyre from Michelin. The Porsches, which is a rear engine car of course, even the 991 with its revised dynamics, particularly in the wheelbase. Goodness me, breathing moment there from the 76 of Raymond Narak as the lead Audi of Ben Treluer went round the outside on the final corner and was a tad too close for my liking, and I suspect Wolfgang Ulrichs as well. Yeah, they use exactly the same tyre construction and compound on both of those cars. So you're talking about, you know, how do they compensate for that? They are even using the same tyre, so it's just different characteristics. We're looking at the 8-star 81 car at the moment. You have to make the best of the car that you've got underneath you, and I guess that's the best thing to do. That's all we can say about it. I just like the variety. Nick Manassian's out of the PCOM car down in the pit lane. Louise Beckett is catching up with Britain's favourite Frenchman.
You've got an extra pit stop on the rest of the LMP2s. Is that working for you?
It's a little bit different, you know. I think we decided to refuel at one point when it was the safety car. We'll see what happens. I think we'll be fine. On strategy, we're all right, you know. We're not going to do more than the others. We've refueled more, that's it.
And I just wanted to point out, if you come round here with me, at the moment, you're sharing your pit, your garage, with the spare parts from the Audis. How's that?
It's a big team. They need more space. So we've been very kind to let them have a little bit more space from us. No,
it's very kind of you.
Very good, isn't it?
Thank you.
Nick Manassian retakes his seat. Meanwhile, out on the circuit, Nick Johnson has just absolutely nailed the 96 Aston. Down the inside of him and drifts out. Gave him absolutely no room, despite the fact that the 96 had given some room. He's coming to the pits to have a look at the left-hand front wheel, and then has to wait for a prototype car so that he doesn't do the unsafe release. Who's at the wheel of the 96 at the moment? And that is Stuart Hall. So that was just, I think, a front wheel change on Stuart Hall's car. Joe Bradley?
I'll confirm it. I think it was a full set changed on the car, but I will confirm it. The car didn't appear to be causing any issue. No, it is a full set. I've got 4 very, very used Michelin tyres here, and the front left is showing massive signs of damage on the inside edge. Now, it's probably been caused by Well, the front left was not the car, not the side of the car that was hit by the Ferrari, though. It was the front right, wasn't it?
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe he had an issue and that's why he was going slow.
Yeah, and I think before he was hit by the Ferrari, I don't know how old that replay was, but I did see this team, the 96 team, getting ready to receive the car. I'm not sure whether that was just coincidence or whether, you know, cause or effect. Was he coming into the pits because of the contact with the Ferrari, or were they already expecting him in because the inside edge of that front left was destroyed?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm wondering if he was struggling with an issue already. It's not like Nick to be driving into people, Nick Johnson. But, so Paul Truswell is crunching numbers at the moment. 23 seconds now, the gap between first and second. Loic Duval has pulled it down just a little bit, but a very conservative fuel strategy now being played by the two Audis, with Matthias Besch not on the lead lap for the Rebellion Toyota.
No, indeed, and Matthias is actually 2 laps adrift now from the two Audis. And remember that he was on the lead lap when we had the last safety car withdrawing. So that's the progress that had been made by the two Audis in the meantime. Ben Treluet must be pretty close to coming in for refueling. Currently just finished his 135th lap. That takes him on to 136. And in terms of his stint, that means that he is on, what is it, 100, so he's on his 31st lap. Now, before the race, I was saying if it was all green, we should be doing about 33 laps on a tank full of fuel. Last time, they both came in a little bit earlier, but I suspect that was because of tyres beginning to wear. So interesting to see whether or not the Audis decide to change tyres at this point and go slightly, or go as far as they possibly can, or whether they do what they did on the previous stint and double stint the tyres, but then have a shorter second stint on them. We'll wait and see. But Treluet, I predict, will be coming in very shortly, John.
Thanks, Paul. 2 hours and 21 minutes still to run. And down in the pit lane, Joe Bradley has been doing a little bit of investigation. Joe, what do you got for us?
Yeah, that 96 Aston, we were speculating as to what brought it in, whether or not it was the damage, or if any damage was caused by the contact with the Krone Ferrari. The car was already coming in, issues with that tyre, so if I pat myself on the back for spotting that front left, he was struggling with that tyre. The tyre, I think that, personally, John, I think they were very, very lucky to get away with that. That tyre was on the verge of going down. It was through to the canvas, just on the about an inch of edge on the inner edge of that tyre. So he called that one very cutely.
Okay, thanks, Joe. That could have also account for why Stewie was in an odd place on the track. And maybe Nick not quite as much to blame then as we thought to start with. However, it still didn't look very good, did it? Didn't look smart.
But the incident itself is under investigation, John. They've now put that up on the screen, that the incident between the 57 Krone Racing Ferrari and number 96 Aston Martin.
The Astons do seem to have a bit of a Ferrari magnet in them all today. The incidents early on. Julien Cadal has taken over the Chevrolet Corvette number 50, the Labour competition car. 6th position in the GTM category, but many laps down after that electrical problem that was affecting the transmission, I think, earlier on. There'll be no further progress for the 99 Bruno Senna Rob Bell Aston Martin. That car in the middle of the infield and not being pulled anywhere after the contact there with the 91 Porsche.
I think one of the impressions that I do get, John, and welcome your view on it because you're closer to the action, but I just feel that some of the incidents that we've had have been due not necessarily to misjudgments so much as the fact that a lot of the cars are a bit more of a handful perhaps to drive than they are usually, and that means that when being overtaken they expect us to get maybe cars going around on rails, as very often they do, but there just seems to be either as a result of the heat or tyre wear or something, there just seems to be a bit more cars being a bit loose, being harder to drive, and that means, of course, overtaking a car that's a bit ragged is that much more difficult. That's interesting, actually, because that is pretty much what we heard from the Toyota pit, wasn't it, when Anthony Davison was talking earlier on to Louise and said, you know, it's absolutely easy flat round there, anything with downforce. I don't know what was going on with the Lotus. If he did have a problem, he shouldn't have been. Well, you know, then we heard that he might have been on the curb and because he'd had a bit of an incident. Jörg Bergmeister getting ready to go to work, by the way. But I think he's spot on there. We've seen throughout the free practice sessions earlier in the week, people, all of the teams, including Audi, including Toyota, all of the big teams, even struggling to get a balance on the car, and the difference between the morning sessions and the afternoon sessions have been quite significant in terms of the track temperature. The Michelin track temperature at the moment, 29.4 degrees Celsius, easily the hottest we've had all week. The air temperature sitting up at 29.9 as well at the moment. And I do think that what we are seeing and what we have seen over the last couple of seasons or more, Paul, on the other side of that argument, yes, I agree, cars are looking a little bit more squirrely, a little bit more difficult to control here, even for the pro drivers. But I think people have got used to the fact of saying, that's going to be close, but I can get through there. I'll take that chance. In that way that racing drivers calibrate risk immediately and go, right, risk and reward, right, oh yeah, he's gone, let's go through, just as we've seen with Loic Duval there, diving down the inside of the Aston Martin. Yes, he's seen me, I'm going through. Now that's fine if the driver ahead hasn't got a problem, but if he's struggling with something that's not going exactly where he wants to go, all of a sudden that margin of error of maybe 2 or 3 inches, which the guys are used to, has disappeared. And I think you may have hit on something there. Gerard Neville walking down about I agree with that point, and it echoes something that I was talking to someone else about earlier in the year, in that there are these two mentalities. There's the wise driver who perhaps is a little bit slower and people say, oh, he's off the pace, but you'll never see him having an accident because he's always got that little bit that he's driving within himself. And then you've got the hot shoe who is going to be doing exactly what you've just described, John, and saying, yes, there's a gap, I've got him, yep, right, okay, next. And you're constantly in this kind of, I won't say single-seater mode, but you're in this aggressive mode. Now, the trouble is, if you have a total laid-back approach, you're never going to win anything. So you need to have somebody who's a hot charger in the car, but you just need to be able to tune him down a little bit and say, okay, no risk. And that's the balancing act, which is so difficult to get to.
Ben Trellier has come into the pitch. Joe Bradley. Hello, Joe.
Yeah, John, I'm with you. I'm just ensconced doing some delving into Greaves, but I'll pop back out and check on that Audi pit stop. And as ever, Audi's efficiency is, as I pop out onto the pit road, the car is just pulling out. I take it that was just fuel.
Well, Trellier stayed in the car 1 minute and 17 seconds, Paul. That's fuel and tyres, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit long if it's just fuel, that's certainly right. I mean, they were able to get Trellier into the car and change the tyres when Andre Lotterer got out in 1 minute and 11. So there's a comparison. I would guess they've left Trellier in and put tyres on it as well.
Yeah.
I will find out, chaps. I'm heading there now. We'll just check so that we can keep our strategy calculations correct.
So we expect Loic Duval in a lap or two's time. The number 2 car did do a couple or 3 laps more last time around. Audi stints, which we were expecting to be 33 laps, have been nothing like that since we went back to green flag racing. Well, after our incident.
No, John, just to correct that, that was a 33-lap stint.
Oh, was it?
Trellier on his new set of tyres. So the second one was 25 laps when Andre Lotterer was driving the car. And as I say, I suspect that was tyres beginning to go off that brought them in early. That stint from Trellier, a full 33 laps. And if Duval goes 33 laps, then he'll be up to lap 142 when he comes in for his refueling.
which is in 2 laps' time. That would kind of suggest then, with a 1 minute and 17 second stop for the one car this time, that the experiment of double stinting the tyres didn't work.
Gentlemen, I can confirm that the number 1 Audi did take on a brand new set of tyres, so it's on fresh rubber.
Yeah. So, whatever we're being told or not being told from Audi, we can, I think, put 2 and 2 together and possibly make 5, 6 or 7, but it looks like the answer 4 would be tyres didn't last the full second stint when they double stinted them earlier on. Number 91 Porsche, Patrick Pilet into the pit lane, and Jörg Bergmeister will take that car out. Just a few moments ago, its teammate, the number 92 car, in very close quarters with Christian Reid in the older specification car, the 997, the 88 Proton Felbermeyer car. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, and of course at radiolemans.com. You can go on the forum as well, the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective. There's a healthy chat going on there as well, as we await the leader, the new leader, Loic Duval, to come into the pits. It's been nice and easy for you this, Paul, in terms of logging the lead changes, because they've been generally happening just around the pit stop cycle.
Exactly right, yes, and it has been all down to the way the pit stops have gone. We're now on our 6th change of... No, wait a minute, that's wrong. Go to the proper leader change. We're now on our 10th, isn't it? Yeah, car number 2 now in the lead, and that means we've had 10 changes of lead altogether.
The GTE Pro leader into the pits, that's Jimmy Bruni, and he is already out of the car before it seemed that the car had come to a stop. That's not true, of course, but my goodness, he was out quickly. Giancarlo Fisichella being installed by the outgoing driver. So Stefan Mucker has just been in, or the 97 car rather, has just gone out of the pits. Darren Turner has passed it back to Stefan Mucker, and down at Audi, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the number 2 Audi is in. Loic Duval staying in the car. The fuel is going in as we speak. Now, significantly, or it may prove to be significant, I should say, is the rubber that's coming off the car is now used. However, we're not putting brand new rubber back on the car. We're putting scrub set on. Now, I don't know whether that's to do with set allocation or a tactical choice of putting a set of already used and scrubbed tyres on the car. Hard to judge just how much life has been taken out of the tyres. I can tell you there is the set that's gone on, they're definitely scrubbed. There's even an element of pickup on the tyre, but I'll try and ask the right question as to just why that is the case. Now, who's the best person to ask for that? Now, probably Brad Kettler, number 1 on the car. But I'll ask Alan if that's significant. He's in the middle of a conversation with Ralph at the moment.
Hang on a second, Joe, because they haven't put the right rear wheel on that car properly. It's come off and it's rolled onto the top of the rear bodywork as the number 2, Loic Duval, comes out. There was an issue with the right rear wheel. The car gets flipped around in the pit lane. The tyre came off, bounced up. The tyre wheel came off, bounced up, and it's landed on the rear deck. So he's going to bring that all the way back with him. Now, did he touch the wall as well? Oh, it's a fabulous save from Duval. The tyre goes off, catches the car up, hits it in the rear 3/4 of the right-hand side, and I've never seen anything like this before, and I can honestly say that. It's coming round on the rear 3/4 of the car, 3 wheels on his wagon, the 4th coming back with him. So a mounting issue with the right rear wheel of Loic Duval's car, and all hands to the pumps as Ralf Juttner and Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich look on. Now, this could have massive championship implications. The lug nut, the centre lock lug nut has gone. This is not a case of that centre being pulled out of the wheel. And immediately at Rebellion, there's action. Matthias Besch due a pit stop shortly. Nicola Prost getting ready to go out and join. A most bizarre And unusual fate befalling the number 2 Audi of Loic Duval, who is doing a brilliant job to bring the number 2 Audi, but he's going to lose the lead lap for sure.
What damage is he causing to that under tray as well, I'm watching.
Yeah, it's amazing how stiffly sprung these cars are. He's scraping and leaving a...
He's trying to get it back to us, dude. What's up with that? We lost one tyre, the rear left, I think. Or the rear right, the rear right. Okay, like, he's getting back to us.
I think the problem, Joe, for me would be the right rear lower suspension mounting the A-frame. I think he's pulling on the ground.
The car's almost with us, John. He's back on pit road.
Look at the back of the car, Joe. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I have not seen anything like this at all, ever. Ever in my, and it's got to be 40-odd years of watching motorsport.
Now, they can't touch it, of course, while the fuel's going in, so that tyre is still sitting there, and now they go to work.
We're looking, we're inspecting, the wheel's going on, and they've checked. Everything seems to be in order. They moved the errant wheel from being trapped by the rear wing on the car, front tyres. We're now going brand new set on the car. There was a dash of fuel went in, obviously the car has just been refilled. It looks like the car is completely undamaged. No doubt about it, the car is blemished but not undamaged. Let's see what Alan thinks of that. Alan, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that with the wheel coming back with the car.
Well, Loic's obviously very considerate and brought it all back for us. Yeah, I don't know what happened, obviously. I saw what you saw on the television, where the rear wheels obviously came off, but somehow it's popped onto the engine cover, and that's kind of screwed the race completely now.
I was going to ask a question. I was walking up to you when that incident took place. The first set that went on, that has now just been taken off, was a scrubbed set, Alan. Will that scrubbed set be used again?
Now, no, because it's got so much pickup on it, and also we don't know the damage to the right rear that's had the problem. It was the set that I put on under the safety car that just drove around under safety car, so all in all, it hadn't done any mileage at all.
Right, thanks, Alan.
Yeah, so a bit of speculation earlier on about that scrubbed set possibly being reused when it didn't have any green flag running. That's exactly what they did do. See, Audi is so considerate to the other runners there. Go ahead, Joe.
I'll tell you what impressed me there, mate, was the fact that the car had just been in. You would think the mindset of the mechanics and the crew was, right, job done, let's go sit back down and watch some television now. But no, it's what makes a top team excellent is the way that they react to a situation like that. And within seconds of that, those pictures appearing on the TV screens here in the Audi pit, there was a new set out of the tyre ovens out back and on pit road in readiness to receive that car. And that's what makes this team great, is the way that they react to situations.
You are absolutely right, John. He has lost the lead lap, so Trellier now has a full lap's lead on Loic Duval in second place in the number 2 Audi. Matthias Besch in the Rebellion car is on the same lap as the Audi, but they are separated by far enough, as long as there's no further problem for the Audi, for them to be able to hang on to second place, especially because Besch is now coming into the pits for his routine pit stop, so that'll delay him still further. Interesting little Anorak point that I did pick up there was that the guy who actually took the wheel off the rear deck was a regular mechanic rather than a tyre changing mechanic, because of course that wasn't a wheel problem, that was a mechanical problem that they did when they took the wheel off the rear deck, because that wasn't one of the tyres that was put back on.
Yes, I like the thinking there. Just on the screen now, Nick Johnson did get a black and white flag for the contact with the Stuart Hall 96 Aston Martin earlier on. So he has been warned that his driving standards are being monitored. Matthias Besch brings the 12 Lola Rebellion into the pits. They must have thought that all their Christmases had come together there. If that Audi had got stuck out on the circuit, they could have been looking at even a better result, as we hear from race control that the Audi is now under investigation for unsafe release in the pit lane, presumably for an unsafe, incorrectly mounted tyre. Joe Bradley is down at the Rebellion Lola pit.
Yeah, pretty standard down here for Rebellion, taking advantage. Taking advantage, of course, of what's just happened to the second place Audi. That car now moving up into second place overall. So they will be going all guns for the last 2 hours and trying to hold on to that podium position, but a step further up the podium now. We heard Nicola Prost mention that their target was to get onto the podium. Well, he's aiming for the number 2 step of that podium.
Just seeing the replay of Ralf Juttner and Wolfgang Ullrich looking at each other when that bizarre incident took place in the pit lane. We need that as a captured competition. We absolutely do. Let's have a word with Wolfgang Ullrich. That should be W. Ullrich. His first name's not Dr. Louise.
Ullrich, I suppose that was the best of a bad situation, if ever you could put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that is really something happening, and I have never seen it before, that a car that is losing a wheel brings it back on its back into the pits. I mean, unfortunately, the guys didn't properly fix it. We have to check why, because the torque was there. Yeah, the car had no other damage, so we just changed the tire and sent it out again.
They did good to repair it so quickly, and as you say, with no other damage.
There was no other damage, and the wheel that he lost was bouncing back from the guardrail on the car, so he brought his own wheel back.
Thank you.
Extra Audi safety feature. If you've been watching your televisions recently, you will have seen the R18 playing the part of a number of different street cars. Pickup truck wasn't one of them. Maybe it should have been. Watching it again, I still don't believe it. I tell you what, that'll pop up on A Question of Sport, what happened next in a year or so's time. And you'll be able to say that you saw it live, those of you in the UK watch BBC TV. We're down to the last couple of hours of the race as the 8-star 458 Italia comes into the pit lane. A little bit of fluid coming out from the right rear of that car, just ahead of the rear wheel. A lot of fluid coming out from the right rear of that car. Now, that is a bit of a worry, considering what we've already seen from Wielander's car. And if the caption would go away, I'd have another look at that. I don't know where you are, Joe. There's just where the right rear wheel is, there's a little puddle of fluid there. Now, I know you can't go out and sniff it or taste it, but that's a bit of a worry for me. Joseph?
Right, yeah, I'm with it, and I'm going to do what I do and have a look at just what that fluid is. It's petrol.
It is petrol.
It's fuel, yeah. So maybe it's the filler tank is on the opposite side of where you saw the fuel, John. All I can suggest is maybe it's come out of a breather somewhere, made its way down the inside of the bodywork, and came out of the opposite side of where it's been filled. But that's definitely fuel, mate. I know because I've tasted it.
That's a bit of a worry, isn't it, after what we saw happening with Wielander earlier? Wow.
And if Joe comes back with an upset tummy, you don't have to blame it on the Brazilian food either, John.
No, he's got the constitution of an ox. He'll be fine.
I've heard that, yeah, absolutely. Just one other thing to pick up on. The number 2, not only in being investigated for an unsafe release in the pit lane, but he's also got a message on the screen saying that he's been reported for speeding in the pit lane. Now, whether that was on the way in with the wheel on the rear deck, I'm not sure, but that was a secondary problem which might be facing the number 2. Well, it does give the Rebellion a little bit of a hope, doesn't it?
Take a look then as we go into the last third of the race. Ben Treluet now leading by a couple of laps over Loic Duval. Audi's 1 and 2, first and second. But Loic then, presuming he doesn't have to come in for any other penalty, is still a lap ahead of Nico Prost in the Rebellion. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is, as a result of the pit stop that we had a few minutes ago. Matthias Spesch coming into the pits, and he handed the car over to Nick Prost. So Prost has now done the full cycle, as it were, through the 3 drivers, because he was the one, remember, who started that car, handing it over to Nick Heidfeld, who handed it over to Matthias Spesch, and now Nico Prost back at the wheel. But yes, he is a full lap behind, in fact, lap and some, behind Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi.
And the P2 battle has been, I might as well have just recorded this at the start of the race. Leading the P2 battle is the number 26 G-Drive Racing Oreca 03 Nissan. Roman Rusinov at the wheel has done a really good job, Paul. I've been impressed with him. He stayed ahead of Plowman and Brundle, the 35 and 24 Morgan drivers, and they really haven't closed down very much. Pierre Caffer in 4th position is only a further 9 seconds further back. Got to say though, Rusinov pulling his weight there.
Isn't he just? Yes, and any problem about the less well-rated driver in that car, the silver driver, as opposed to the 2 platinums of Mike Conway and John Martin. Certainly, Roman, as often happens with 2 good teammates, you very often might find the least good driver raising his game to kind of match the other 2 drivers, which he might not be in a position to do were he not in a team with 2 such strong drivers.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Sorry, just closed the wrong window on my computer again. So inside the last 2 hours of the race, and whatever else you say about this, we may not have had the knock 'em down type of race we expected, but there's been plenty to talk about. Let's continue the rundown. 10th position overall, Giancarlo Fisichella is now just 2 seconds ahead of Stefan Mucker, the 51 from the 97 Ferrari from Aston, and all of that time has been gained back in the pit lane. They took 3 seconds out, just 2 seconds last time out of Fisichella at the pit stop. It was up over 6 seconds at one stage, so it's 51 from 97 by a couple of seconds. That's action that we might want to pick up on in a little while. In GT AM, the 95 Aston still leads from the 96 Aston, although there's 1 minute and 10 seconds between them. Then we've got the 2 Porsches in between those 2 AM cars and the rest of the AM field, which is headed up by the 81 Ferrari of Rui Aguas. Been a bit of a funny old day for Ferraris and Astons coming together. Porsche's not had a great day as well. I don't think any of those cars has had a completely clean run. They've all had a bit of bumping and boring.
Yeah, what's fascinating, or what I find interesting, John, is that the number 92 Porsche is just half a minute behind the number 91 car. And remember, it was the number 92 car which Mark Lieb had that problem with right at the start with the front right wheel of that car, and he lost. Well, it was at least a lap, wasn't it, on the rest of the field? And we talked about him having a fight up through the field. Well, he hasn't exactly come up through the field, but he has got himself onto the tail. Or Ricard Lietz now at the wheel has got himself onto the tail, or within half a minute of the other Porsche, number 91 Jörg Bergmeister, which hasn't done anything wrong really, except spend too much time coming into the pits under the safety car and things.
Yeah, fair point, well made and nicely presented. Paul Trustwell there, along with myself, John Hindhaugh, Joe Bradley in the Powered by Nissan pit lane, as we continue with our live coverage. The RadioLeMans.com commentary team. LMP2 battle for 5th position beginning to hot up now, as Bruno Senna continues with his seemingly endless round of PR opportunity. Jacques Nicolet has Gunnar Jeanette just 0.3 of a second behind him. Jacques, the gentleman driver in the 45 car, doing his stint. Got some of his time behind the safety car early on. Gunnar Jeanette coming back from a frightening skydiving accident where, to quote him earlier on in the week in an interview with Joe, I had to use 1 too many parachutes and neither of them worked. Got away with a broken tibia, awful injury, but under the circumstances could have been a lot worse. He's already stood limped and been helped onto the podium at the last ELMS race, and great to see him back in a prototype car here, having completed that for Ram Racing in the last ELMS race. We'll have the next ELMS race, of course, in a couple of weeks' time, live on RadioLeMans.com. Just a 3-hour dash for that. Just 2 more rounds left of that series, with Ricard coming later in the year. And it's Hungary next, if I'm not mistaken, for the ELMS. And then shortly after that, we're off to the Circuit of the Americas, and you'll be able to follow all of the action in round number 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, with all of the early sessions live on RadioLeMans.com in audio. and then we'll pick up the whole race live on FIAWEC.com and our syndicated television partners. So every session live on RadioLeMans.com in audio, sound and vision on FIAWE.com for at least the race. We did have qualifying here as well. We'll await confirmation to see if that is the same at the Circuit of the Americas for round 5 of this championship. Keep your eye on FIAWEC.com for details. Now, other battles that are hotting up. Stefan Mucker, I mentioned a couple of laps ago, within a second to Giancarlo Fisichella, and there is the proof for those of you who have got the luxury of television screens. And Stefan Mucker, 9 years the junior of Giancarlo Fisichella, and Stefan now beginning to look like he can challenge the former Formula 1 pilot. Darren Turner, I think he said, tell him to push a bit harder there, didn't he? As Mucker has closed into a challenging position now, and we haven't always seen this between the Astons and the Ferraris. Good chasing. It does seem as though, bizarrely, the Astons do better at the end of the stint, when you'd expect the Ferrari as a mid-engine car to be slightly better balanced and perhaps not use their tyres as much. And the leader going round the outside of the Krone Racing car with Nick Johnson. That was not a good move by Ben Treluet. Not a high percentage move there. He sort of committed himself to it. I think Johnson was expecting him up the inside and left the room there. Would only have taken him to drift wide. The prototype again coming on the blind side of the driver sitting on the left of that Ferrari.
The other problem about running onto that part of the circuit, though, is where there's all manner of debris from various incidents that have built up over the race, John, and that's not just tyre debris as you get inevitably, but because of the various incidents that they've been having, that will have involved various bits of bodywork as well, I suspect, down there.
Must say thank you to Martin Pass over at Audi, who's been, as ever, feeding us with information up over our text chats that we have with some of the team PRs. And we should also say hello to Teresa and Sarah, who aren't here this weekend, and to Henry Collins, who I remember very dearly as the caterer for Audi Sport UK in the British Touring Car Championship days, when Audi were so dominant in the early to mid 1990s. It was that a great year, wasn't there, in 1997, when Audi Super Touring A4 Quattros took 7 championships across the world in the Super Touring 2000 regulations. Hello to you guys and ladies at home. So this GTE battle still rages on, with Stefan Mucker still hasn't really made what I would call a definitive challenge to make that position. And not sure how long these guys have got to go, Paul, before they pit again, the 51 and the 97. As they head down that back straight.
Just have to have a look at that one.
I shall await your sage words. You do get the slight thought from watching the body language of both of these cars that Mucker is biding his time here. I'm not sure, in the context of what we've seen in this race now, that if Mucker doesn't think he can get by and pull away, he shouldn't try and do that. Oh, and Fisichella, the Ferrari just getting away from him right in the centre of the corner there. Fast hands from Fisichella, just applying a touch of Oppo and getting that car back under control as the leader, Ben Treluet, comes and breaks up the action for a moment. And that's bad news for Stefan Mucker, who had to get off his racing line in the middle of one of those medium speed left-handers that there seem to be so many of here.
So in terms of the pit stops for these two, they're pretty much on the same schedule. The Aston will be pitting first, but only by a lap, I reckon, and it'll be in around about its lap 167, 67.68, so it's got another 23, 24 laps to go before we get those coming in. So that's a good half hour's running, in fact a little bit more than half an hour running from these two. So yes, whilst Muka may be biding his time, there's no time to be bided in a way. If he can get through, then it would be worth him doing so. Because earlier on, when this battle happened, we had the same situation when Muka got past Fisichella.
Yes, that's right. Well remembered, Paul. And the Gunnar Jeanette Jacques Nicolet battle continues as well down through the Senna S's, as Gunnar clearly using a lot less road in the Greaves Motorsport car than Jacques is using at the moment. He drags up behind, coming out the Curva de Sol, dives into the left-hand side of the road, pulls alongside into the braking area for the next left-hander, but can't get it done. This is a battle for position. Nicolet is absolutely entitled to defend the short straight down the next left-hander, and Jeanette is nosing ahead for a moment in the Greaves car, but up the inside, Jacques Nicolet, a little glance to his left. He hugs the apex on the left-hand side and holds up the young American. Well, that was very good driving by both men. Racing room asked for and given.
As far as that battle is concerned, Jacques Nicolet is going to be the one who has to come into the pits first, and it's going to be about 7 laps before Gunnar Jeanette has to come in. So if Gunnar can get past, then all well and good, but if he doesn't get past, then Gunnar will have 7 laps to lap more quickly and then do it on the pit stop, as it were.
Well, we have another look at that. Excellent manoeuvre, carried on for half a lap there. Let's go down into the Aston Martin pit. We were wondering about Stefan Muka's tactics. As into the pit lane comes the second place P2 car. That's Alex Brundle at the moment, as the pit stops are starting for the leading P2 cars. And in fact, Gunnar Jeanette just goes down the inside of Nicolet into the first turn with the number 2 of Loic Duval right up their tailpipes. Joe Bradley is down in Aston Martin world, and that really is like a theme park down there with 5 pits together. And Darren Turner is his next interviewee.
Darren, we were watching the footage, and Stefan Muka having a great time out there battling with Fisichella. Is it times like that where you wish I was in the car doing that?
No, I'm quite happy having a bit of a rest now. I mean, that was had a really good stint then, trading times with Bruni, and it was very close, and a little bit of traffic to and fro between us, and I really got held up by the Porsche when I went out, so I was a bit disappointed because they're a lap down and not very sporting really to be getting involved like that. But anyway, that cost us some time, but then after that it was good fun. I was having a nice time, really having to concentrate and try and put in some good lap times to try and close that gap to Bruni. But out of the car now, I'm watching Stefan do a really good job. He's closed right in on Giancarlo, and hopefully he can find a way through without any trading of paint.
Are there any apparent weak spots where he may be able to find a chance? I mean, looking at the way the cars are lapping, they're pretty good, both equal across the whole of the lap. Or is there anywhere that suits the Ferrari over the Aston and vice versa?
The Ferrari's slightly quicker on the main straight, so out of the last turn they're slightly quicker, but in the infield we're slightly quicker. So overall lap time is very, very similar. The only difference is when you're dealing with traffic, if you've got a little bit more top-end speed, it's slightly easier getting past some of the cars out there. But to be fair, they're very equal between the Ferrari and even the Porsche, because that was ahead of us at the time by a few seconds, even though it's a lap down. So that seems to be very even as well. So every car has got a strength and a weakness, and you've got to try and exploit that. If there comes an opportunity where that car's in a weak spot and you're suddenly on them, then you've just got to try and pounce at that time. But we've got less than 2 hours to go, and still a long way to go, isn't it? And we just need to keep the car in one piece, and the main thing is to keep an eye on the points at the moment. The championships.
And you guys never make mistakes, so it makes the racing fantastic.
I'd like to say we don't make mistakes, but I had like 2 or 3 fairly sizable lockups in that stint that cost. You add them together and it's probably 2 seconds, but I like to think the other drivers all have little mistakes like that as well. So when you're pushing on the limit like we are, it's very easy to just go over the top of it, and you lose a bit of time, and you have a quiet word with yourself on the next lap and try and calm it down, and then try and get that rhythm going again.
Joe, before you let Darren go, can you just ask him about the tyres? The Porsche has a different construction of Michelin tyre, but remarkably, I think the Aston and the Ferrari are on exactly the same tyre, and they're very different cars. So how does that play out in the length of a stint?
John's asking Darren about the fact that the Ferrari and the Aston are on exactly the same construction of tyre, and yet they're such different cars. One a mid-engined, the Aston a front-engined, and the Porsche is on a different tyre to both the Ferrari and the Aston. Does that have any significant factor into things?
I think the tyres have developed more for the Ferrari because of the test program and everything, but you know, we've got those tyres and we work with them, and you know, they work very well. Very pleased with the Michelin, and you know, each of our cars have got slightly different balance at the moment between 97, 98 and 99, and it's not really tyre related, it's just us engineering it. So always happy with the consistency and how good the Michelin tyre is. You know, it's very good throughout the stint, and it, you know, it just drops off a little bit as you'd expect from an hour and a bit of driving, but you know what you have underneath you all the way through the race. So you get that tyre and you have to make it work for your car, and it works very well.
Thanks for that insight, Darren. Excellent, great stuff. Thanks, mate.
Joe Bradley in the powered by Nissan pit lane. I just can't get my head around that, to be honest. The two cars so fundamentally different are using the same construction of tyre. That proves, if proof were needed, just how clever the guys at Michelin are. Just following up on some of our reporting from other forms of the motorsport, other parts of the motorsport world. Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, we'll be examining the rumours of, I think, which we, among a number of people, have been talking about for some time, Michelin coming back into Formula One. That appears that is closer than ever before, and may in fact even be as close as next year. And the requirement for Michelin, from Michelin, that F1 go to 18-inch tyres, that may be disappearing. Compromises being talked about in the Formula One world to get Michelin back as a sole tyre supplier to replace the current Pirellis, and of course it's a new formula in Formula One in terms of engine and chassis next year, so I suppose not a bad time to do that as Kiko Ihara gets back into the Nissan powered machine. Jack Nicolay has just jumped out of the 45 Morgan Oak. Jack Nicolay, the archetypal privateer runner in sports car running.
And of course that has allowed Gunnar Jeanette in the Greaves car, number 41, to move ahead of him. That was the battle that we were watching on the screens a little while ago for 5th place in P2.
And Joe is down in the Oak Morgan 45 pit as the multicoloured car with the road sign graphics pulls out.
Let's have a word with Jacques Nicolay. We heard that, or we saw, I should say, and heard that he was having a fantastic battle with Gunnar Jeanette. He says, give me 5, he's getting his breath back. These cars, let's not forget just how physical these LMP cars are. A lot of downforce, same amount of downforce as, say, an F3 car, very, very grippy. Jacques just getting a well-earned glass of water and getting his breath back, so he's definitely been working hard. Jacques, you okay for a word now, getting your breath back? We know how physical these cars are, especially when you are battling so hard with Gunnar Jeanette. You had fun there.
I am quoi? Full?
You had fun?
Fun, yes, very fun. It's a great pleasure this time, and really, I enjoy really the session, really.
We enjoyed watching your session, and it was a great battle to watch. We forget, you make it look so easy on the track, but these cars are very physical.
Yes, not only the car, the track is very physical, because we don't have the habitude to turn in this way, and for young people like me, it's hard.
Yes, I understand, Jack. Thanks for talking to us. I'll let you get your drink of water. And I think what Jack was trying to explain there was the anti-clockwise direction that we've mentioned all week, John. And as we get to the closing stages of this race, maybe it is the fitness that's going to show in some areas.
Your 6th place qualifying, you're progressing okay.
Yeah, we're moving through the field. Had a bit tyre strategy in the first part of my stint there. Massive understeer in the car, but the guys worked hard on the pit wall and we managed to cure it with a different combination of tyre for the second stint. So pulled back what we lost and ended up status quo. So we're back in it and looking forward to the end of the race.
Can you advance from this third?
Yeah, I think we're in with a genuine shout of picking up third place from the other car, and it's quite important, obviously, because they lead the championship with us second. So yeah, we need to be making progress past them if at all possible.
Thank you.
Joe Bradley with Jacques Nicolet and Louise Beckett with Alex Brundle, in case you didn't recognise the second place, or sometimes second place, car in P2. Pierre Caffer now has that distinction on the pit stop rotation, which is kind of mixed up a little bit more in P2 than it is in any of the other classes.
Yeah, so just trying to look at that one whilst you were hearing from the two of them, and it's Pierre Caffer who will be in the pits first, and then Roman Rusinov in after that. But they've both got a little way to go yet, another 10 laps I reckon to go before they both have to come in and make their stops. But of course, Roman Rusinov, having maintained that lead in the class that Mike Conway so nicely set up for him, has lost very little space at all during that stint, and he leads Pierre Caffer at the moment by a full lap. And as I say, Pierre Caffer is going to be coming into the pits next.
He's in the pit lane now.
Oh, he's in now, isn't he? That's what happened. And then Roman Rusinov will be coming in to hand over to the third driver of that car, John Martin.
Looking at the leading Audi, Ben Treluer, with what, an hour and 36 minutes to go. How's and there he is out on the track. How is the strategy playing out for that car?
Well, I don't know if this is good fortune or good planning, but typical Audi. I was looking at about 45 minutes per stint for Audi in order for them to be able to make it to the flag. And if they can carry on doing at 45 minutes, their next stop is going to be at 4:30 Brazilian time, which is in 7 minutes in real time. And then they can do another 45 minutes on that tank full new set of tyres. And then they'll be home and dry. So 2 more stops, with the first of them coming up in about 6 minutes for the leading Audi of Benoit Treluer, which will this time around be coming in to be handed back to Marcel Fessler, who started it.
And while Paul was explaining what was going on in P2, in P1, the P2 second place car, the PCOM car, has Nick Manassian back on board and leaves the pits, having now dropped down to 4th position in that class. We also had the GTE AM leader in, Christian Poulsen, takes that car back out onto the circuit. It's sitting in 12th overall. It is still the 3rd GTE car in amongst the GTE Pro cars. Jörg Bergmeister, having put a bit of ground on his teammate, is only 4 seconds behind Christian Poulsen, and for the first time then in a long time, we will have the GTE Pro first, second and third together on the timing screen, without the interloper, if you like, of the GTE AM leader. And Nico Prost, by the way, back in the number 12 Lola Rebellion. At some stage, and I know Joe's listening down there in the pit lane, at some stage it would be nice to stick your head into Rebellion and see if you can get a quick word with Bart. I mean, he's probably on the pit wall, isn't he? That'll be the issue. Just to see how next year's plans are coming on. It may be that Bart's listening in, actually, so if he is on the pit wall, can you have a wander back so we can have a chat with you? Although in fairness, you are allowed to cross the pit lane, Joseph, if you want to.
I can indeed, and I have been just savouring the atmosphere here in Brazil from the pit wall, so that's where I will head now, my friend.
Thank you. Just be nice to hear how that programme for next year is coming along. They've made the commitment quite early to have their own P1 chassis built to the new regulations.
And that has to be the way to do it, isn't it? To commit early on, get your ducks in a row, and even to the extent where they've had to sacrifice a little bit out of the 2013 programme in order to push the 2014 one.
Well, I think, you know, I think that's part of the Toyota philosophy as well, if I'm honest, Paul. You know, Porsche have had their car running publicly for the last couple of months. You know, that video came out just before Le Mans, and we don't know when that was taken. So, you know, it's unlikely that it was taken 2 days before. So at least a couple of months ago. Oh, now a little bit of a interesting incident there on the front straight as the #1 car has slowed as he was coming past traffic and allowed Nico Prost a sniff of getting a lap back here. It was the 24 Olivier Pla, a P2 car, that was the fly in the ointment for our leader. But no, it picks up speed again, and Ben Trellier continues. Yeah, you know, it's a shame that Toyota have felt the need to withdraw one of the cars. We hear that strong indications, indeed even from their drivers tweeting today, that there'll be 2 Toyota TS030s at Fuji for the second to last round of the championship, and that is all good news. But it's full steam ahead for that dual hybrid, 1 motor front, 1 motor rear 2014 Toyota, which I'm guessing they're going to call the TS040. I'll probably be. They call it the TS031 now, won't they? Just to make a liar out of me. But the point is,
they hadn't decided, and now they have.
Yeah, exactly. Now they have. But the point is, the quicker that you can get that car running for next year, the more likely you are to bang out any bugs in it. As Stefan Mucker has, no, that's the 98 car getting out the way. I thought we had a change in the lead there, and then it went straight back in GTE Pro. In fact, it was Pedro Lamy, who is still 5th in that category, making sure he wasn't a factor in it. And Roman Rusinov, the leader in P2, is in the pit lane. Now, has he got enough of a gap, Paul, to hold on to that lead without giving it up? I think he has, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's got a full lap of a lead on Bertrand Baguette, so he should be able to get in and hand the car over then to John Martin, and then John Martin will be on his way. And let's say the driver lineup in that car does make it a very strong proposition indeed. And Rusinov has done his, let's just check to see the exact time that Rusinov has done behind the wheel of that car. He got in it at 15:06, so he's done his hour and a quarter, which is what he has to do. That's the minimum driving time. And so rather than run the full number of laps that he would perhaps run on his stint, he's done the minimum in order to just qualify that driver.
Yeah, and again, if you're not au fait with the regulations, the P2 and the GTE AM class, you have to have 1 non-professional driver. There's a precious metal drivers grading system, with platinum and gold being the pro classes, silver and bronze being the non-pro classes. I won't call them amateurs, because they're still out there doing a pretty good job of work for the most part. And in those 2 classes, in those 2 categories, there is a minimum drive time for at least 1 of the non-pro drivers. If you have more than 1, must do that time, and if it doesn't mean that the driver doesn't score points. It means that the car is eliminated. In the other classes, if any of the drivers don't do their minimum drive time, it's the driver that doesn't get the points. But there is also a maximum drive time, and if you exceed the maximum drive time in any of the classes, the car is excluded. And a couple of the teams fell foul of those regulations in the American Le Mans Series yesterday. I see that Core Autosport shot themselves in the foot again. The amount of times those guys have thrown away championships and race wins by making wrong tactical calls, and they had to put John Bennett in for the last 3 minutes of the race in Baltimore yesterday, having somebody's stopwatch was slightly wrong, and that cost them the race win. So it's not just about the nut at the end of the wheel in terms of what goes on in these endurance races. Very much, Paul, the guys on the pit wall who are doing the calculations about tyres and fuel, etc., etc., and of course making sure everybody's done their proper lap times and got the right amount in. And the call from that pit wall for Audi is that Ben Trellier should come in. But Paul, very important to get it right on the pit wall.
Exactly right, yes, and I think, as you say, Trellier should be due in at the end of lap 172.
He's in the lip.
According to my little calculation here. mean, there was a driver at Le Mans, wasn't there, who drove more than 4 hours. I don't quite know how that could happen, but in one of his stints, actually went over the 4-hour driving limit. But in comes Ben Trollier then.
And Joe Bradley is there.
I am indeed. Ben Trollier is now no longer in the car because Marcel Fasler has taken that seat off him. He's just strapped himself in as the car takes on fuel. Now, if this stop is anything to go by, the number 2 Audi will be shortly after. They are changing tyres on this car. You can hear the wheel guns in the background. So now we've got the right rear going on. We've got the right front left to do. And that wheel is now on. Last wheel to go is the left rear. That's happening now. It's like watching a well choreographed dance group as the mechanics just dynamically flit around that car. That car is now back out into the race with Marcel Fasler at the wheel.
So rejoining then, and as you might imagine, the well-oiled machine. The good news for Fasler is he gets further than the number 2 car, and nothing has fallen off it. Inside 90 minutes now then.
And that means that just one more stop for this car. Marcel Fasler will just need to do one more. It'll probably be a fuel and tyres, bearing in mind the success which Ben Trollier had on his second set of tyres. The full 33 laps, which is the full fuel that an Audi can go on its 58 litres of diesel.
Down to the pits, Paul, and Stuart Hall is with Louise.
I'm with an exhausted-looking Stuart Hall. How was that stint? And tell us about that damage you picked up.
It's really frustrating. Sorry, the whole race has been a pain in the arse, really. It just we lost the lap with a safety car early on, which didn't make it very easy, and we were catching the 95 car back up and had a front left tyre delaminate. It started feeling a bit funny and delaminated on me, so we had to make an earlier than scheduled pit stop. But you know, there's still an hour and 20 or something to go. JCW will be pushing as hard as he can, so you know, we'll see where we go.
Just to confirm, there was no contact with any other car then?
No, I didn't. I don't think I hit anybody. Well, I had contact with another car, but it was the other side. It was nothing to do with that. It was a front left that had, the tyre had already gone by then, and I was trying to get back to the pits, and the green car out there that seems to be in everyone's way was in mine as well. So, you know, a bit frustrating, but you know, that's racing. We'll push for the next 1 hour, 20 minutes and see where we end up.
Thank you.
Well, to compound the issues of the number 2 Audi, that report of speeding in pit lane has been confirmed and acted upon, and it will be a stop and 30-second penalty.
30 seconds stop and go penalty for speeding in a pit lane.
Confirmed there by Eduardo Freitas, our race director, and that, I think, Paul, was during that whole wheel falling off incident, wasn't it, that we noticed that they had been called for that?
Exactly right. So yeah, whether or not I don't think, I mean, it won't put them further back into the clutches of the Rebellion car. That will be that'll be too much for them to do that. But what is interesting that Eduardo Freitas just chose to make that announcement over the public pits to car radio rather than just privately to Audi. So he wants to make the point, even if there is only an hour and a half of this race remaining, that speeding in the pit lane is to be penalised.
Yes, there's been a number of people called for it during the early part of the week, and that normally attracts fines, quite hefty fines, which go up incrementally the more times you are caught. But then, of course, when you get down to the sessions that count, like qualifying or the race, whether it's not obeying track limits, speeding in the pit lane, or any other of the penalisable offences that can be penalised, let's put that into some form of English, then you tend to get the stop and hold or the drive-through penalties. Persistent offenders may well be fined as well, of course, and that would come after the race, as the number 2 comes into the pit lane now, staying left early and coming down towards pit out, which is where Audi are situated. like Duval ensures that he is on the pit lane speed limiter as he heads towards Joe Bradley, who is down at the Audi end of things. Is there a penalty box, or will he stop in his own box, Joe?
I think he's going to stop in his own box. He's got, I can't really see any officials who are going to time it, so maybe they rely upon the team to do that. In fact, I've got a team member in front of Brad Kettler bringing the car to a stop, and another team member has got a stopwatch. In fact, Brad's got a stopwatch in his hand. Didn't imagine otherwise. They've
did they stop the engine, Joe?
I can't tell with my...
with the diesels, of course, you can hardly tell anyway, can you?
I can't tell, but we have got Brad at the front of the car with his hand held up, indicating that the car is going nowhere. Nish looking on from the front of the pit garage.
It's a bit of smoke coming out the
counting him down, and he's been given the wave off. So what felt like a lifetime was indeed only 30 seconds, was that, guys?
Stop and 30-second hold, correct. Meantime, Nicola Prost went through to complete another lap, but he's still 2 laps back from that Loic Duval car, so hasn't been able to take full advantage of that.
Of course, the other thing is, which we'll get excited about, or we might get excited about, is that Loic Duval is getting towards the point where he needs fuel as well. So even though that was a pit stop, it wasn't a pit stop at which he was allowed to put any fuel in. So he'll be in, I suspect, in the next couple of laps, and as a result of in another, yes, either this lap or the next lap, in order to refuel, and that will be for Loic to hand the car back to Alan McNish.
Let's go.
For car number 2, 1 minute stop and go penalty for unsafe release after a pit stop. Car number 2, 1 minute stop and go penalty for unsafe release after the pit stop.
Right, okay, it never rains but it pours. Being told from the pit lane from Audi that it was the missing wheel that caused Loic Duval to go over this pit lane speed limit, and now Joe Bradley called for the incident of the unsafe release as well, so that's going to be a stop and 1 minute hold, and still they can't fuel that car, of course.
Well, I'm with Benoit Trunier. Benoit, I know you're probably doing your best not to smile, but the issues that the number 2 car has been given, now 2 penalties, this one for a full minute, that's going to help your championship if this car drops away and allows the Rebellion say to come second.
No, I don't wish anything to the number 2 car. It's our mate, and honestly, it's not the way I want to come back on the championship. We want to fight equal, and was good on the track, and I'm not expecting things like that. Unfortunately, they don't have a good race today, but it's very tough race. It's really difficult. Honestly, on the track, it was really tough. Difficult to avoid the problems with the traffic, and the grip is very poor, and so it's really tough race.
We saw, Benoit, that you had many close shaves out there. It's really tricky, yeah? We saw you had quite a few close shaves with other cars. One in particular where you had to drive off the track.
Yeah, there is some guys don't check in the mirrors, and you think they have seen you, and they do not. So sometimes you have to avoid it and go off the track. It's not a nice thing to do, but when you don't have choice, you need to do it. And unfortunately, it's always the same guys, and we have to talk about it, because at the end it starts to be dangerous.
Thanks, Benoit. I'll leave you to it. While we were talking to Benoit there, John, that number 2 Audi has been in and soaked up that 1 minute penalty and is now back in the race.
Loic Duval getting plenty of practice of in and outside circuits and bumps, isn't it, when you're doing your flying, your pilot's license. Plenty of practice coming in and out of the pit lane. We're heading in towards in fact, we're inside the last 80 minutes of competition. I have a feeling that that's a fairly fired up Frenchman in that number 2 car at the moment. Nico Prost, then, as he comes round the end of this lap, he is on the back end of the same lap now as Duval. And anything else?
That's absolutely right, yeah. John, but he's going to be running out of fuel as well. So this is now, what you see is what you get, in the sense. They're both pretty low on fuel. They're both coming in to make what will be their last stop before the last one. That's usually penultimate, isn't it? Stops. So we do have a bit of a battle on, but in all fairness, the Rebellion's pace just won't match the Audi's. So they'll need to have some other form of misfortune to affect this number 2, a real thunderstorm rather than just it raining, in order to get the second stop of the podium. But as far as the third step, I mean, it's no doubt going to be Rebellion, because the P2 cars, although they've been going very, very strongly, are already, 7-8 laps behind the 3 leading P1 cars.
At Karen Ditch says, how can you give 2 stop-and-go penalties for the same incident? I'm very confused. No, one of them was for coming into the pit lane and speeding, and the other one was for unsafe release. And now the number 2 is in for its regular stop as Lena Gade, the number 1 team, number 1, if you see what I mean, chef to keep, wanders back. Look, Duval said, did I do that? Was that for me? As the Progressive designed and engineered pressurised drinks bottle goes in to the left of the driver. This is going to be a set of tyres as well, Joe, is it?
Yeah, definitely. They've got the tyres ready. I think it's probably the nature of the track. It's a very hard track. It's tight, it's twisty. It's got some really fast corners that will really take it out of the tyre. And I think that's why we're certainly not seeing any triple standing out of the set of tyres. We've taken on fuel, we've taken on tyres, we're about finished. We've got the left-hand rear to do. And then to finish that, Brad Kettler waves the car off for the 3rd time in what seems like a couple of minutes.
Yes.
But interestingly, Duval did stay at the wheel for all of that. So he is now, I mean, you can't really measure this in terms of stints, but he's been in the car since 3 o'clock. And he's been in the car for an hour and 3/4, in other words. And he'll do another stint here. These tyres will last him another 33 laps. Probably then we'll just get the car being handed over to McNish for the last stint only. But I'm not surprised, but Duval has done a longer stint than either McNish or Christensen did before him.
I'm going to give you fair warning that I'm going to ask you questions about the leading GTE Pro Cars pits and what they need to do before the end in a moment. We're hearing that there's news about Fernando Alonso's motor racing career coming possibly today, possibly in the next couple of days. If it doesn't break whilst we're on air today, we'll get to it in Midweek Motorsport Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, radiolemans.com, 8 o'clock UK time. Hello to Ollie Gavin.
He's going to drive for Porsche.
Strange things have been said on this on this service before, have they not? Maybe he's going to Red Bull. Hello to Ollie Gavin, Yardley Hastings' finest sports car driver in Baltimore, tuned in at the moment. Nice drive yesterday, sir, to 2nd place through the carnage. Rebellion, who were for a moment in 2nd place with Nico Prost, come into the pit lane, and Loic Duval goes across the start-finish line and retakes that as the Lola Coupe, powered by the Rebellion Toyota engine, pulls in next to Joe Bradley.
Yes, it does indeed, and the driver, Nicolas Prost, is staying with the car. Let me see if they're going to take on tyres. It looks like they're not going to take on tyres. Wow. The tyres were brought out onto the apron and were ready, but we've got a crew member at the front of the car who tells them to wind the car up. Fuel only, guys, fuel only for that number 12 Rebellion, so they really are wanting to take the race to the number 2 Audi.
Give it a go. Give it a go. Gareth Bale has signed for Real Madrid, by the way, 86 million quid. That was something I saw earlier on today. We talked about big money transfers. Interesting to see what that's. I'm now very excited about the Fernando Alonso news. Keep you across that, as I say, if not by the end of this programme. Midweek Motorsport Wednesday night UK time on radiolemans.com. So with the pit stops completed then, one more pit stop to go for the leading P1 cars. It's 1, 2 and 12 with Marcel Fesler on lap number 181 at the moment. The number 2 Audi, Loic Duval at the wheel on lap 178, and Nico Prost about to come through and complete his lap 178. We'll nip down to the pit lane for Matthias Bech, who is with Louise Beckett.
Matthias, that gap really is closing in. Can you do it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard. We still we will still fight, you know, but in another way we will not take so much risk in the traffic because we're already P3 and it's a great result for the team. So it's always a compromise, but for sure we will push, but it's going to be hard because the Audi are really strong.
No tyre change on that stop. Was that to reduce time?
No, not really, because we double steam the tires. So I will be in for the last hour, and I'll try to push, and we'll see what happens.
The pressure is on, Matthias.
Yeah, no pressure. No pressure at all. We have to finish the race at the first target, and then we will see where we are. But with the podium, we will be really happy already.
Thank you, well done.
Matthias Pesch down there in the Rebellion pit. We've got an issue out on the circuit at turn 13. What is that for? It's an Aston Martin losing a right rear wheel. Off goes the wheel nut, and right where we had the fire earlier on, the Aston Martin number 95, this is Christian Poulsen, the leader in GTE Am. Now, can he get up the hill with the diff? The wheel manfully trying to roll up the hill. He cannot. He's beached it on the left-hand curb. And of course with the... Oh no, he's stripped the hub. He's stripped the hub on the car. That's why it's gone. It's not just the wheel gone off. I can see the drive shaft spinning. The brake disc is not moving. And the leader, who has been out front for the whole race, the 95 car, that's the Alan Simonson car, of course. That 95 car built up after Le Mans, brand new vehicle, and the right rear hub has collapsed, losing the right rear wheel, and no drive getting to the wheels. The diff is not locking up and giving him drive. They're not going to be able to move that very easily. We've got 3, 4 burly marshals pushing that car to the driver's left. Just comes off the curb on turn 13 and turn 14. There goes the wheel nut. And I honestly think, though, at that stage, that has been caused by, wow, that wheel hits the barriers at some lick. Big spin. That's a fast corner as he's going up the hill. Does the tyre career into the back of the car? Of course it does. And there's a big black Michelin mark on the left rear of the car. It's like falling off your motorcycle. It doesn't matter how you do it and where you go. It always seems to catch up with you. And the marshals have let that car roll that back down the hill. And Christian Poulsen, what a disaster. And Jamie Campbell-Walter goes through in the 98 Aston. It was a 1-2 for Aston. And Rui Aguas in the 8-star car will go through in a second in the Ferrari. Paolo Roberti in the 88 Porsche will go through to third. Drama once again with just over an hour and 10 minutes still to go here. Goodness me, Paul, what's going to happen next?
Well, it always seems to happen to Aston Martin, doesn't it? Or involve Aston Martins at least. But I suppose with so many of them, then it's kind of playing the numbers game, isn't it? But no, desperately bad luck there. Whilst that was happening, we also had a message on the screen to say that the number 92, Mark Lieb Porsche, was in the pit lane with a puncture.
Oh.
They've now replaced that car and they've got going again. It was Ricard Leitz who came into the pits with the car. They've refueled it, put the wheels back on it, or put a fresh tyre back on it, and sent Mark Lieb on his way again. So number 92 is back out on his way in 4th place in GTE Pro. But I mean, the other thing that's so heartbreaking there for the Aston Martin was just how well that car was going. I mean, they did have everything going for them in the Christian Poulsen in the GTE Am class. I mean, that car, and as a result of that, it's going to elevate Stuart Hall's car back into the lead of the class, which he was describing as a bit of a pain, wasn't he, earlier on?
And Poulsen has had a look at that rear. The tyre is about to be and tyre and wheels about to be reunited with the car, but I think in vain. Just a shame he couldn't get that car up the hill. Marcel Fesler comes up on the 57 Ferrari. Tracy Krohn back at the wheel. He's about to make up a position at the end of this lap as he passes the stricken Aston of Christian Poulsen. Marcel Fesler then leading the motor race comfortably, laps in hand, 51 seconds between Duval in second and Nico Prost in third, and a second of that made up on the last lap by Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi. In P2, 26 G-Drive Orica, John Martin back at the wheel of that car, being just on 35 seconds of a lead between himself and the number 35 Morgan, the Haute Morgan of Bertrand Baguette. Olivier Plat, number 24, Haute Morgan in third, is another 8 seconds behind. Then Nick Manassian, who is 30 seconds behind Plat in the 49 Orica Pecom car, needs the point for the championship. And Manassian, with the car's fastest first sector of the race, is beginning to push on. Christian Poulsen's body language says everything you need to know about motor racing, endurance racing. He's miles ahead of the field. He's been playing with the pro cars all day. And then an hour and 11 minutes to go, and quite literally the wheels come off the dream. Marcel Fessler will be hoping that he doesn't have the same issues. Fastest first sector of the race by Fessler that time around, the Swiss driver Hop Suisse, beginning to work his way through traffic as the sun is dropping down below the grandstands on the western side of the circuit, right behind our commentary position. Shadows lengthening quite a lot of the circuit now in full dark. It does mean as you're coming up the last hill towards the double last corner, double apex last corner, that you do have the sun in your eyes for quite a long time, and that's been the case for a wee while now. Here is the number 1 Audi radio.
Marcel, 1 second quicker. You're 1 second quicker.
1 second quicker than what? Lena's not saying. Maybe a bit of testing going on for that car. I can't see it though. They've got a race to win first, haven't they? Into the pit lane, the number 97 Aston Martin, Stefan Mucker out to second place. Joe Bradley.
Yes, it's further down. I'm waiting for the number 51 Ferrari, John Brack. If you can, you probably can see it better from your perch than I can see from mine.
It's DT that's jumped into the car. Mucker is out. There's a set of Michelin rubber about to go on the car, and it's brand new Michelin rubber at that. All 4 wheels, of course. Now, Paul, I gave you a little bit of warning earlier on. This is the 97 in with 1:06 to go. This will be the last stop for them, won't it?
Absolutely right, John, yes. And it and the Ferrari are both on a very similar schedule. The Aston seems to be using a tiny bit more fuel than the Ferrari. So as a result of the stop, well, in fact, it happened before the stop, didn't it? Giancarlo Fisichella in the Ferrari never let Mucker past him. So Fisichella now has a little bit of an advantage, but he is due a pit stop. He'll have a slightly later pit stop, and he will also, of course, have a slightly shorter pit stop because they won't have to put so much fuel into the Ferrari because it won't have as far to go. So there'll be a slightly shorter pit stop. So we'll see how they come out. Here comes Fisichella now into the pits, I think, John.
Yes, he has. In the meantime, Olivier Pilar with a very long and lurid lockup of the right front going into the centre. S's, he's got it. No, he doesn't have it because he's going down the hill and he spins the 24 Morgan Oak around on the outside of the first corner. I think he's got it going again. Yes, he has, but he's going to have a very, very big flat spot. In fact, I think he's got a left rear puncture. No, he's got a left rear problem. The left rear suspension's collapsed on the 24 car. That's the 3rd place car in P2, and that's why he had the big lockup going into the first corner. I'll keep an eye on that. Let's get down to Ferrari and the leader in GTE Pro, Joe Bradley.
Fisichella already out of the car, and Gini Bruni already taken his place. The fuel is done, the fuel is in, and now we go to work on the tyres. This will be the car's last and final stop. Car now fueled and tired to the end of this race, getting back out there to the fray. Still got a lot of race to go, considering they are battling wheel to wheel with the Aston of Stefan Mucker.
I said this earlier in the week, Joe, but that Ferrari sounds great even on the pit limiter.
Awesome, and to think now that that car is now out there and racing to the finish, all to race for.
And Turner has gone through and taken the lead back for Aston Martin as the drama unfolds in P2 with Olivier Plat having now given up third place. Nick Manassian's gone through. Bertrand Baguette sets his stall out with the fastest lap of the race for that car at 28.9892, I think that might be. But I've got a nasty feeling, I'm afraid, that the 24 Morgan is out of the race. That looks like a rear suspension failure on the left-hand side. So unusual to see Olivier Pla with that locked front wheel for so long going into the first corner. And then after the spin, no wonder he couldn't get it back. The car has gone up on its jacks. And it's going into the box. The dolly wheels are underneath. And all chances of a podium now for the 24 Morgan Oak have just disappeared as that car's been pushed back into the garage. And decent points are disappearing, Paul, as well for that 24 car, because unfortunately those top 5 or 6 P2 cars were all pretty close together, so they haven't got a lot of laps to get this fixed if indeed they can, as in comes Jörg Bergmeister, now third in GTE Pro, Paul.
Yes, it's as far as P2 is concerned, it's a three-way battle now, isn't it, between the 26 and the 35, with the Picon car number 49 about a minute and a half. The three of them separated by a minute and a half altogether, so 26, 35 and 49. So we've got nice hours racing to go from those three P2 cars, with each of them due one more stop. And as far as the GTE Pro cars are concerned, Darren Turner is right on the tail of Jimmy Bruni now, so you've got less than 5 seconds separating the Ferrari from the Aston Martin at the head of GTE. So
I think it's about a second now,
I mean, you know
Paul.
what happens, doesn't it, John? You've got an hour of racing and just seconds separating the leading groups. The only class that seems to be all sorted and settled is LMP1.
We'll go down to Joe Bradley for a quick word from the Oak Racing pit. I'm waiting for Fisichella to talk to Louise, because he looked fairly animated when he jumped out of the leading Ferrari. Jimmy Bruni now in there. Joe, what's the story at the left rear of that Oak Racing 24 Morgan?
Looks like a bottom wishbone pickup point, and I can only assume, my assumption I should say, is purely from where the mechanic's hands are on the car. I would say it's bottom pickup point for the bottom wishbone.
Paul Dunk, among a number of people who've tweeted at Specutainment and at RadioLeMans.com, at Radio Le Mans, excuse me, to say, is Interlagos renowned as a car breaker? The non-contact edition rate seems to be high. I don't think I can disagree with that, Paul, to be honest. There's not been that much bumping and barging. In has come the number 81 8-star third position GTE AM car now. Rui Aguas brought that car in. I have to say, I didn't quite see if somebody else had jumped into it. I would say from what, yes, I can see Rui Aguas and the Portuguese flag helmet. Oh, this is taking a long time. The right rear somewhat recalcitrant as they go now onto the right front. So Aguas out. Waiting for the car to be dropped. Left rear now causing an issue as well. Both the rear tyres on that car just being not wanting to play. And the 8-star car goes. They seem to think it was okay. And it is Davide Rigon in that car, but he's dropped down to 4th position as Jean Calvanet in the 76 Porsche has gone through. Let's look back at some of the highlights, bring you up to date if you're joining us for the last hour. The number 2 Audi losing a wheel, then getting pinged for a couple of pit lane infringements. So Marcel Fesler now leads on 192 laps from his teammate Loic Duval, 1 from 2, 188 laps for the second placed car. In third place, with a minute and 10, minute and 11 seconds between the Audi and the number 12 Rebellion Toyota Lola, Nico Prost still in chasing mode, but just really doesn't have the pace there. In P2, excuse me, John Martin is back behind the wheel of the 26 G-Drive Oreca Nissan and has 35 seconds on Bertrand Baguette in the Morgan. Nick Manassian in third in the 49 car. And if we go back some 5 hours, it was Alan McNish who got a great jump at the start of the race and went round the outside of his teammate Marcel Fessler, who didn't see the lights. A number of drivers on that side of the left side of the grid didn't. Plenty of jostling down the field, but it was a clean start and a clean opening. We had some good racing until Stefan Sarazan came into contact with the number 32 Lotus, sent both of the cars off the track. Little mistake by the Lotus, putting it on the curb, getting a wobble on. Sarazan paying the ultimate penalty for going round the outside. You'll see this a lot as well, the fiery end to Tony Wielander's AF Corsa Ferrari, while challenging at the head of the GTE Pro field, sitting in the top 4 at the time, having a cracking battle. Bruno Senna and the 99 Aston Martin, he was in that top battle as well. Right rear suspension failure after contact with the 91 Porsche, and Bruno called to the naughty step for running back down the track. Jack Gerber's had an eventful afternoon. First of all, tipped into a spin by an Aston Martin, then having his own spin and getting hit by an Aston Martin. Not the same one, I should mention. And then, of course, we've seen the desperately bad news for the Audi number 2, losing a wheel coming out of the pits. Captured the wheel on the back of the bodywork after it bounced down the pit lane exit and back onto the rear bodywork cowling. Never seen anything like that in my life. And then the final incident, they got pinged, by the way, for an unsafe release because that wasn't fastened on properly, and also for speeding in the pit lane. 1 minute and 30 all told in 2 stop and hold penalties, which dropped them briefly into the clutches of the number 12 Rebellion, which has had its rear end flapping around all day. But the Rebellion not able to hold on to that. Great battling down the P2 field as well, with Jacques Nicolet and Martin Plowman, and also Jacques Nicolet and Gunnar Jeanette having a bit of a battle. And then the final bit of action, sadly, saw the demise of the 95 Aston Martin in the hands of Christian Poulsen while leading the GTE AM category. Looked like a right rear hub failure, and the car grinding to a halt coming up the hill. But in the meantime, we have seen some cracking battles between the 51 and the 97, and they are separated by less than a second at the moment. Christian Poulsen, as I say, losing the right rear wheel with what I think we'll find is a hub failure, and that car unable to get up the steep hill to the finish. That has left us looking for battles around the field, of which the best one at the moment is Jimmy Bruni, who's just put in a 1:33.9, the car's fastest lap, as he has been chased down by Darren Turner. Less than a second between them, and that's how it stands then, with 55 minutes to go. Now in P2, Paul, still time for tactics to play out in the final pit stop of the day.
Well, yes, I mean, I was thinking about it as you were just going through that rundown, and the position of John Martin in number 26, the leading car, seems fairly well assured. He will still need to make a splash and dash type of pit stop. Bertrand Baguette in the second place car, he is the next one due a stop in the P2 class, and that will probably drop him out of second place, because Nick Manassion is sufficiently close behind that he will take over in second place in the class, but then Manassion himself will need to do a full service stop. So we'll have quite an interesting situation. Certainly the number 26, the G-Drive racing car, has the upper hand, as indeed is entirely warranted, because Mike Conway and Roman Rusinov have done a great job.
Yes.
And there's no reason to suppose that John Martin won't continue to do that. But the battle for second is going to be interesting between the P-Com car, which Manassion, as I say, will still have to make a stop, but Baguette's stop will come first and might be a little bit longer.
So go down to the Powered by Nissan pit lane. Thank you, Paul Truswell. Joe Bradley, and you've had the obviously the 24 Morgan in the pits for quite some time. That looks like that's game over for that car, I think.
No, I don't think so, John. I think they're going to try, or they are indeed trying to repair it. I'll tell you exactly what's gone wrong with the car. Now, there is a small alloy bracket that bolts to the gearbox casing, which the rose joint of the bottom wishbone slots into, and then a bolt goes through the bracket, securing the rose joint of the wishbone in there. That bracket appears to have pulled out of the gearbox casing. Now, what that means is, if it's pulled out...
Just 1 second. We'll go down to the pit lane. Here's Louise and Giancarlo Fisichella.
Away, and you've still got that lead. Can you keep it?
I hope so. It's really tough. It's very close. It looks like the Aston Martin, it's a little bit faster for about 25 laps than us. And then the last 20 laps, it's a little bit slower. So that could be good for the end of the race. I hope to keep the first position until through the end. It would be a fantastic result for us.
Thank you.
Back to Joe Bradley to finish off that explanation on the 24 Oak Racing rear suspension issue.
Now, obviously, if you had the car at the workshop, you'd have the car up about 4 foot in the air and you'd take off the whole rear suspension. However, they're doing it with the suspension in situ. They're leaning across a very, very hot carbon disc brake, and they are getting their hands into very confined spaces at the back of this car and trying to get where the bolts bolt the bracket onto the casing. And if it's pulled out, then invariably, in my estimation, that means the casing stripped its threads. It appears the job is done though, because the rear bodywork is now being gotten and is hovering over the rear of the car. The work is finished on the left-hand side of the car, which is where the problem was. Just some finishing touches going on to the right-hand side of the car. Maybe they were checking the right-hand side brackets and mounting bolts whilst the car was in, just to make doubly sure. In the background you heard the sister car, the number 35 Oak Racing car, just leave the pits there. The tyres are now being bolted onto the car. Final touches, so no, the 24 car is going to get back into this race.
Thank you very much indeed, Joe Bradley. Excellent technical description there, very impressed. Time for you out there, as well as us here, to think about the entirely unofficial RadioLeMans.com Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award. It's something that we do when we have the full team together. Something, person, team, whatever, that you feel has caught the eye and might not have had the best result, might not have be taking home a trophy tonight, but just something that captures the spirit of the race. Robin Goodman, one of the original members of the RadioLeMans.com team, always a smile on his face, always kept us motivated and going through the wee morning hours, as well as keeping Paul Trustwell fed and watered, in fact, in fairness, Paul, and always a great guy to have around, Robin, so sorely miss him at Le Mans.
And a great enthusiast as well. I mean, I think that's the part of it, because even though he was doing other things, he never actually appeared on the broadcast. You could always have a sensible conversation with him about what was going on in the race, and what the prospects were beforehand and afterwards. He'd clearly been paying attention. So not only a great service to Radio Le Mans, but also a great enthusiast. And yeah, and still a friend, because we still exchange emails. And I bumped into him earlier this year. Might have been last year already, like time flies. But no, great to have his. And I'm racking my brains now to try and think. I keep seeing those two. Mine heart has to go out to Christian Poulsen, so I'll put Poulsen on the short list.
Yeah, I think you might find favour with the collective wisdom out there in our broadcast listeners and viewers. The responsible adult has a say in this as well, but we'll put a couple of three out to you out there who are listening, and then you can tweet in with the hashtag to @RadioLeMans. And normally we just have a hashtag Spirit of the Race, and you can let us know. Joe Bradley, anything sticking out for you at this point for the Spirit of the Race Award?
Spirit of the Race Award, let me think.
I'll come back to you if you need to think.
No, I've got the answer, unless you need to go from me.
No, go.
Yeah, it's Stefan Sarazan for him. I know he didn't take part in much of the race, but certainly if we're looking at spirit of the race, him trying and attempting to get that Toyota back on the road by ripping that car apart and getting rid of bits of bodywork, for me, showed the spirit, the very true essence of endurance racing. Okay,
so there's a couple 95 car and Stefan Sarazan in the 8 Toyota trying to get back. I'm gonna throw in a couple here. An obvious one would be Mike Conway and doing that massive stint at the start of the race. but I'm also going to throw in the 91 of Patrick Pilet. Let's go to Christian Poulsen, who's down in the pits with Louise.
Christian, you were playing with the pro category, you were up amongst them, but what happened there? We saw the wheel come off.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Is the last corner I had to pit this lap, and in corner 12 I just lost the wheel. So yeah.
Really frustrating because you really have put in a superb performance in the 95 car.
Yeah, we were good. We were almost leading with a lap, so we just have to cruise the car home, and yeah, the stint went perfect, so I didn't have any problems. And then yeah, bad luck. Yeah.
Disappointed, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Thank you.
So Christian Poulsen then, after being nominated by Paul, Louise jumps in and gets him. Thank you very much indeed. I'm also going to show the 91 Porsche in as well, because they had a great start and got knocked out of it and have just quietly gone about their business. A 34.4 last time around by Patrick Pilet. Mark Lieb in the 92 car, you could have made a case for them as well. Similar thing, 34.2 for them, and they're back up into 3rd and 4th in the class, albeit still a couple of laps away from the leaders in that category. So if we've tickled your fancy with any of those, or you've got something else, hashtag Spirit of the Race to @RadioLeMans. Let's have a word with another one of the people who we've just nominated. Mike Conway is down in the pit lane with Joe Bradley.
Hello, Mike. In fact, we're just watching the 26 car of Mike Conway come in for a pit stop with his teammate. I think it's Roman at the wheel, Mike, is that right?
No, it's John Martin, but yeah, Roman's already been in, but obviously looking good. We've led all the race now. We just got to have a good clean stop here. It's torture watching it, to be honest, but it's good. Everyone's been driving well, and we got a good buffer to the oak cars, but that's who we're racing, so we copied them when they changed for new tyres, and you know, hopefully we can get away here and stay in front of the lead.
Well, the car is just about to pull out of its pit box and resume. Mike, it's got to be said that was one hell of a stint you did at the beginning of this race. Can you remember and tell us a little bit about that, how that went?
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was good. Just push, but I didn't want to, you know, it was this thing here, we weren't sure about how the tyres were going to hold up, so just a case of nursing the tyres a little bit at the beginning and just seeing what we had middle of the stint, and they felt good, so kept pushing all the way through, and we tried a different tyre for when we stopped, and it seemed to be okay. It held up for a double stint, which was it's quite rare around here, so it's been tough though. You know, when the tyres start moving around, it's really hard to keep the lap times low. So, but it was good. Happy with the job we did, and Roman's done a great job, and so is John at the moment.
I'll leave you then, Mike, to continue torturing yourself by watching this clock tick down. Good luck, mate.
Like that. Rebellion getting some traction for the hashtag Spirit of the Race at RadioLeMans.com. And the very sporting gesture from Kelly McNish, who was tweeting that she hoped that Toyota would get back to the pits as well. That's caught the eye of one or two. So any of those we've mentioned or anything else, hashtag Spirit of the Race to @RadioLeMans, and the responsible adult is monitoring that. We'll give you about another 15 minutes on that, 15 or 20 minutes, so just after 1/2 this hour. And we'll start looking at it. That might be a bit early, you never know, there might be something in the last few minutes of the race. John Martin goes out, that'll be his last pit stop of the race. Bjorn Verdheim has just gone out in the Greaves Zytek. That's left the Pecom car in the lead, which I think is the first time I've said that, and Nick Manassi, and immediately Paul comes into the pit lane for his last pit stop of the race in that 49 car.
Thanks. Your television pictures are a bit ahead of mine. I was just thinking it was this lap should be Minassion's final pit stop.
I've got the advantage of being able to look out of the window and see that.
More efficient on this.
Sorry, Paul, I've got the advantage of being able to look out the window and see as well, and not rely on the telly pictures, in fairness. You'd need a hell of a pair of binos to do that from your place.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth might play a part in it as well. But no, in some ways, Pecom has been more efficient on this because they've been able to run their car a bit more efficiently. So this final stop will be a bit shorter, but the trouble is, of course, that it's not going to do them any good because they're not only going to fall.
How are your nails
I think they're probably
right
going to fall behind Baguette as well eventually.
Let's have a quick chat. Louise has caught up with Mike, and after Joe spoke to her, let's have a quick word with Mike on the Tilly as well.
You know, we made the right call pitting, getting new tyres, so that we should be comfortable, I think, to hold it, the lead at least to the end. But the oak cars are very fast as well, so fingers crossed we can hold it to the end. The guys have done a great job on the pit stops, and the drivers have done a good job too. So hopefully, not too long to go, but it feels like forever.
I'll leave you watching. Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Paul. As you know, we don't have any control over what we get up from the TV. It's 30 seconds, the first to second, between John Martin and Bertrand Baguette. John Martin, one of this crop of youngish F3 drivers who've come across as a career decision into sports car racing, and particularly into P2, and they've really invigorated, I think, the prototype 2 category. We've seen a number of them, and they're doing a pretty good job, in fairness. As we go back to the lead in GTE Pro, and once again it's the age-old battle: Ferrari versus Aston Martin, Bruni versus Turner. Half a second at the line. GTE AM leader is in the pits, and that is another Aston Martin, Joe Bradley.
It is. We are still in Aston Martin land when it comes to GTE. The GTE AM leader is about to resume. Jimmy Campbell-Walter taking on fuel and tyres. Just looking at the tyres that's come off of that car, massive amount of pickup off that left front. So no doubt about it, he'll be thankful for the last set of boots for that car, the tyres I should say, and fuel will see him to the finish.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley in the Powered by Nissan pit lane. More endurance racing. Oh, and in comes Loic Duval in the number 2 Audi. Is that about right, Paul?
Yes, it is. Yes, if you look back onto our little text.
Oh yes, 205.
5 minutes ago, I said he'd be coming in on lap 205, and here he is on lap 205 coming in. So this is Loic Duval's final pit stop as well.
His lap 201, of course, with the leader having done 205, but now McNish being bolted in for the final stint. The Scotsman cannot be happy with how today has gone. Came into this leading the championship, and they will still lead the championship, but with a reduced margin, and no margin for error really for the rest of the season. We got the shoes and socks off with Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com earlier in the week for our preview on Midweek Motorsport, and we worked out that if the number 1 car took pole and the win for all of the remaining races, even if the number 2 car was second, they could be overhauled in the championship.
But I think that was the only combination that made it work for them, wasn't it, John?
Yeah. Well, they have to win. They have to win and take fastest lap to have any chance, the number 1 car. If there's a stutter from the number 2 car.
Unless the number 2 car has a problem and isn't able to finish in second place at any of those races.
Correct. Correct. Which might get interesting at Fuji, where we are expecting, and this hasn't been confirmed, but we are expecting, and been a number of hints from the number 7 Toyota drivers as well this weekend on Twitter, but we're expecting to see 2 Toyotas at Fuji. So potentially you could have a 1st to 4th place swing if everything went wrong for one or other of the Audis.
Exactly so. I mean, Tom Christensen's only compensation in a way is fastest lap of the race, but the World Endurance Championship doesn't give you a point for fastest lap, gives you a point for pole position, but not for fastest lap.
Yes, fair point, well made. It's now the 1st and 2nd in GTE. Well, what a battle this has been. The 51 Pro Ferrari, AF Corsa, Jimmy Bruni, Giancarlo Fisichella still cannot shake Darren Turner. Stefan Mucker doing a great job early on. A rather rueful Wolfgang Ulrich overlooking the pit lane, leaning on the rail on the pit board as Marcel Fessler has more traffic. The sun is now going down behind the grandstand that we are in, and the pit lane, thankfully for our Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter Joe Bradley, is in shade in its entirety for the first time since early this morning, and it is a beautiful light at this time. It's a very golden last 38 minutes, but we will have some darkness running here. We were watching the time last night at 6 o'clock, And I would say around about 15 or 20 minutes, Joe, we had up to 6. There was pretty much darkness conditions, wasn't there?
Yeah, we got excited. Whether we peaked early is another thing, but we got excited at the aspect of we're going to be running this race to the finish in dusk, and as the light disappears, I think there's not more an evocative time in endurance racing when you see the cars in this kind of light that, as we speak, is fading very, very fast.
Still looking for your votes then for the hashtag Spirit of the Race award at Radio Le Mans. We've had a number of nominations, including the 95 Aston Martin, so close but yet so far for Christian Poulsen and his team. The number 8 Toyota, in particular Stefan Saracen, for his valiant effort to try and get that car back to the pits. Rebellion Racing taking on the teams and making really, really ballsy decisions to try and get further up the leaderboard. Nick Manassian's fighting back in the 49 Pecon car, trying to keep their championship hopes alive at the moment. What about down in the GT categories? The 51 and 97 cars have been battling it out. Do they take your fancy? Have you got some other thoughts? Hashtag Spirit of the Race at Radio Le Mans on Twitter, please. And we'll give you about another 8 or 9 minutes on that. This GTE battle, Paul, just fails to ignite. It's smouldering. It won't go out either. It's like the last coals on the barbecue, isn't it?
Well, yes. I mean, you wonder quite, because Fisichella has not hesitated to tell us that the Aston Martin is quicker, and we've certainly there was a section in the middle of the race when it was clear that Stefan Mucker was quicker, but Darren Turner just seems to be a little bit breathless, or they've just made a slight setup change or something to the Ferrari, which makes it just that little bit more drivable. But I think if Darren Turner was going to do something, he'd be worrying at the heels of the Ferrari by now. But on the other hand, he may just be biding his time and taking things easy in order to do something in the last half an hour. But you're right, it's a firework with blue touch paper well left alone at the moment. They haven't done anything to the blue touch paper, so there's no fireworks.
Oh, just seeing the replay again in that thud when Stefan Saracen hit the wall. Joe, you might want to have a wander down to the Toyota pit, because they've got that car back. Now, it was dumped on the wrong side of the circuit, so it can't come out, but they are beginning to strip that car down and put body panels back onto it. So they've been working on that car, the number 8 car. I'm sure it's out of this race, but just amazing to see how much they've actually pulled off and rebuilt that car.
Well, I was looking, they've had the car for quite a while now, maybe a couple of hours, and it's kind of like, what do? The car's back here. We can't get out of the circuit. We can't start loading the truck with the car. So we might as well crack on and repair the car. And to be honest, there was very little damage that I could see to the tube. Certainly the component, when I got it down to the pit, there was none of the front suspension was on the car. It had all been taken off. And the tube looked absolutely pristine. And no doubt about it, if it was only a matter of, if this was a practice session and the race was later on, or the race was tomorrow, wouldn't be a problem. The car wasn't that badly damaged. I think it lost that right down front corner, and that was it. But they've been working away. They've been repairing the car, doing complete strip down and rebuild in preparation for the next round. No doubt.
Yeah. Again, though, it's all about how big teams go about what they do, and we've seen the sort of practice that Audi, Team Yost have put in the past for pit stops, for changing components. And Joe said something earlier on, which I think is very important to remember. In a lot of forms of motorsport, if you have a problem, Paul, then that's it, your day's over. In endurance racing, even these short endurance races, somebody was laughing at me the other day when I said, oh, it's only a short one this weekend, it's only 6 hours. But even these short endurance races, it's how you respond to the problems and how quick you can turn the car around and get it out. Maybe not for the win, but to pick up some points, particularly in a World Championship season. And that's what separates the good teams from the really great endurance teams. I also want to say on air, because he's standing right next to me at the moment, one of our local technicians here, Raldo, has been absolutely fantastic for us this weekend. He's looked after us. He's a bit like a Brazilian Bob Dawson, and that's the biggest compliment that I can give the man who's standing behind me at the moment. It wasn't the easiest of starts for the week for us here. We didn't miss any of our sessions, but suffice to say that it's never always completely perfect before we get on air, and Geraldo has been an absolute star for us, and delighted to have him liaising with and his guys liaising with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, and they've been great entertainment as well as good engineers, Joe.
Yes, especially the language barrier. We've had some fun with that translation app on our Android. With some of the translations. The other day I was known, he referred to me as the wizard.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was trying to say, but apparently I was a wizard.
Some words just don't translate clearly from Brazilian Portuguese into English. Joe, just a quick thought from you about what you've seen here. First of all, whatever else happens, coming to Brazil and coming to this track is a very special occasion for any motor racing series. And then I think everybody we've spoken to, whether they've had a good, bad or indifferent weekend, then there's never any complaints about coming to this venue as the motor racing circuit itself.
John, it won't take me very long to explain or say what I mean, and if anyone doesn't get this, then they don't know motor racing, but a motor race in Brazil, period.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, understood. The track here down the years has changed quite significantly, but in recent memory, this has been the Formula 1 configuration has been the configuration that's been used, and seeing the ELMS here with Peugeot and Audi battling themselves. I remember doing that commentary on Motors TV with the very late lamented David Leslie, Liz Halliday, Mark Cole, all involved in doing that broadcast. I thought to myself then, my heavens, that our cars look great around here. And I'm delighted to say that we were here for the first World Endurance Championship race here last year. And whilst I'm fairly certain that the calendar, as I said earlier, has been set, let's hope that this one is back on the calendar for next year, because the circuit itself has been a real start this weekend. And with the kind of support we've seen this weekend, Emerson Fittipaldi talking to Joe Bradley as part of the Nissan Countdown to Green earlier on, saying that they need events like this, Joe, to build motorsport outside of the Formula 1 bubble, if you like.
Well, it's a real and true World Championship, isn't it? It is the World Endurance Championship. All right, we started in Europe with Silverstone, then we went to Belgium, both classic and historical tracks. Then we obviously go to the crown, in the jewel in the crown, Le Mans. But then we go off and we jaunt around the world. We've got here in Brazil, we visit South America, we then go to North America, we then go to China, Japan, and we finish off in the Middle East. That, my friend, is a true World Championship.
Yeah. And if it's spreading the word of motor racing and doing some good to the locals who want to come and race, we had over 40 Porsche GT3 by Yokohama runners in the race this morning in two separate classes. The newer cars and the older cars, but all 997s, and there's clearly a passion for cars here. In fact, the infrastructure can barely support the passion for cars on the streets. This is clearly emerging economy, one of the BRIC economies, and with the advent of the World Cup and the Olympics, it's not a bad time to be focusing in on this country and saying, come and join us. It would have been nice to have a few more Brazilian drivers, just the three I think in the team on the roster this year. Jimmy Alguersuari not in the race this weekend, replaced by his team, which I thought was an odd decision. Never really got to the bottom of that. 4 minutes to go, and Fessler leads by 3 and a bit laps from McNish, 1 and 2 and 12. The Rebellion Lola with the Toyota engine upholding the Toyota name here, and it will be on the overall podium. The battle though, and we'll come back to P2 in a moment. Darren Turner now right with Jimmy Bruni, headlights in cameras, never a good thing for commentators. Got to kind of guess where everybody are. They're coming past the 88 Felbermeyer Porsche of Christian Reed. Oh, and Christian doesn't need to be turning in there on Darren. Come on, D, got to get through. And here comes one of the Audis as well. That might well be the leader of the race. Yes, it is. So Darren Turner then, just when he doesn't want to see this number one, and if Fessler's got any sense, he won't push this too hard, because Darren is not likely to want to give ground at this point in the circuit. Through the twisties, almost like a street track, needing lots of mechanical grip. He goes round the outside of Darren as they come into the horseshoe, and that's not a smart move. Leader needs to be on the radio to Marcel and say, these guys are fighting for GTE win, and you've got 3 laps on McNish. Don't get involved in this, because you might come off second best. And this is where these races, down to the last 3 minutes, and now going up the hill, that's the smart move. Use the power of the hybrid and punch through. Oh, Fessler looked a little bit too impatient there for my liking. Darren Turner will not be happy either, because there was no need for that. If the second place car had been right up his tailpipes, I don't have an issue. But he's not.
I get the impression, John, that there is just something that's not quite right with that Aston. I mean, the way it was crawling all over the Ferrari earlier on, I'm not sure that it's the Ferrari that's any better. I just think that if Darren could do something in particular, he'd do it to that Aston, and all of a sudden it would be half a second a lap quicker. Just doesn't seem to be quite as aggressive somehow.
Yeah, I'd say that was reasonable. There's not an issue with fuel on either of these two, Paul, are there? I mean, it was an hour and 6, an hour and 7 when they came in.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't. You know, they certainly shouldn't be running out of fuel now. They'll be fine on fuel. It's only a question of possibly tyre pickup, something like that, where the tyres have not dealt with the pickup as well, because it's inevitable at this stage in the race that you'll be getting offline and picking up some rubbish at some point on the tyres. And I just wonder if that's what's affecting them. They've got tyres out of balance or something like that, where vibration is something is affecting one of the cars.
Now, of course, we always mention this at the end of the race. The race is over at the end of 6 hours the next time the leader goes by, and where the leader is on the track, of course, affects how many laps the other classes get. Now, the leader's just gone by the battle for the lead in GTE Pro. In GTE AM, Aston Martin, with a lap's grace to Jamie Campbell-Walter and the rest of the 96 team, fingers crossed at the moment for them. Davide Rigon has done a sound job for the Ferrari number 81. And Christian Reed and the rest of the 88 Felbermeyer Proton Porsche team, perhaps not the favoured sons there, but have pulled off a podium ahead of the IMSA Matmut Porsche. As the 98 Aston with Paul Dall'Anna comes out of the pits for a splash and dash at the end of the race. I said we'd come back to P2. Nick Manassian just not able to close that gap down from third to second. The PCOM team, their Orica Nissan, look on for a podium though. Go on, Paul.
Sorry, John. We are on the last lap at the moment. I've just redone the calculation, and Marcel Fessler is just coming up, and he'll come across the line just after the 6 hours is up.
Will he? He's just coming through the final corner now. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The checkered flag is not yet out. 2, 1. He's gone across the line, and the checkered flag was not shown to him. The checkered flag was not shown, and now it's the final lap. So Fessler has confounded even Paul Truswell's calculations, and by about half a second, the start-finish line is quite far back down the straight, or the finish part of the start-finish. So there will be one more lap for Fessler, and that is most important for Darren Turner. Can he get any kind of run at all on Jimmy Bruni? Fingers crossed down in the G-Drive pit with Mike Conway and the rest of the guys getting ready to celebrate. And this could be very, very big indeed for Darren Turner. I don't have now, and I need, is the little map, don't I, to see where the battles are, because we're going to pick up the leader all the way around. 51 and 97 are just in behind half a lap behind the leader, and there's nothing between them. They have got a 92 Porsche and traffic ahead of them. I think there might be one car between Darren and the leader in his class. Yes, there is. It's one of the Ferraris, I believe, as through to win the 6 Hours of Sao Paulo is the #1 Audi squad, and Marcel Fessler, the Swiss driver, brings it home, and they cut back the lead of Alan McNish and Tom Christensen in the Drivers' Championship. It's another 1-2 for Audi, or at least it will be when McNish crosses the line. Joe Bradley is down in the Audi pit.
Yes, and we can all feel the joy here at Audi. A mixed set of results for the 1 and the 2 car. I've got Benoit in front of me. Benoit, that quick word there, congratulations. Round 4 of the World Championship. It is good, a good result, a great result for the championship.
Yeah, it's really good, you know, we still run for the championship. That's what we were hoping before coming to here. The race was really difficult, and we are really happy to be there. Unfortunately, we couldn't fight until the end with the Toyota and the other Audi, but it's a good result for us.
Thank you, Benoit. We'll leave you to continue getting patted on the back. I'm going to try and get a word with Wolfgang Ulrich, who is the man in charge of this Audi program. A mixed day for him with his car.
Still first and second, Joe. I think
Still
they'll take that.
First and second, yes, I suppose. But he had to. He saw something that he's perhaps never seen before, like all of us. One of his cars bringing an errant wheel back. I'm just chasing him around.
Very quickly, it is confirmed that G-Drive have got across the line with John Martin. Bruni beat Turner by about 1.5 seconds, and Aston Martin also take the GTE arm with the 96 car brought home by Jamie Campbell-Walter. Down to the Powered by Nissan pit lane, Joe Bradley is with, I'm sure, a relatively happy Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, head of Audi Motorsport.
Mr. Ulrich, a strange day. Yes, a 1 and 2, great result, but have you ever seen anything like that wheel being brought back by the #2 car?
No, I think that's unique, but you really see some material. He brings all back to the pit. Now, I think this should not have happened, but at the end, I think it's a great result for the team, and it for sure was as well a pity that the Toyota, without really being their fault, have been out of the race that early. It was a difficult race anyway with the temperatures and with the traffic, but all our guys did a brilliant job.
Now the World Championship's going to become tighter because of today's result. Are you going to let these guys just fight it out to the very bitter end?
As long as we can do so, we will let them fight. I think it's the idea of motorsport, and the last years, I think we showed that we can do it to the very end, and we will try to do it this year as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ulrich. Congratulations there, Wolfgang Ulrich.
And we're still listening into Joe as the cars come through. Everybody is across the line who needs to be. Results are provisional, of course, and we have seen positions taken away early in the week. Paul Truswell, thank you very much indeed. Doing the broadcast somewhat remotely, about as remote as you can get, actually, but seemed to work very, very well. It's been an interesting race, plenty to keep us interested all the way through, even if it wasn't, as we said earlier, wheel-to-wheel racing.
But it always is, isn't it? I mean, there's always something to look out for. I mean, that's the beauty of endurance racing, multi-class racing. There's always things going on down through the classes. And even if nothing is actually happening at any particular moment, there's always something which is about to happen or which might happen. And that's what draws me to this kind of thing. And it keeps me glued to my seat and having a great time and enjoying it. Yeah, my only fear is that I hope it didn't work too well, because there's two problems. One is that I like going to motor races and watching them kind of from the track side, and the other is that my family don't appreciate the fact that I've taken over a room of the house and I've been yelling for most of the afternoon.
I think quietly contemplative rather than yelling, in fairness, Mr. Truswell. Thank Tatiana and the children for us, and we'll let you go back to your Sunday evening back there in the Surrey Data Centre, and we'll say thank you very much to Paul Truswell for his contribution, and we'll speak to him later on the season. Thanks again, Paul.
See you in Hungary.
So leaves it to Joe Bradley and myself to come through. The cars are lined up in Parc Fermé we'll stay with you and try and get some more interviews. Marcel Fessler has just jumped out of the winning car. The Swiss driver is about to walk into the clutches of our TV colleagues.
Number 1 Audi pulls into the number 1 spot. Congratulations, another great win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's nice to win here. It's very nice to win here in Interlagos. It was a strange race with all what happened over the race, and in the end we just have to bring it home. Car was really great to drive the whole weekend. Thanks to my team, they did a good job. Yeah, it was after it happened with the Toyota, one competitor is out. It's a little bit a shame for sure. We would like to have it until the end to have a really good competition, and number 2 car lost the wheel, so in the end we have to bring it home. But first you have to bring it home, and I have to thanks to my teammate, they did a good job too.
Thank you.
Louise Beckett has done sterling work in the pit lane. Tel Aviv television colleagues. Second in GTE AM for 8-star. Enzo Podolicio is with Joe Bradley.
Just making our way down to the podium. Enzo, fantastic result for you guys, second place and the podium, about to spray some champagne.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, last year we won, this time we finished second. I mean, the Aston was quicker than us, but we had a good pace and we were working for the championship. That's all we have to do from now to the end.
And a tough race, lots of attrition out there, lots of problems with traffic.
Yeah, it's really competitive, and and the traffic with the Audis and the the P1 cars is really tough. But I mean, it's great. I mean, great result for us for the championship. We'll have to work one by one.
Great stuff. Thank you, Enzo. Great to have you here.
Alan McNish climbs out of the number 2 Audi and heads up towards the podium. Let's have a quick look back at what happened in the race 6 hours ago when we started this in bright sunshine. It is now dark outside. The lights from the pit garage is beginning to shine. Alan McNish had such a great start, managed to get round Fessler on the start of the race, and then all of a sudden, early in the race, a big issue. One of the major talking points early on, there was a little bit of bumping and boring with the number 92 Porsche and the 51 Ferrari, but then Sarrazin going off and bringing out a lengthy, almost a full hour of full course caution. Let's go back down to Joe Bradley and to Jamie Campbell-Walter, winner of GTE AM for the 96 Aston Martin team.
I've got both of those guys actually, Stuart Hall and Jamie Campbell-Walter. Guys, congratulations, class win, fantastic race, but
it had its moments, and it's fantastic for the whole team to win, especially after Le Mans, what happened there with Alan and everything, and fantastic to have Pro and Am win for us in Am is really special. Obviously Rol's not here this weekend with us, so special for him to have his car win a race, I think, being a car collector. And in the early half of the race we had our bad luck, didn't we, with the car when we got split up from the lead whilst in second place. So we got a bit of luck towards the end, and unfortunately for our teammates, they didn't get to finish, and it would have been nice to be on the podium with them. But fantastic result, really happy.
It is indeed. Has it made a difference just sharing the car with one other driver? Third not being here this weekend?
I don't know really. We're rolled. He's back for Texas. We just thought we'd try and come here the best result possible. We've done that. As many points as possible. You can, hopefully it's a good start to the second half of the year, and when we're all back, the three of us at Texas, we can, challenge once more.
Yes, again. But for now, go and get some champagne and just soak it up. A great win there for the two English boys, British interest there for Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall. First in the GT AM class in their Aston Martin.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Bradley down there. Still looking back at some of the highlights of the race. So many good performances coming in up and down the field, in the heartbreak moment with an hour and 11 minutes to go when Christian Poulsen lost the right rear wheel of the 95 Aston, which had been dominating the AM category.
John Martin.
Let's have a word with John Martin, Joe.
John Martin, hey, congratulations. Fantastic drive. It was All right, you've led a lot of this race, but it wasn't as easy as perhaps you guys made it look.
No, for sure. You know, it's you know, any of these races, I think anything can happen. So you just gotta keep pushing till the you know, checkered flag falls. And certainly then in the end, it was we were sort of pushing on. So maybe not so in the second to last stint, but the last stint I was flat out. So it was yeah, it was tough.
Really strong lineup with your teammates as well. It must make you really buoyant for the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we get along really well as well, so which helps. You know, Mike's really quick and Roman as well. So no, I think we're looking all right. We've had pace, plenty of pace this year, so it's good to finally be on the top step of the podium.
And that you are indeed. I'm going to let you go because you're being called for the podium now. Thanks, John Martin, winner in the LMP2 class in the G-Drive Nissan.
And as you can probably hear behind Joe, the German national anthem ringing out across the Autodromo, the Carlos Pache, Marcel Fessler, Andrea Lotterer and Ben Treluet on the podium for Audi, on the top step of the podium. And an enthusiastic welcome onto the podium from the crowd that has remained. Presenting the third place overall trophy to the guys from Rebellion. Getting up there, the marketing director of Coca-Cola FMSA Brazil, Mr. Dorian Jose Cruz Guerra. First to Nick Heidfeld, Matthias Besch and Sebastian Buemi. That's a hard-fought third place for those guys. Presenting the second place trophies to the number 2, the Audi number 2 car, the president of the CPA Federation, Mr. Pintero Clayton. And it will be Alan McNish, Loic Duval and Tom Christensen. And the winning trophies presented by the president of Claro HDTV, Mr. Antonio Joao Filho, to the winners, Andrea Lotterer, Marcel Fessler and Ben Treluet. And while that happens, let's have a quick word with Bertrand Baguette second in the P2 category. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we've got all three of the drivers. Bertrand, a great drive towards the end there. You really did not give up at all, did you?
No, and I had to save fuel, so I left 200 meters before my braking point, so it was very tough to do good lap times. But the car behaved very well. The Oak Racing did a good job on the setup. It was a pleasure to drive this car today, and even if we lost nearly one lap with a safety car at the beginning, we still managed to finish P2 and apparently 40 seconds behind the G-Drive car. So maybe we lost the victory, but we did today we did a good operation at the championship, so that's the most important.
Martin, if I can bring you in, congratulations, second place. And Ricardo, if I can also bring you in. Martin, firstly, tell us if you can sum up your race in one sentence, what would that be?
It was very stressful. My first stint, I was gapping it to Alex, and I managed to put 25 seconds on the 24 car. But then the second stint, we stayed with the same compound, and they switched compounds, and they were just unbelievably quick. After 5 laps, my tires were destroyed, and I was just hanging on till the end. I think we've got to go back and look at that, the tire strategy for next time. But I passed the car over to Bertrand with 7-second lead, and he brought it home in second.
And Ricardo, if I can ask you about your race, very strong lineup with your two teammates and yourself. Can you tell me a little bit about how your stints went?
Well, my stint was cut short due to the safety car. So once we went green, it was very intense. Fighting for a position, almost made contact several times. I had a car in front that I could not pass, and fighting the car behind also. So very intense to green, but I think we did what we had to do, stay in front and think of the championship in the points.
To know who will win. See you in Austin, Texas for the 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas.
The next round of the FIA WEC is in Austin, Texas. We'll be there for every single session on radiolemans.com and in sound and vision on the race at FIAWEC.com. That will be round number 5. Hope you've enjoyed round number 4. Let's get back down to Joe Bradley in the scrum that is the area around the bottom of the podium. Joseph, anyone else to talk to there? Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe. Clearly not. So the P2 podium about to get underway. Orica number 26, Morgan number 35 and the 49 Pecom car, and the national anthem of the G-Drive Racing Orica Nissan. The Russian national anthem then belting out across Sao Paulo's Interlagos circuit for the winning teams. And once again then, Mr. Dorian Jose Cruz Carrera presents to the 3rd place team of Pecom, Nick Manassian, Luis Perez Companc, and of course Pierre Caffa. Mr. Pintero Clayton, the president of the CBA Foundation, to Bertrand Baguette, Ricardo Gonzalez, the Mexican, and Martin Plowman from the UK. And the big trophies to be presented by the president of Claro HD TV, who took this whole race live here in Brazil, Antonio João Filho. And that goes to the G-Drive Racing team, Roman Rusinov, John Martin and Mike Conway, a Russian, an Australian and a Brit in a French chassis with a Japanese engine. Truly a World Championship effort for the win in P2. Let's see if we can get Joe Bradley back. Joe, can you still hear us?
Yeah, the problem is, John, that I'm right there. I'm off the podium and behind the building, which is probably stopping our radio waves communicating. But,
no, I think I might have had finger trouble, if I'm honest.
All right, okay. I'll dive back in there and give it a test to see if the piece of string will stretch.
No, I was just going to ask you for a couple of quick comments before we wind up the broadcast for our TV colleagues here. Full dark now, and looking back on the last 6 hours, the race, just a great end to the weekend, and in fact the whole week here, it's been building up to this all the time, and there's a lot of happy people around. There'll be a few people who are a bit sad after that, but ultimately we've been motor racing in Brazil.
Yeah, fantastic week all round, fantastic country, the culture, the passion that we've seen here all week. The Brazilians truly love their motorsport. It doesn't matter. We've had superbikes here on the support package. Yes. We've had Porsches aplenty. I think if we run a supermarket trolley race around here, we'd gather a crowd, because they really do love their motorsport. And is it really 6 hours? It doesn't feel like 6 hours. It feels like it's it's been 10 minutes because there's been all sorts of happenings.
16 lap sprint, mate, around Snet.
Unbelievable. The race for me is the GT Pro class for me, John, to come down to 1.5 seconds after 6 hours of racing and have those two guys. You heard what Ginny Bruni said. He had the Aston all over him in his mirrors, and that is just awesome.
Well, that was the last
fantastic week.
That was the last hour and 7 minutes. There never was more than 4 seconds between them. Thanks very much, Joe, for running around in our powered by Nissan pit lane. We'll let you get away before you get any champagne on your immaculate Nissan race suit, and we thank you for your efforts. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. So we await now the GTE Pro podium. And once again, I see the Porsche drivers are experienced. They're already unfastening the corks on the bottles. Once again, it will be Marketing Director of Coca-Cola Brazil, Mr. Dorian Jose Cruz Guerrera, who will present to the Porsche AG Team Manthey drivers Jörg Bergmeister and Patrick Pilet, the number 91 car. For third position. For second position, and what a great fight it was, the president of the CPA Federation, Mr. Pintero Clayton, will present the 97 Aston Martin crew of Stefan Mucker and Darren Turner. And the top step of the podium reserved for Ferrari this weekend. Wasn't a great start to the week for the 51 or the 71. They spent a lot of time getting the balance of the car right, and it paid off for Gianmaria Bruni and Giancarlo Fisichella, the all-Italian team in the Italian-entered car. And they get their trophies from the president of Claro HD TV, Mr. Antonio Joao Filho. And then we will hear the national anthem of the winning entrant, that being AF Corsa. And that, of course, is the national anthem of Italy. Now, the Porsche drivers were quick in getting the corks out the bottle, and indeed Jörg Bergmeister's has just popped on its own, but they were slow. They missed the start there, and they've got a drenching. Jörg Bergmeister picking up a little bit slowly there. Yeah, good to see 3 happy crews on there. I'm sure they'll be a tad disappointed, the Aston Martin Racing guys, but that's a good result for them. As the GTE Pro podium is done and done, they'll get a couple of quick photos at the front with their very pretty trophies. Sort of looks like a leaf spring. Confirmation of the classification by 1.5 seconds after something in the region of 830 odd kilometers in the GTE Pro category. 212 laps around Interlagos. Porsche AG Team Manthey coming third and fourth, really pulling that result out of the bag. Didn't look like they were going to get anything earlier on in the race. And that leaves just a 2-point gap between Darren Turner and Stefan Mucker and Mark Lee and Richard Leitz, 86 to 84, with Fizzy and Jimmy Bruni closing in on them as well. The top 3, that's for the World Endurance GT Cup for drivers. I wonder if we're going to get the teams and manufacturers as well. Simonson's name in 17th position there as well. And announcer Mark with Emerson Fittipaldi there, as he welcomes the GT AM podium. In third position, the Proton Felbermayr Porsche drivers, the number 88 car of Christian Reed, Gianluca Roda and Paolo Roberti. They will get their trophy from Dorian Jose Cruz Guerrera of Coca-Cola Brazil. But first, the national anthem of the winning entrant, Aston Martin Racing. Unusual to have a sung version of the national anthem, but I like that. Very stately. So now Mr. Dorian Jose Cruz Guerrera comes out to present the third place drivers, Christian Reed, Gianluca Roda and Paolo Roberti, the Italo-German squad, the German entered car. Mr. Pintero Clayton, president of the CPA Federation, to second place Ferrari, the 81 car, 8-Star Motorsport, the USA entered car of Enzo Podalicchio, Rui Aguas, the Portuguese, and Davide Rigon, the Italian, who has a real future in sports car racing. And he's doing quite nicely back in Europe at the moment. And the winners of the GTE AM and the final podium winners, Antonio João Filho, president of Claro TV, is giving the trophies to Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall for Aston Martin Racing. And now the champagne.
And now is the champagne.
Oh, the Aston guys are desperately slow, didn't even have the caps off. However, I did notice that DT was sensible enough to take a drink of it first before he started spraying. The sweet taste of success. Let's have a look at the World Championship for manufacturers. Audi lead Toyota by almost twice as many points in LMP1. That one is done and done. The likelihood of them bringing back two cars for the rest of the season. Classification of the GTE, 45 seconds. Aston Martin take the win from 8-Star Motorsport. Enzo Podalicchio defending the title. In the Drivers' World Championship, Alan McNish and Loic Duval with Tom Christensen on 112 points, or 22 points ahead of Lotterer, Trellier and Fessler. And Davidson, Buemi, well, they've dropped out of contention now after that non-finish for the Toyota number 8 today. Expecting to see two cars for Fuji, but just the number 8 car for Austin, our next round. So that brings to an end the podium celebrations and indeed our coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship race in Brazil. Our thanks to Emerson Fittipaldi, his organising team on the ground here, and to Gerard Neveu and his team. Next up, Austin.
USA.
The fight will be intense.
Fast.
Fighting back.
Passion. Determination. Spirit. To know who will win.
See you in Austin, Texas for the 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas.
That's our next race, FIAWEC.com, and our partners. I'm John Hindhaugh for the whole team here in Brazil and our production staff back in the UK. Thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend. Bye for now.